All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Good morning. Before we get started here, I'm going to turn to Executive Director Burton for any announcements or updates. Merrick?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Not much in the way of updates this morning, but I did just want to recap our shuffling of the agenda, just so everyone is clear about our expectations. So we are starting off this morning with coastal pelagic species. The agenda online has us starting this morning at salmon, but salmon's just not quite ready yet. We're aiming to take salmon up after lunch. In the event that CPS goes really quickly this morning, we may start our F5 discussion, groundfish specs late this morning. So just a little bit of shuffling, which is sort of par for the course this time of year, just based on salmon negotiations. And we are starting this morning with CPS. Other than that, no further announcements, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Hey, thank you. I guess before we turn to Carrie, I'd just like to acknowledge that Brianna Brady is in the California seat, Josh Lindsay in the National Fishery Service seat, and Mary Capdeville in the GC. So welcome to all this morning. So with that, I'll turn to Carrie and start us off. Carrie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. This is the National Marine Fisheries Service report. We have an update from the regulatory side that's been in your briefing book, and Josh Lindsay will speak to that. And then we have a presentation from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center that Dr. Annie Yao will present. And that is the agenda for today. I don't think there's any supplemental advisory body reports or public comment. So we can move forward unless there's any questions.
Okay, questions for Carrie on his overview? All right, seeing none, I'll turn to Josh and get us started.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. Yes, we included in the supplemental briefing book a list of regulatory actions we've implemented for CPS over the last year or so and expected ones in the future. Did not intend to read that into the record, but happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for Josh this morning? Okay. All right. And I guess we'll turn to Annie Yao for the presentation. Annie, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to speak today. I'm here to give an update on coastal pelagic species research going on within the Fisheries Resources Division at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is just an outline of what I'm going to talk about today: CPS assessment schedule, survey updates, including the summer CPS survey 23 results, planning for summer 2024, planning for the integrated survey in 2025, life history research, genetics research, and a future seas update. Next slide, please. And I can see there's some cutting off, and I'll be sure to, if there's text that's relevant that's not being shown on the screen, I will point it out in my talk. CPS assessment schedule. So as you all know, the Pacific Sardine benchmark assessment is being considered at this council meeting and its associated sub-body meetings. STAR panel met back in February at the Southwest Center. Next year in 2025, we have two updates on the CPS side. First is the Pacific Sardine update. Around the same time of year as it is this year. So in late February, the SSC CPS subcommittee will review it, and it's considered in April. There's a Pacific mackerel catch-only update, happens a little bit later in the year. So SSC CPS subcommittee reviews that in the spring sometime, and it goes to council in June of 2025. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to survey updates. CPS survey for the summer of 2023. So in the little box, there's some text just describing what we planned for executing in the summer of 2023, and then what actually happened. There's quite a deviation. So originally we were given 81 days at sea on the NOAA ship, the Alaska, to survey all the way from a little bit in Baja California, all the way up to Vancouver Island. As has been the case for many years now, our partners on the Lisa Marie and Long Beach Carnage vessels have been sampling the US West Coast nearshore areas for us where the NOAA vessel does not reach. And we also had 157 days on sail drones to cover from Point Conception to Cape Flattery. That was the plan. In actuality, it was another year of challenges with NOAA vessel sea days, both mechanical issues and wage mariner staffing issues were again really affecting the ability of the NOAA vessel Lasker to get out on the water. And if you can imagine, just as the season progressed, one issue and then another popping up and just eating away at our sea days. In the end, we ended up with 37, days on the Lasker that covered from San Diego to Cape Mendocino. As that was all happening, we realized we would not have the sea days to cover the entire area along the US West Coast, and scrambled to seek and were approved for an additional 15 days at sea on the Shimada to cover the Pacific Northwest. So that, luckily the Shimada was available, or any other NOAA vessel was available at that time, happened to be Shimada. Our team has used that vessel before, but as you can imagine, it was really challenging. It was at great cost, both financially, mentally, physically, to have the team, while they were executing the days at sea on the Lasker, try and plan out the logistics of, immediately transferring equipment and personnel to the Shimada, planning those operations on a vessel they hadn't visited in a while, planning the offload, all of that. So that did all happen. We ended up with 52 days at sea. We were able to cover the entire US West Coast, and we are able to produce biomass estimates for CPS from 2023. The Lisa Marie and Long Beach Carnage were able to cover all of the nearshore area we asked them to. There was a little bit more lag in time between their sampling and the NOAA vessel sampling through no fault of their own. As you can imagine, that's because of the NOAA vessel side. But that data was collected and is used in the biomass estimates. And the sail drones, because of the way that contract is written and just the great challenges with NOAA vessels, that lag in time between sail drone collected data, it did go out, and the NOAA vessels, that lag of time was too great, over 30 days at some points. So that acoustics data from sail drone was not used in the biomass estimates, but we were able to produce biomass estimates. Next slide, please. So this is a table with the biomass estimates from that 2023 summer survey. And I'll just note a couple of key values of interest for this body. I have, for example, central subpop of northern anchovy, 2.8 tons, sorry, 2,800. I'm sorry, my screen is so small. So 2.8 million metric tons. Pacific Sardine, I'm seeing northern subpop, 77,000 tons, southern subpop, 96,000 metric tons. Pacific mackerel, 35,000 metric tons. I'm rounding, obviously, in my using my words, but you can see the exact values in this table here. Next slide, please. Moving on to summer 2024. So CPS survey is and we are in full swing for planning for this. And we have 85 days at sea scheduled on the Lasker. We intend to use the 5 days at sea in the very beginning to test the new multifunction trawl system that we've procured as part of the efforts for integrated survey. That multifunction trawl system, we've also have a new net mensuration system associated with it, and it can trawl at both the surface and midwater without changing out nets or doors, which is something new for us. So very excited to use it. It will be the primary net used for the summer survey this year. The rest of the 80 days at sea will just be spent on primarily the operational side of the CPS survey. So surveying from a little bit in Baja, California, all the way up to Vancouver Island. And again, our partners will be involved. Lisa Marie and Long Beach Carnage will be sampling all along the US West Coast in the nearshore areas. Next slide, please. Okay, I have 2 slides just on an update on the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey. So just as a reminder, we are looking to integrate the Northwest Center's survey for hake with the Southwest Center's survey for coastal pelagic species. We're calling it the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey. It will be operational in 2025. We are continuing to plan for it. In 2025, it will be on the NOAA vessel, the Shimada. In 2026, it will be on the Lasker. And thereafter, likely the Lasker, just based on ship availability, but we'll take that as it comes. Back in January, we held a joint Southwest and Northwest Center planning workshop. at the Southwest Center. It's the first time, believe it or not, because we embarked on this, we started on this effort back in the pandemic. So it's the first time the staff, all the staff involved in the integrated survey or either HAKE or CPS surveys came together in person. We got almost everybody in person in La Jolla, spent 2 days dedicated to just the continued planning of the integrated survey. And that it was just fantastic to have everyone together to put all these faces to names that I've only seen in email. We have one multifunction troll system with a net mensuration system in hand, procured in partnership with some industry partners, and that collaboration has been very fruitful, bringing a lot of expertise to our survey that we do not have in-house. So thank our partners for that. We are procuring a second duplicate system for backup and contingency. And the plan is that, sorry, taking one step back, we used the new multifunction troll system during some sea trials on December on the Lasker, glassy calm days at sea. Our industry partners came on board. We had some drone pilots from NOAA, Southwest Center on board. Just all these people pitched in to really try and test out the net. Really, really productive experience for all. Learned a lot. It seems like the net is going to do what we want it to do. For the summer, we'll have the two nets, right? We'll have the original net and then this new duplicate net. One of the nets will go into the Shimada. It's a HAKE research survey year, so they intend to do some net comparison testing of the new multifunction troll with their currently used Aleutian wing troll and evaluate the performance of
Recording in progress.
HAKE. And similarly on Lasker, we actually intend to use the new net system multifunction troll for as the primary net for the CPS survey to see its ability to catch CPS the way we need it to. There are tentative plans now in the spring of 25 to evaluate the performance of the new net on a charter vessel as well, part of our effort to build in some platform flexibility for the survey. Next slide, please. Okay, just some other notes on updates for the integrated survey. We're looking to hire some additional staff. As you can imagine, it's a really, really large endeavor on top of everything we already do. So a project coordinator, some people to help with data processing automation, eDNA development and exploration. We are trying to hold outreach events on a monthly basis to just continue to get the word out and have a forum for talking to stakeholders and hearing their comments, questions, answering their questions. We held one last night here in the gap room. I want to thank the council again for allowing us use of a room associated with the council meeting to hold these. It was also, there's also a virtual option. So again, appreciate the thoughtful questions I continue to get at these outreach meetings. If you just Google NOAA integrated survey, your first link brings you to our website for integrated survey, where you can find all sorts of information on it. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to life history research. So this slide just tells us about how the life history group was able again to keep up to date with all of the aging data required for our assessments. So all northern stock sardine were aged from the remaining surveys that were required for this year's benchmark from 2022 and 2023. Next slide, please. Okay, some published research on CPS aging. If you just look at the bold, you'll see sort of the general topics that have been published on. The central subpop of northern anchovy growth model that includes seasonality. There's a tech memo on the FT NEARS method for estimating CPS ages. This is an agency-wide effort to try and use a different technique to estimate ages based on otolith, you use near infrared spectroscopy to read a otolith instead of just a human reading it. And that has not turned out to be as productive for CPS who have smaller otoliths and are shorter lived than it has been for longer lived species with larger otoliths. So that's part of the tech memo messaging. We published a tech memo in conjunction with CDFW partners on the aerial survey for Pacific sardine. And then we published a sardine growth validation model, the first of its kind. Next slide, please. So just a list of ongoing life history research on CPS. Lots of reviews of sardine population structure. So evaluation of the evidence supporting the subpop hypothesis, evaluation of somatic growth patterns and supporting evidence for subpopulations, evaluation of the revised habitat model from the context of life history, supporting it, and a stable isotope model using otoliths to validate the habitat model. Some studies on aging sample sizes continue. So we age a lot of fish now, and not just us, but CDFW partners age a lot of fish for these assessments. Are we aging too many? Are we aging not enough? That's a question that's under investigation. Variability in sardine age and growth is an ongoing research topic, and this newer effort is looking at what that looks like in recent periods of low population biomass. And then there's a paper ongoing about the relationship between somatic growth, recruitment, climate, and stocks using otolith biochronologies. Next slide, please. Okay, genetics research. So two primary ongoing topics for this relevant to CPS, and they're both on sardine. The first is something I've mentioned before. So we have an ongoing effort to apply a new genetic technique to look at a more modern genetic technique to look at Pacific sardine stock structure. And that is sort of just like I said, ongoing, collecting samples where we can. As some of those samples were being processed, we found that there are Japanese sardine in our waters off the US West Coast. That is the second ongoing genetics research topic. When processing 2022 survey samples, we found the evidence of Japanese sardine off the US West Coast. Knowing that there was a benchmark this year, our team sort of redirected genetics efforts to try and look at as much Japanese sardine information as we could before this benchmark. The team processed samples all the way starting, from present day and going back as far in time as they had time to process. They went all the way back to 2013. They also processed all of the genetic samples collected on the 2023 survey for Japanese sardine. So the results of that are on the next slide, please. Okay, so this is the Japanese sardine results slide. And I'm going to start with the table on the right. I will just note that only in 2023 did we systematically sample knowing there are Japanese sardine off the US West Coast or thinking there might be. And so only in 2023 did we systematically sample in a way that is sort of like full coverage. So in 2023, for every sardine we collected, life history information for, such as like lengths and otoliths for aging, we also collected a sample for genetic analysis. And then in other years, we did not do that. So, and I bring that up because in the other years, we did not have what we consider as like a representative data sample set, but it gives you an idea of where Japanese sardine are and when. So going all the way back to 2013, Japanese sardine only show up in our samples starting in 2022. So that was the first year we noticed them. If you recall, that sparked the 2023 systematic sampling, which we did complete. That's why there's more numbers of fish collected in 23 and genotyped. There was one Japanese sardine from 2014. Our team has like triple checked this, and yes, it does appear that that is a true data point. And we don't know why that's there. But so primarily in 2022 and 2023, we see Japanese sardine. On the left is a map of the results from 2023. Again, the only year we've systematically sampled for them. So Melanostictus is the Japanese sardine, and Sagax is of course our Pacific sardine. You can see that there's where there are sardine, which are the circles, not the dots, that there are Melanostictus and Sagax. They are sometimes caught in the same trawl. They're sometimes caught in the same trawl. More Melanostictus found in the Pacific Northwest than there are in Southern California, but there's more sardine there's also more sardine caught in the Pacific Northwest than in Southern California. And then all the little dots are just places we had trawl hauls that did not have sardine. Next slide, please. Sorry, and I should mention, because I think this would be of interest, in the Japanese sardine samples, genetic samples analyzed so far, no evidence of hybridization between the two species. So this is my last substantive slide, but Future Seas update. So just a reminder, Future Seas is an ongoing collaborative effort between UC Santa Cruz scientists and scientists at the Northwest and Southwest Center. So some things that they have, and they've finished phase 1 and phase 2. I think they were recommended for funding on phase 3, but just waiting for it to come through. And in November 2022, they held a stakeholder engagement meeting, and that report is finally available online in the NOAA library. They shared results up to date at a more recent stakeholder meeting, which happened on February 5th of this year. Since my last update, they've put out some more publications from Future Seas. So the first I've listed as a climate-driven sardine MSC. So I left out that word, but it's a sardine MSC. They put out an economic analysis of response to environment-driven shifts in CPS availability. And they have had some work highlighted in this appendix that was presented at the March 2024 council meeting. And that's the update I have for this council meeting. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Dr. Yao on her presentation? Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Chair Penninger. Thank you, Dr. Yao, for the presentation. A lot of information there. I have, I think, maybe 3 questions in sequence. The first one would be, if we can go back to slide 6, or at least on mine, it's page 6. Yeah, the map. So you mentioned the 2024 survey extending south into Baja, and the map there shows that, but there's a difference in survey density, the distance between the tracks there. Is there a reason for that? And maybe the other question associated with that is, does the difference in survey density impact future ability to incorporate that data into any of the assessments or management decisions? Just why the difference?
Sure. So I think you're referring to the fact that sampling density in off Baja, California is different, according to this illustration, than off the US West Coast and even off Vancouver Island. So your second, the sampling dense, this is a theoretical map based on, if you recall, my description of 2023, which seems to be sort of a more normal way our operations are proceeding, unfortunately. It is unlikely this map will proceed as planned. If you look at the 2023 actuals, the transects, the spacing between transects varied depending on where you were along the coast also. Is there scientific concern there? The short answer is no. We sometimes change spacing of sampling for a variety of reasons, reduce number of sea days, like an area historically known to have very few CPS, that sort of thing. So lots of different reasons we might change the sampling. It does not impact our ability to get data in that region and be confident in incorporating it into a biomass estimate. Specifically off the coast of Baja, California, it is logistically challenging to get the permit to go into those waters. It has always been that way. It has never come in time, despite everything we've tried. And we'll try again. I'll just put it that we'll try again, right? Sampling off their waters. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Sampling off Baja, California is we put it on a lower priority. So when our sea days start to get cut, those are the first areas we start to cut. And our Mexican colleagues have been really good about, in those scenarios, scrambling on their end to redirect resources to try and sample. So they actually have, publications of, like last summer, we were unable to survey in their waters, and they redirected and did it, and they have their own sort of equivalent publication they've produced as a result. I think that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may, next question. Towards the end, the life history research, let me just, slide 11 on mine. Review of sardine population structure. The third bar down was evaluation of a revised habitat model. Understanding that's in prep, but Any hints as to what the habitat model was or revisions to that?
Yeah, thanks. And it's a reminder to me, I don't know that that level of detail has been discussed here. So let me just a bit of a recap. In prep for the Sardine benchmark that we know is happening this year, last year, as in response to an SSC request, we had our scientists revise the habitat model. Basically, the request from the SSC was that the habitat model was, and I'm going to get the year wrong, it used data up to a certain date. It had been a few years since then. They said, now we've had these years of low sardine population biomass. Can you just include those new data years in the habitat model calculation, see if it makes a difference or not? And so we took on that request, knowing that the benchmark was happening this year. And if we wanted to use a revised habitat model, that this would be the year to do it. So last year, our scientists went ahead and did that. It went to SSC CPS subcommittee for review. And they looked, sort of extensively at the update to the revised habitat model, which is used to separate out northern stock habitat. And then we applied to landings data and to our biomass or survey data for use in the stock assessment. So that was completed, reviewed at an SSC CPS subcommittee meeting virtually, extensive discussion on that habitat model, any changes. If you apply that habitat model to the data for the stock assessment, it doesn't change anything with the way data was parsed out from previously. Some pretty minor changes. It was one of the primary drivers for wanting to revise the habitat model was the fact that you were getting these large landings out of Ensenada. And, for northern stock, and everybody was sort of like, well, does that pass the red face test, right? Is Ensenada really landing that much northern stock? And so that a lot of those were fixed with the revised habitat model. So that was reviewed and approved ahead of time for application in this Sardine benchmark stock assessment that is published as a journal publication now. The revised habitat model. One of our scientists is also now looking at it from the perspective of life history. So how does life history theory, like Asian growth, differences over time and space, apply to, how does it fit in with a habitat model or not? And so that, I haven't seen anything about that, honestly. It's sort of a brand new idea and topic that they're exploring to see how life history, again, sort of overlays with a habitat model or not.
Thank you. And if I may, one last question, I'll make sure it's my last one. On the next page, ongoing genetics research, population structure in sardine. You're awaiting data from the Gulf of California to complete the analysis. So sort of what's the trajectory or timeline for completing that? And are there any preliminary insights or bright lights that's telling us?
I don't have any preliminary insights. I actually don't have any at all as of today. It's sort of been an ongoing project for a few years now. I mentioned this, but a lot of finding Japanese sardine underwaters actually took a lot of redirection of the genetics team to focus on that. So I don't actually have a good estimate for you on when that all might come out, but I think they're waiting for that data so they can sort of look at all the Pacific sardine, not just those that might be in U.S. waters. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pete. Anyone else? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dr. Yao, for the presentation. On this slide, I guess, first of all, lots of good information in here. And with questions about funding outlooks, so to speak, where you're talking about 2024 and never having enough funding to do the ideal survey or as much as we'd like. But I'm looking at that second bullet in the nearshore sampling that my agency is partnering with you and industry on, the Lisa Marie. I believe we got about I'm not the one who tracks these details, but I think we got about a 20% less funding for that survey this season, and the news might get worse in the future. Do you have any thoughts on what the funding outlook is for that nearshore sampling from over in the near term?
And I'm sorry to hear that on your end. I think budget is such a challenge for everyone. For summer of 2024, I think that, so I'll just be honest with a lot of things. There's budget uncertainty. More recently, just within the past like week or two, I've gotten some more budget certainty for the nearshore side of the house for this specific effort. And I think for summer 2024, that this is going to proceed as planned. That's what I have for that. And I'll say, like, with our annual budget, we sort of go year to year. It is a priority. It's a priority for the center. It's a primary priority for the agency. I communicate that up the chain. Kristen Cook communicates that up the chain. So we'll continue to do that. Yep.
Thank you, Corey. Further questions? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Yao, for providing this presentation today. My question's on the Japanese sardine, and you noted in your presentation that there was no evidence of hybridization between the two. I'm not a geneticist. I'm wondering if you can provide us a little more information about, like, is that a looming threat? Is that something we should be worried about? Is that something that the Science Center is keeping an eye on? Just a little bit more so I can understand
Sure.
exactly what that is. Thank you.
Sure. So, and thanks for the question. Also not a geneticist. I think are sort of anticipating there might be curiosity as to whether Japanese sardine are spawning and reproducing or mixing their eggs and sperm with Pacific sardine, for example. So in a theoretical situation where Pacific sardine and Japanese sardine are like spawning together, are their eggs mixing and producing hybrid individuals? Sardine that are half Pacific and half Japanese, you would see that in the genetic signal. Like, you wouldn't get a genetic signal for a Pacific sardine might be on this side of the chart and the Japanese sardine might be on a different side. And then somewhere in between, you might find hybrid individuals. So no evidence from the genetic samples that we've analyzed so far that is happening. And as far as whether or not Japanese sardine are spawning, because I have gotten this question, the short answer is we don't know, but it's something on our to-do list. We do have some collected samples we have yet to look at, that sort of thing. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Corey. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Yao, this is really interesting, particularly for me being fairly new on the council. So I'm looking at on my report, it says slide page 10, the life history update included in the assessment report, the life history research. So relative to this discussion about the genetic analysis, particularly into 22-23, that did find Japanese sardines, for these life history metrics in slide 10, is all of that from known Pacific sardines, or was it just those caught, North Coast?
So this is a very good question. And I think you're referring to the slide previous to this one, actually, that's being shown. The information included in the benchmark stock assessment is all sardine found in northern stock habitat. We do not have time prior to the assessment to parse out Japanese sardine. So there are potentially Japanese sardine data points in the benchmark assessment for this year being considered. And I'll just note, we tried really hard to parse that out, but having the survey on the Shimada 1 month later than it normally does, and the Japanese sardine being such a new issue, such a compressed timeline, we did not get all the samples for Japanese sardine processing in time either, and just could not make it happen, but hope to do that in the near future.
Thank you.
Good question.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon. John North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Yao, for the presentation. Very helpful for a salmon person like myself. But I was reading through all the documents yesterday, and I saw references to the importance going forward of genetics work to be able to not only determine the distribution, but especially the contribution of Japanese sardine going forward. So I was wondering if you could speak to does your genetics work you're doing now just address distribution and presence, or what would it take to address the contribution piece of that question?
Sure. So the data we've collected in 2023 off the survey, the goal was to collect it in a way that we might be able to parse out Japanese sardine biomass from Pacific sardine biomass. Now, I do think we have the data for that. We just have not been able to, we did not have the time to do it before this benchmark stock assessment. So that is something on the to-do list, certainly before the next benchmark. The contribution to sardine in general off the US West Coast is this like such a great question, right? So the contribution would be like, are they producing new individuals or more continuing to come? Those are sort of the two ways you might contribute, right? And so are they reproducing, and then are those individuals recruiting to the population? I think are sort of the questions to answer. So if new individuals are recruiting to the population, you would see it in the way we're sampling now in the annual surveys by just detecting them, especially like if they continue to, if we're finding 1-year-old, Japanese sardine, for example, and continuing to do that, then they're either reproducing or 1-year-olds keep getting swept over, or both. And like I said, we have some gonads collected, and we just have not had a chance to look at them yet to see if they might be spawning or reproductive at all. Just because they're reproductive does not also mean they're spawning. Just because they're spawning does not mean those individuals recruit to the population either. So in my mind, it's really, are they showing up as fish available to a fishery?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, John. All right. Corey Niles.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Following on that, can you remind us how we think they got here? I was maybe wrongly remembering it was tsunami related, but how would they keep coming over here?
We have no idea. I think the tsunami was the theory. It's a fun one. We have no idea. Theories abound.
Okay. All right. No more questions. Well, thank you, Dr. Yao. This is very informative. All right. Any discussion? All right. Carrie? How are we doing?
Thank you. There is no supplemental advisory body reports or public comment. So if there's no council discussion,
I'm not seeing any. So, okay.
then I think your business on this is done.
Okay, very good. With that, that'll take us to I2, and you start us off on there. That'd be great.
Yes, thank you. This is agenda item I2. It's the 2024-25 exempted fishing permits final action. Our council operating procedures dictate that for in the CPS world for exempted fishing permit requests and applications to NIMF, we ask that brand new ones that haven't been seen before come in the November meeting with a preliminary description of it, and then we determine if it needs some additional SSC review, that sort of thing. For renewals that the council is familiar with, we just ask that the proponents submit a notification or notice, which is what happened this year. And you have 2 of the EFP requests. They're in the advanced briefing book. They're attachments 1 and 2. They're both from the California Wet Fish Producers Association. And the council's action is to consider those and endorse those. The sardine harvest specifications agenda item is the next one. So that is where the actual amounts would be accommodated and discussed. But the council's action under this agenda item, is to endorse those, if you will. We have 2 supplemental advisory body reports from the CPS-MT and the CPS-AS. And I believe there's 1 public comment sign up under this. So again, the council's action is to adopt the final EFP recommendations for the 2024-25 fisheries.
Great.
That concludes my summary.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Any questions for Carrie? All right. Well, with that, we'll go to the CPS management team report. Welcome, Alan.
Good morning. So the CPS management team reviewed 2 proposals for renewed EFPs from the CWPA in attachments 1 and 2. The team sees value in the data collected from these EFPs because they're used in stock assessments and recommends the council endorse both EFP applications. The team requests that future EFP proposals report data by fishing year rather than calendar year. The team also recommends that EFPs that have been conducted for multiple years provide a table with both the tonnage approved for the EFPs and the tonnage taken under the EFPs for each completed fishing year. And I'll conclude by briefly noting that there's a mislabeled appendix title in attachment 2.
All right. Questions for Alan on his on the management team report? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you for the table. I think that's going to be really helpful. Side by side, actual and realized catches. So, or sorry, allowed and realized. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, I'll see anybody else. Thank you, Alan. Okay, next up would be the management or the CPS advisory subpanel, and Matt Everingham.
Here, there we go. Good morning. Matt Everingham, commercial fisherman here from the CPS-AS. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel discussed requests for 2 exempted fishing permits by the California Wet Fish Producers Association in cooperation with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The collaborative projects intend to address the continuing need for data, including alternative biological sampling and collection by purse seine net to assess CPS biomass inshore of current National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration acoustic trawl surveys. The CWPA is working collaboratively with the National Marine Fisheries Service Southwest Fisheries Science Center in an effort to improve survey data collection that will lead to better informed stock assessments and fishery management. One survey will focus on confirming biological composition and school size of CPS estimated by acoustic surveys and spotter planes. In addition, the second survey will collect biological data, especially fishery age structure data. Data from the CWPA biological sampling EFP is needed to support the stock assessment model due to the directed fishery having been closed in 2015. Approving the 2 EFPs will allow the continuation of a biological data stream for sardines started in 2018 in California. Therefore, the CPS-AS strongly urges the council to approve the final EFP proposals as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Questions for Matt on the advisory subpanel report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Yep. All right. Brings us to one public comment. Mark Fina. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you. I'm Mark Fina with CWPA. We were the ones who submitted the FP proposals, and I just thought I should give you an opportunity to ask questions. And in response to the one comment that was made in the management report, I can read you those numbers about how much we used, if that would be helpful, over the last few years. 2020, we used, we left a balance of 53 tons. It's what my numbers show right now, 121 in the 2020-21 year. 180 in the 21-22 year. 22-23, we left 321.22 tons. And that was last year. In that year, we had trouble, getting people to fish it because of occupied with other things, weather conditions and all. And also I think the EFPs generally have been a challenge at times to get people to go on them because of the cost of operating. And that was a year when it was fuel prices these guys have felt fuel prices and also kind of the impacts of limiting their fishing in other fisheries.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Questions for Mark? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Thanks, Mark, for coming forward. Question, the earlier numbers, the amounts remaining in the earlier years there that you talked about seem really small. Were those because that wasn't enough to actually start another trip and that it was a constraint because the economics wouldn't be there? It seems to me you can't ever get to zero, because of that. Am I correct in thinking that?
You probably can't get to zero. You can get pretty close, I think. I think it was just trying to use the EFP through the year, and they just had a little bit left over. I think you probably can get to, within 20 tons if you wanted to of the amount in the EFP.
Yeah, thanks. I suspect if there's like 20 tons left, you're probably hard pressed to find someone to go out and try to catch it.
Well, you have to remember the EFP trips we target about 20 tons is about the amount on a trip. So we have it limited. And the idea in that EFP particularly is to distribute it throughout the year in a manner that you get samples throughout the year so that you can then use the biological data to reflect things that might not show up in the sampling you get from a survey that happens once a year.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else? Oh, Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Fina, for being here. My question is a little bit similar. I'm looking at the biosampling EFP, and this might have been covered in a previous year. I know that this has gone on since 2020, but I'm wondering how you came to the ask of 520 metric tons and thinking a little bit about sort of in terms of the science and the data that we're getting from this EFP, sort of what are we getting for that 520 metric tons? Thank you.
Right. So the 520 is 26 trips, and that would be 26 trips split in the California Bight and out of Monterey. So the idea was get a monthly sample roughly out of each area so that you get that distribution of sampling throughout the year that then you can use for your scientific research, and it can feed into the assessment and into the research. So I think in the back of our minds, we're thinking if you're trying to figure out the biological structure of the stock, that kind of distribution over that time period would be, both temporal and spatial would be beneficial.
Thanks for that. Can you just provide a little bit more about kind of 26 trips? Why 26?
1 a month each area, and 1 extra is kind of where we were on that. Is, so you get the distribution being once a month and then 1 extra. And the 1 extra could either be padding on the 20 tons on a trip if you go over, or it could be an extra trip if you get there.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay. That concludes public comment, and it brings us to council discussion and action. So it's before us. So the floor for any discussion. You need Brianna.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I support adopting the CWPA EFPs for the upcoming season. These EFPs have proven valuable to help better assess the sardine stock offshore of California, and thought we could start there.
Okay. Anyone else? We will need a motion here on this, I believe, to officially approve it. Nope. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. just thinking here and follow up to my question to Mr. Fina and reading through their EFP, just wanted to note that I do support them, but am struggling a little bit with the scientific justification and sort of what we're getting from that biosampling EFP. So just as a discussion point, would encourage the folks working under that EFP, Mr. Fina, others, the SK folks who are scientific partners on that work, just to see a little bit more justification if this EFP is renewed next year about why this is happening. Also, there are some equity consideration across fisheries. You know, we do scientific sampling in under other FEPs, and fishermen are not able to sell that catch necessarily and recoup costs that way. So while I don't think that that's something that should be addressed here, I think that's a good thing on balance, fishermen getting paid for the work that they're doing and using that resource. It does come to mind as something to consider as we look across our FEPs. So thanks.
Thank you, Corey. What else? Okay. Brianna?
Thanks. I have a motion.
Okay.
Thank you. I move the council adopt the exempted fishing permit proposals and agenda item I2 and attachments 1 and 2 for consideration of harvest amounts under agenda item I3.
Okay. Is the language accurate on the screen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. For a second by Bob Dooley. Thank you, Bob. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Thanks. The data from these EFPs provide information for the sardine stock assessment. And the points that EFP verifies the tonnage estimates for the nearshore aerial survey and the biological sampling, EFP maintains a data stream of fishery dependent data. The collaboration by the industry helps with bringing fishermen supported science into our assessments and our management process. Thank you.
Okay. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Okay. I'm going to call for the question, seeing no hands. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right. Moses passes unanimously. Thank you, Brianna. Carrie, turn to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the motion, Council. If there's no other discussion or motions, then that concludes the business for this agenda item. And just as I mentioned before, the actual tonnage would be allocated under the next agenda item under the sardine harvest specification. So I think that concludes your business for this agenda item.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. And we're doing pretty good here. So let's take 10 minutes before we go to I3. So, all right.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
We can take our seats. All right, we're back in session. I just want to apologize to Chris German for being the Coast Guard seat this morning. I didn't acknowledge Chris, so my bad. So, all right. Okay, with that, we're back here in session in I3 and turn to Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item I3, Pacific Sardine Harvest Specifications and Management Measures for 2024-25 final action. At this meeting, the council will adopt harvest specifications and management measures for the upcoming fishing year, which runs July 1st through June 30th. There was a full benchmark stock assessment done from the NIMS Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and that is in your advanced briefing book. It's agenda item I3, attachment 1. Excuse me. And there's also, I'll note, a supplemental attachment 3 that belongs with the stock assessment 2. There was a fairly minor correction in some of the numbers. So when you think about the stock assessment, you should think about attachments 1 and 3, please. It was reviewed by a stock assessment review panel in La Jolla at the Southwest Center in February. And there was a star panel report produced from that. That's attachment 2 in your briefing book materials. At this meeting, the Scientific and Statistical Committee considered the assessment and the star panel report, and they provide a recommendation on the biomass estimate and overfishing limit and category designation, or a tier designation, as we call it in the CPS world. The action today, and you'll see these in the supplemental advisory body reports, will include the need for a P-star designation and resulting ABC value, also ACL and an ACT if the council wishes. And there have been accountability measures in this fishery the last couple of years, and that includes incidental landings. One thing to note that is noted in the situation summary is that since sardine has been declared overfished and is under a rebuilding program or a rebuilding plan right now, when it's under the 50,000 metric ton minimum stock size threshold, incidental landing allowances for sardine and other CPS fisheries is limited to no more than 20% per the rebuilding plan. However, the biomass estimate has it over 50,000 metric tons. It's still under rebuilding plan, and it's far short of the 150,000 metric ton cutoff value. So there's still no directed fishery. But since it's over 50,000 metric tons, it provides the opportunity for the council to select the incidental landings allowance between 0 and 45% instead of being limited to just up to 20%. So for the council action today, I want to make sure, sorry. Oh yeah, also in your supplemental materials, there's the SSC report and the CPSMT report and the CPSAS report. And there's also public comment in the public comment log. So back to the action, the council should adopt an OFL and a biomass estimate, and then also a P-star value and the corresponding ABC, ACL, and maybe an ACT, and then the incidental allowances, as I mentioned. And so after this overview, we don't have a presentation on the stock assessment itself, so we'll turn to the SSC and the other advisory bodies and then have public comment, and then finish with your council action as described in the situation summary. So there's the agenda item overview. I can take any questions, or we can move on to the advisory bodies.
Okay, questions for Carrie? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Carrie, for the overview. Just thinking about the stock assessment and our science needs, we just talked about a little bit. I'm looking at the year at a glance. And in November, we have something called Science Needs and Priorities agendas. Can you refresh my memory on what that includes and what the council has talked about as part of that agenda item? If you know, I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Ridings. Yeah, we do have the science needs and priorities for CPS. It was originally in the June agenda, shaded, I think, and now it's in November. And recall that in late 2022, there was a stock structure workshop, and that the report from that workshop is in your April 23 briefing book materials. And so with the stock structure issues and also some discussion about the EMSY value, and now we have Japanese sardines showing up in some of the surveys. I think seems to be a need to relook at the science needs and priorities. Southwest Center has sort of a discrete capacity, and so they, I think, would also appreciate additional guidance, and obviously would be quite involved. We don't have any agenda or any topics hardwired for that or anything, but that is on your future meeting agenda, the year at a glance.
Hey, Corey, and Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And follow up, Carrie, I think you got there at the end, and I may overreading what you meant by hardwired, but we had planned an item for that type of discussion to happen, which we haven't had before. It was going to happen this meeting, but it looks like it got moved to November. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, I thought it was for June originally.
You're correct. Yeah, I thought we were at the June meeting for a second. Excuse me. You're right.
No, sorry, you're still stuck in April, Mr. Niles. Yeah, but it's now, I don't recall if it's shaded or not, but it is on November.
Okay. All right. Let's see more hands. We'll turn to the SSC and Dr. Will Satterwhite. Will, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Great. Thanks a lot. Yes, I'll be reading Supplemental SSC Report 1. The SSC reviewed the 2024 stock assessment of the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine as modified in Agenda Item I3, Supplemental Attachment 3. Peter Kuriyama from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center presented the results of the stock assessment, and Andre Punt from the SSC and the chair of the STAR panel provided an overview of the STAR panel report. The SSC appreciates the effort by the stock assessment team to improve the assessment model in response to recommendations from previous full and update assessment reviews. The modification described in Agenda Item I3, Supplemental Attachment 3, was the removal of the model year 2020 semester 2, which is actually spring of the 2021 calendar year, acoustic trawl survey biomass estimate. This estimate was removed due to a lack of spatial coverage for that survey, and because all the sardine biomass observed in that survey was later determined to be the southern subpopulation rather than the northern subpopulation it was originally attributed to. This means that the northern subpopulation biomass estimate from that survey, which was already low, should have been even lower. When that survey was removed from the assessment, the new 2024 biomass estimate was slightly higher than originally estimated, despite the observation of low northern subpopulation biomass in the excluded survey. However, the effect on estimated H1 plus biomass for the upcoming management year is small, so 58,614 tons versus 56,428. The spring 2021 survey lacked spatial coverage of areas where the northern subpopulation were most likely to be present based on the revised habitat model. In the future, the SSC recommends a consistent and repeatable approach with a clearly explained rationale for the inclusion or exclusion of spring surveys. The SSC endorses the modified 2024 northern subpopulation assessment model as the best available science for use in management of the northern subpopulation. Major improvements from the last benchmark assessment in 2020 and the 2021 and 22 updates include routine use of inshore acoustic trawl surveys observations and an updated habitat model for allocating catches and acoustic trawl biomass to the northern versus southern subpopulations. The model estimate for age 1 plus biomass on July 1, 2024 is 58,614 tons. Based on application of the harvest control rule, with a temperature-dependent EMSY of 0.163 and the static distribution term of 0.87, the overfishing limit is 8,312 tons. The SSC recommends a category 2D sigma, which has a baseline value of 1.0 with a time-dependent increase as described on page 15 of the assessment, be used in calculating the 2024 to 2025 ABC from the 2024 to 2025 OFL. Table 6 of Supplementary Attachment 3 provides the ABC values for P-star alternatives that may be selected by the Council using the ABC Tier 2 row. The SSC notes that since the harvest control rule was revised in 2013, Temperature measurements have suggested an EMSY close to the upper end of the recommended range, despite evidence for low productivity and abundance since that time. The SSC recommends revisiting the analysis and assumptions informing the northern subpopulation harvest control rule, given evidence that the adopted relationship between sardine productivity and ocean temperatures is not currently valid. A substantial proportion of the US catch in recent years, for example, 87% in management year 2023 to 2024, is inferred to be from the southern subpopulation. See table 9.1 of the assessment. The SSC notes that the catch of sardine attributed to the northern subpopulation in Mexican waters appears to have declined over time, suggesting that the static distribution term used to apportion the OFL for the northern subpopulation should also be reconsidered. There is no information on the strength of the 2023 year class from any data source in the assessment, so it was estimated from the stock recruitment relationship. A substantial proportion of estimated 1+ biomass available for the 2024 to 2025 fishing year derives from the 2023 year class. The lack of an empirical estimate for age 1 biomass for 2024 adds unquantified uncertainty to the biomass estimated to be available in 2024 to 2025. Pre-specifying a fixed value of Q, or survey catchability, leads to unquantified uncertainty in biomass, and Japanese sardine contributed an unknown proportion of the estimated total sardine biomass. There are also uncertainties associated with stock recruitment steepness, the natural mortality rate, acoustic trawl target strength and species composition, and limited acoustic trawl survey age composition data that were poorly fit by the model. The assessed July 1, 2024 summary or age 1+ biomass of 58,614 tons is above the minimum stock size threshold of 50,000 tons, but below the rebuilding target of 150,000 tons. However, the SSC notes that the difference between the assessed biomass and the minimum stock size threshold is substantially smaller than the uncertainty in the assessed biomass. The SSC endorses the research recommendations of the STAR panel to improve future assessments. The SSC reiterates that the assessment and OFL apply to the northern subpopulation. An increasing proportion of the US sardine catch, particularly in Southern California waters, has been assigned to the southern subpopulation based on the habitat model. The southern subpopulation is not currently included in the CPS fishery management plan. Consequently, catches of the southern subpopulation are counted against the allowable catch for the northern subpopulation, but the biomass of the southern subpopulation is not included in the assessed northern subpopulation biomass. The SSC recommends that the Council consider identifying management approaches for the southern subpopulation, given its inferred increased presence in US waters. And that concludes the SSC statement. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Will. Questions for Dr. Satterwhite on the SSC report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks, Will. Maybe a couple questions. I guess I'll start with the topic we were talking about under the NIMS report, Will, if you were listening on the Japanese sardine. And a few of us are now surprised to see the results of the genetics showing that they're off the northwest, but also, I guess the question is, can you elaborate on what the effect would be of those fish on assessment results a little more, and if they're there to be taken by the fishery, but they're not contributing to the spawning potential, but recruitment and Steve is all uncertain anyway. Can you just go give a little of your thoughts, if you have any, on what the effect of those fish could be on these results?
Thanks for the question, Corey. I can speak to that a little bit. I mean, the SSC did not spend a lot of time discussing that issue, and I think that a little bit of the results that Annie showed were sort of new relative to what had been available at the time of the STAR panel. So really, the SSC was sort of aware of the presence of some Japanese sardine, but it did not seem at that time that the sort of amount that was being contributed by sardine was well characterized, or was being contributed by Japanese sardine was not really well characterized at that time. So it's sort of something we noted as an issue that's going to need consideration going forward, but we really didn't have a sense of, how large is that contribution of Japanese sardine. As Andy mentioned, the sort of the question of, are they actually recruiting here? We don't really know that yet. Are they sort of different in their life history parameters? There's maybe some analogies to cases where we have cryptic species in groundfish. And I think so that sort of contributed to the category 2 designation. But yeah, beyond that, I don't think we really have a clear picture of what, we don't really have a clear picture of what the effects of Japanese sardine going forward will be.
Corey?
Thanks, Will. Appreciate that. My other question, as you say, I don't want to say it's a breakthrough, but it seems like a pretty noteworthy change about delineating the northern and southern subpopulations. And I'm looking at, I guess, figure 1.3 in the assessment, and, in thinking in the recent past about seeing possible exploitation rates from the Mexican fishery on the stock and wondering how high those were. And now it looks like from that figure that the Mexican catches are having zero effect on the northern subpopulation. So again, just kind of same type of question. Can you elaborate on? And yet the other thing is, it doesn't seem the picture of spawning biomass is too different from what it was before. So yeah, do you have any elaboration on the effects of that improvement on being able to tell the different, or delineate these subpopulations better?
Yeah, well, I think that the sort of the reattribution of some of that Mexican catch, I think, helps with some of the weird retrospective patterns we were seeing in some of the earlier assessments, where the assessments were sort of had to somehow create northern subpopulation biomass that was then immediately being removed by those Mexican fisheries. And so that's why, the overall biomass picture didn't really change much. As we do note, if it is the case that there's very little northern subpopulation in Mexican waters, that might mean that the distribution term might need to be updated. But that's sort of our extent of our discussion there. Other than, again, noting that sort of, again, some of those sort of worrisome retrospective patterns in the earlier assessments that were sort of driven by those seemingly large northern subpopulation catches in Mexico, that issue in the assessment does seem to be resolved by the new habitat model. Or maybe not completely resolved, but certainly improved.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Will. Okay. Next up will be the CPS management team report. Oh, Brianna, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thanks, Will, for the report. I had a question about, let's see, where was it? The distribution. Near the top of page 2, that first full paragraph, the SSC notes that the catch of sardine attributed to the NSP in Mexican waters appears to have declined over time, suggesting that the static distribution term used to apportion the OFL for NSP should be also reconsidered. And I guess I was under the impression that distribution term had to do with the long-term average of biomass in US and Mexican waters, not specifically with catch so much. But either way, I'm just wondering if the SSC is trying to make the point that the distribution term is providing some extra buffer in this instance for the OFL.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, and the distribution term should be reflective of sort of where biomass is, not where catch is. But the idea is just sort of that there seems to be increasing evidence that there's really not much northern subpopulation in Mexico. And so therefore, the sort of assumption that 87% of the biomass is in the US and 13% is in Mexico, it may actually be less than 13% is in Mexico, sort of in more recent years and quite possibly going forward. And then, yeah, if that was the case, then you would want to use a larger distribution term, a distribution term closer to 1 might better characterize the recent distribution. And so, yeah, to the extent that you are still using that old distribution term, that is obviously going to give you a slightly lower OFL than you would get if your distribution term was closer to 1.
Thank you. Will, I have another question for you. So let's see. It's the second to last paragraph, and it's the last sentence. However, the SSC notes that the difference between the assessed biomass and the MSST is substantially smaller than the uncertainty in the assessed biomass. And I guess I'm wondering in that discussion, during the discussion with the SSC, if the SSC referred to table 9.2, it's on page 49 of the assessment, which shows just how much catch is attributed to the northern subpop, which looks to be on the order of only hundreds of tons in these most recent years. And so I'm just trying to understand what the SSC is trying to say with that sentence versus considering the extremely low, almost, you could say de minimis levels of catch when we're considering the assessment overall.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, that really is sort of, it's on an entirely different topic from catch. So we weren't, considering catch when we wrote that sentence. The idea with that sentence was, not to question whether, sort of the assessed biomass met the legal standard for no longer being overfished. I mean, I think the assessed biomass does meet that standard. I think it was just partly to sort of give some just context in terms of things that the council might want to consider and sort of just deciding, how either precautionary or not precautionary to be given that uncertainty, but then also just a little bit of expectation management, just a sort of warning that, again, this assessment does come in above minimum stock size threshold. As we noted, a significant chunk of the biomass that gets you above minimum stock size threshold is based on, the recruitment that's just pulled off the stock recruit curve. There's no direct evidence. It could be that the recruitment was actually higher than that. It could be that the recruitment was actually lower than that. If it turns out the recruitment was actually lower than that, it could be the case that the next assessment is again going to be below the MSST, even in the presence of, very minimal harvest. Because again, sort of, if the recruitment did not materialize, then, it may well be that the next assessment will be again under the MSST. So it's not, it's not trying to pin any sort of blame on the catch, just sort of saying, be careful given the uncertainty in that biomass estimate, or just, be aware that there's the potential that the next assessment could be higher or could be lower.
Thank you. I have another question, Will, and it has to do with the EMSY. And if you look at the assessment, it's called figure 1.4. It actually looks like a table. And it's on page 16. And I realize that this has been updated in the supplemental. But if you look at the OFL formula, and it says EMSY is bounded between 0 to 0.25. And that's, again, for the OFL. And the SSC goes on to say that EMSY is close to the upper end of the recommended range. But then if you look at the stock assessment again on page 76, I believe, table 9.24, you can see the various EMSY values over the years. And so I was just wondering, when the SSC had this discussion, if they noted that EMSY is down from 0.2 from last round, and that both of these most recent values are below the 0.25. And I mean, I guess I could go on to say, did the SSC go back and look at when this action took place in November 2014 with the EMSY? There's an MT report in there that speaks to the quartiles that were used, and it's very, it'd be nice to clear up if that quartile part of 0.17 is actually considered the lower part, and if these values are actually in the lower range rather than the upper range. If you can help me understand, that'd be great. If not, we can revisit it later. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, so to be completely honest, I mean, we did not spend a lot of time defining exactly what it means to be near the upper bound. Again, it's sort of, are we talking about upper bound of the range used in the OFL calculation? Are we talking the upper bound of the range used in the harvest guideline calculation? Are we talking upper bound compared to the range of historical values? And so, yes, it has come down some. On the other hand, there is no strict, I mean, again, in the, harvest control rule, EMSY could be as low as 0. So in that sense, again, 0.163 is actually towards the high end. So this was not done in terms of quartiles of the historical distribution. It's more just sort of noting that, while it has come down some, it's still, again, in the upper end of just sort of the possible range, even if not the sort of recent historical range. And just there is potentially still some inconsistency in being towards the higher end of the possible range, even though, we now have a stock that has had a very minimal fishery for many years and yet does not seem to be increasing very much. And so, that just does sort of call the whole idea that under these sort of temperature regimes, the stock should be more productive. That just does not seem to be the case. So I hope that helps. But yeah, I mean, we didn't spend a ton of time, trying to quantify exactly what would correspond being near the upper range or not.
Thanks, Will. And one last question. So page 2, I guess the second full paragraph, there's various uncertainties listed there, and I'm just wondering how they play into the selection of the sigma value. And if, I guess, sigma category tier 2 is what is encompassing these uncertainties.
Yeah, exactly. So, and if you sort of click on the, where it says in the statement category 2D, if you click on that link, that'll take you to the terms of reference where the different categories are defined. And basically category 2D is sort of an assessment that has all the data sources that would be needed to meet the standard to be a category 1, but there are sort of extra uncertainties. Just even despite the inclusion of all those data sources, there are still sort of extra uncertainties compared to a typical category 1 assessment. And then the terms of reference says, if the SSC designates a category 2D, it will provide the rationale. And so then, yeah, that paragraph is sort of, this is highlighting the issues that are increasing the uncertainty relative to a typical category 1.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Brianna. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Brianna asked a lot of good questions. It's hard to piece these all together. So it's kind of a big picture here, Will, and a little wind up till I get to my question. Yeah, like Brianna's pointing out some good, like if our distribution parameter is probably wrong, and so we're overly buffering. This EMSY, I guess it's telling us that temperatures are more favorable and we should be expecting high recruitment, but we're not seeing it. And you're taking it off a stock recruitment curve. But I guess in the bigger picture here, we're in a rebuilding plan. And I remember when I saw the rebuilding plan for Sardine, I was expecting something much different, but this really looks like it's a rockfish almost, the way it's rebuilding. And you note the uncertainty and steepness, and which makes me think of if Mike Berner was here talking about how CPS species don't have a fixed stock recruit relationship. So I guess along with, so just any thoughts you have on the bigger picture of, like you're saying, catch is low, and the intuition of a lot of us up here is what's going to rebuild this stock is not groundfish type stock recruitment dynamics, but it's going to be whatever strange conditions, unusual conditions come together to create huge recruitments in getting back above our cutoff. That's what it's going to take. So just pointing back to the beginning, my first sentence, I think, was it's hard to put all these together to know whether we're being overly precautionary or not. yet in the bigger picture, we're trying to minimize catch, taking needs of fishing communities into account while rebuilding as fast as possible. Just hoping for this stock to boom again. But yeah, can you help us put all these pieces together and how we should be thinking about our harvest policies here?
Possibly. So I don't want to stray too far from what the SSC actually discussed, but fortunately, we do have some material in our notes that sort of may be relevant. So I will just read verbatim from the notes. Low steepness is not necessarily implausible. There may also be extended periods of low productivity and low steepness, alternating with periods of high productivity and high steepness, as originally proposed by Jacobson and McCall, 1995, as cited in the assessment. That work provided the conceptual basis for the environmentally driven control rule, although there is some recognition that the mechanism for this variable productivity proposed by Jacobson and McCall as temperature is likely incorrect. Further research into dynamic steepness values and/or appropriate priors for steepness of CPS could be warranted. It may be helpful for this or other research to extend future and/or research assessments back further in time to provide estimates of recruitment and productivity during both the rise and the fall of sardine biomass over the past 3 to 4 decades. Although data for the early periods of the rise are sparse, the 2014 assessment extended back to 1993, and the 2010 assessment extended back to 1981. So I don't know if that's hugely helpful in sort of formulating your management advice for this year, but I think, sort of recognition of the need to wrestle with the sort of seeming sort of extended periods of high productivity alternating with extended periods of low productivity. That sort of seems like a definite feature of CPS biology, but that it's hard to capture in a rebuilding plan or, in an assessment that assumes a fixed value of steepness. So I don't know if that was helpful, but I hope it was a little bit helpful.
Yes, thanks, Will. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Chair Penninger. Thanks, Dr. Satterthwaite. My question doesn't relate to specifically to the management question before us today, but it's sort of shaping some longer term thinking related to what Mr. Niles was asking. I think all these pieces and trying to put them together. I look specifically at the last sentence in the SSC report that you recommend the council consider identifying management approaches for the southern subpopulation. And my question related to the science the SSC discussed, is the SSC assuming a continued pathway of a sort of a two-stock management approach where recognizing now there is this southern subpopulation and their management approaches, or was there a broader discussion about sardines in general and how you incorporate some of the emerging science that's coming out on population structure and stock structure and those types of things, and thinking from the scientific basis, is there a better way to proceed with scientific or with our management of that based on the scientific basis that would inform that? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So we did not spend a lot of time sort of discussing what alternative management approaches might be. And I think that's probably a little bit outside of sort of our purview. It was more just sort of a recognition on the science side that there's just sort of this inconsistency between sort of the units that are being used to derive the OFL versus the units that catch is being measured in. What the appropriate management response to that is, I think is, not really a question for the SSC, but just sort of noting that, we're calculating the OFL based on just northern subpopulation biomass, and yet we're then measuring catch based on sort of sardine biomass, and just noting the inconsistency there.
Thanks, that helps.
Okay, thanks, Pete. All right, anyone else? Slowly scan to make sure I don't miss anyone. Okay, all right. I think we'll on to the management team. And so, Tron Lynn, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Council. Good morning. My name is Trung Nguyen. I'm going to be reading the supplemental CPS MT Report 1. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team reviewed the 2024 Pacific Sardine Benchmark Assessment and the supplemental appendix to the assessment for the northern subpopulation of Pacific Sardine. The CPS MT also reviewed the SSC report, recommending an overfishing limit and corresponding acceptable biological catch values for 2024 to 2025 harvest specifications for Tier 2, in Table 6 of the supplemental appendix to the assessment. The age 1+ biomass estimated from the 2024 assessment is projected to be 58,614 metric tons on July 1st, 2024. The SSC recommended an OFL of 8,312 metric tons for the 2024 to 2025 fishing season based on the age 1+ biomass estimate. The stock remains below the cutoff value of 150,000 metric tons of age 1+ biomass, and therefore the CPS FMP dictates that the primary directed fishery be closed for the 2024 to 2025 fishing year. This does not prohibit exempted fishing permits, incidental catch, minor directed catch, or catch for light bait, recreational, and tribal fisheries. The CPS MT recommends maintaining a P-star value of 0.40 for use in setting harvest specifications. This produces an ABC of 6,005 metric tons for the 2024 to 2025 fishing year. The CPS MT recommends setting an ACL equal to ABC with an annual catch target of 5,500 metric tons for the 2024 to 2025 fishing year. This accommodates CPS fisheries and incidental harvest in non-CPS fisheries, as well as the proposed 670 metric tons from EFP requests. The CPS MT also recommends the accountability measures listed below to prevent exceeding the ACL. The CPS MT notes that all sources of catch, including EFP, research set-asides, live bait fishery, incidental catch in CPS and non-CPS fisheries, and minor directed fishing, will be accounted for against the ACL. These recommended harvest specifications align with the rebuilding plan for Pacific Sardine. Table 2 in this report summarizes the levels of sardine catch in CPS and non-CPS fisheries for the most recent fishing seasons and shows that recent catch in US has remained below the ACL. The CPS FMP allows the incidental landing limit to range up to 45% when the stock is above the minimum stock size threshold of 50,000 metric tons and still below the cutoff. The CPS MT conferred with the CPS AS and agreed that an increase from 20 to 30% would provide more flexibility for the CPS fishery. And just to note that there was a minor typo in that sentence there. It should be that the biomass estimate is above the MSST. Just pointing out, table 1 is just kind of a summary of what was discussed. And then I'll just read off the CPS MT recommended accountability measures. Incidental landing limit in CPS fisheries of 30%. If landings in the light bait fishery attain 3,000 metric tons, a per landing limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine per trip will apply to the light bait fishery. If the ACT of 5,500 metric tons is attained, a per trip limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine applies to all CPS fisheries, and an incidental landing allowance of 2 metric tons of Pacific sardine in non-CPS fisheries until this ACL is reached. And then table 2 is just the summary of all the landings. Thank you.
Thank you, Tron. Questions on the management team report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Trong. This is going to just going back. I'll preface this with it's hard to put together all these pieces. And this maybe a simple question, hopefully, on the table of catches, as the SSC report has said, and you all have reminded us of for many years that there's this issue of separating the subpopulations and the catches. Are these catches all just northern subpopulation, or is it still, do they include that same issue with the southern subpopulation being in there as well?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Niles. Yeah, so the table 2 is pretty much all catch. That's including southern subpop and northern subpop. In the assessment report, table 9.1, that's where they separate out the northern and southern subpop. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Corey. No other hands? All right, thanks, John.
Thank you.
All right, next up will be the CPS Advisor Subpanel, Mark Fina. Welcome, Mark.
Good morning again. I'm Mark Fina from the CPSAS. And I'm just going to summarize our report, but if you have questions about what's in there or would like me to read some of it, I'd be happy to do that. We began our report, but just by summarizing some observations about the fishery and the assessment. The survey and the assessment results are showing a continuing increase in the population of the northern, in the northern population, subpopulation estimates, and they're now over the MSST. The revised habitat model suggests a substantial portion of the catches, including bycatch in Southern California, are not from the northern subpopulation. The SSC chose a conservative category or tier 2 designation, which we think incorporates substantial precaution into the specs, particularly given that there's a new benchmark assessment. The decline in the northern subpopulation sardine catches in Mexico isn't reflected in the distribution term, which we think also incorporates some significant precaution. We agreed with the CPS management team's recommendations on both the specifications and the accountability measures, so I don't need to review those. We also made a statement that we believe the 670 metric tons proposed for the EFP will leave sufficient sardines for both the bait fishery and bycatch and other fisheries, given those accountability measures. A couple other areas we commented on. If you look at the STAR panel's report, they suggest that stock structure investigations remain a high priority. We also wanted to endorse that. We believe it's the most pressing scientific research need is understanding the stock structure. Sardines off California are largely excluded from the survey estimates of the northern subpopulation, and only a small portion of the California catches are classified as northern. This is despite the fact that the most recent survey years show more biomass in the southern subpopulation than the northern subpopulation. We think the urgency to refine the science for management of the northern subpopulation is reduced as long as the stock is recovering in over the MSST. So it allows you a little more liberty to focus on the science in the southern subpopulation. We also pointed out in the report that the STAR panel's recommendation to continue comparing species comps for both trawl compared to seine, as well as the Lisa Marie, which is the private vessel that does some of the survey work as well against the white boats, should be pursued. And that should help the acoustic trawl survey. There was a minority report from the conservation representative. She commented that the biomass forecast is it remains nearly 100,000 metric tons below the directed fishery threshold. While they're over the while the estimates over the MSST, it's only 8,000 metric tons over that, and that shouldn't be taken as a signal that the stock projections support recovery that's going to allow increased harvests in the near term. She doesn't believe that the specs warrant an additional ACT increase of 2,000 metric tons. And given the uncertainties in the fishery, particularly the EMSY and the southern subpopulation accounting and interactions with the commercial fishery, that precaution is merited, and that should be reflected in a lower P-star, as well as keeping the incidental catch allowance at 20% or perhaps even lower. And that overall, she thinks that the recommendations that she's putting forward are appropriate in light of the condition of the stock. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Questions on the advisory panel report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mark, and to the subpanel for the thoughtful ideas here. I guess going to the question Pete asked, the SSC, this topic always just, it hurts my head for some reason about the subpopulations, and we're asking for an ACT. Well, if we look at the too many reports open, but the management team showed us the catches from last year and the year before, which are, a little bit over 1,000 metric tons, I believe. And if the SSC report says something like 80% of that is the southern subpopulation, and this is just all way muddled up. If you're asking for 5,000 metric tons of catch when you're catching less than 2,000, and that includes a different subpopulation, I'll stop there. I think we all understand the challenge here, but can you just elaborate more on your paragraph about the your priorities for then figuring out the stock structure? Just can you elaborate a little more on what you see the next steps are and how we if not fix this and improve it some?
Sure, and we agree with you. It's all muddled up without question. We think that the numbers here that are in the recommendations are supportable given the science, and particularly given, as you said, that a lot of these catches are in the south and off the southern subpopulation. So it's a little less concerning for the implications for the north. In terms of how to go forward, we were looking at that item in November as an appropriate spot to kind of launch moving on this. We think it gives time to sort out things a little bit more at the Science Center and get the science a little more well-grounded. I think in the NIMS presentation, you saw that there are some papers forthcoming that go to this issue, both genetics and looking at the genetics and also the biology of sardines and how the biology may explain or not explain separate subpopulations. We think getting that a little more grounded, as well as giving a little bit of time for some communications between the Science Center and the management in sustainable fisheries will help you get on a more solid path. One of the hesitations we've had in kind of pushing forward with this too aggressively is not allowing the time for the science to catch up and science and management to align so you get it right.
Thanks, Corey. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fina. I guess a bit of a follow-up on Corey's to make sure I understood part of your response in terms of the supporting the 5,500 ACT and your comment that it's sort of what the science supports. It's my understanding, however, based on your comment, it isn't the expectation from the industry that will be realized based on the market limitations we've seen in bait and the continued closure of the directed fishery. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. The only way we might get to that number that I could perceive happening is if you somehow saw, some fishery become more active than it currently is. And that would, something like mackerel, and you found some mixed schools with mackerel with a bunch of sardines in it. And even then, I think you probably wouldn't see us getting to that number. I think it's pretty unlikely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. All right. Not seeing any hands. So thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
That completes our reports. Takes us to public comment. I believe we have two. Okay. All right. First up, we have Matt Everingham, followed by Bitten Internet. So welcome back, Matt.
Thank you. Matt Everingham with Everingham Brothers Bait Company. I'm a fourth generation live bait fisherman. Everingham Brothers Bait Company has been around since 1951. I'm here to express my support from Everingham Brothers Bait Company for the harvest specifications recommended by the management team. I have stated previously in public comments that we are seeing an abundance of sardine in Southern California. This has continued for another year and has been unusually consistent year-round yet again. And this has resulted in taking less time to find sardines on a consistent basis, again, all year round, which is highly unusual. We greatly appreciate the ongoing effort to better understand the sardine stock structure and also the opportunity to participate in the sampling that is being done through the CWPA. I think that's going to be something that will contribute to better understanding the stock structure. That concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Questions for Matt on his testimony? Okay, I'll see your hands. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
All right. And next up is Ben Icktenap. Ben, are you there? You're muted, Ben. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Good morning. I'm Ben Icktenap representing Oceana. Oceana would like to commend the work of the National Marine Fisheries Service and the Pacific Fishery Management Council to complete this benchmark assessment. The assessment makes significant improvements by using an updated habitat model to apportion landings between the northern and the southern sardine population, and by directly measuring nearshore biomass using fishing vessel acoustic trawl methods. The assessment shows that the population remains collapsed. It's below the cutoff threshold. And at the start of the fishing year, it is projected to be just slightly above the minimum stock size threshold. We note that table 9.14 in the assessment shows that the age 1+ biomass has been bouncing above and below the MSST for the past several years. And there's no clear trend that would suggest that the population is recovering. Oceana supports taking the following actions: keep the directed fishery closed. Second, set a precautionary annual catch limit to minimize catches while rebuilding the stock. Third, limit Pacific sardine bycatch and other directed CPS fisheries to no more than 20% of landings, not 30%. The priority should be rebuilding the population, not just allowing flexibility for more bycatch. And last, our recommendation is to convene a scientific workshop to reevaluate the sardine EMSY fishing rate in the harvest control rule. To this last point, the EMSY fishing rate, as was discussed, is used to calculate the Pacific sardine overfishing limit and the ABC, and it's bound between 0 and 25% based on the recent average sea surface temperatures collected in the Cal Coffee survey area off Southern California. The idea is that with warmer temperatures in this region, there's higher sardine productivity, and thus a higher exploitation rate is warranted. But the problem is that year after year, we've been observing extremely low sardine productivity, while the EMSY values that are being calculated are frequently set at the highest bounds. For example, in 2015, the year that NMFS took emergency action to close the directed fishery because the stock had collapsed below cutoff, the EMSY fishing rate was greater than 30%. This mismatch between sea surface temperature and the actual observed productivity allows for inflated fishing levels at times when we know stock productivity is at an all-time low. This issue has been known for a while now. In 2019, scientists at NOAA and the UC Santa Cruz Institute of Marine Scientists published a paper on this. That paper is entitled Reevaluation of the Environmental Dependence of Pacific Sardine Recruitment. And in that paper, the authors Juan Zwolinski and David Deemer show, and I quote, that the earlier correlation with sea surface temperature is likely invalid, and that these types of environmental stock recruitment relationships, quote, should be avoided. The authors also provide solutions. They state that dynamic fishing mortalities could be based on measurements of recent stock productivity inferred directly from the surveys or from the results of an analytical assessment based on those observations. And as you know from the SSC statement, they're also highlighting this issue. And I'm just quoting here from their statement. They say the SSC recommends revisiting the analysis and assumptions informing the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine harvest control rule, given evidence that the adopted relationship between sardine productivity and ocean temperatures is not currently valued. And there are other issues with the sardine harvest control rule that should be addressed, but the EMSY fishing rate is one that's clearly ripe for reevaluation now. There's a scientific consensus that the current EMSY approach is broken. It needs to be addressed, and there are solutions. So that is our request. We request that the council directed staff to convene a workshop, including the SSC subcommittee, CPS subcommittee, the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and other CPS experts to reevaluate this EMSY fishing rate and recommend an alternative approach for use in the next management cycle. That concludes my comments. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, Ben. Questions for Ben on this testimony? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Ben, for the testimony and for agreeing with you that it seems like a lot of progress was made with this assessment. I'm thinking about groundfish rebuilding and how similar, excuse me, I can't never say similar this is situation. And I'll get to the question here, look for your reaction. Yet, in going through like the rebuilding of canary rockfish, yellow eye rockfish, kind of what we really learned, I think, is it's the management measures in place that are the key thing in what catch will end up being. In other words, you can almost, for yellow eye rockfish, ignore the OFL and ABC altogether because the management measures and the rebuilding harvest control rules were so way below them that we almost never spent any time talking about the ABC P-star for yellow eye rockfish, for example. And that's what I'm kind of seeing that here with sardine for the however many years it's been. And it's, I think the exchange between Josh and Mark also brought this thought: if the fisheries and the management measures stay in place, and we have this subpopulation issue, just seems like there's a 1 in a million chance that catch is ever going to get to the ACL. So I'm wondering, hearing all the reasons for worrying about how our OFL ABCs are being set, but at this time it doesn't seem to the real action is at the management measure level. So my question is, do you have any reaction to that thought that came to my mind in hearing your testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Niles and Mr. Chair. And again, apologize I'm not there in person. I do appreciate the chance to do this remotely, though. I guess my reaction is I think it would be a risky path to go down to start not worrying about how OFLs and ABCs are set, since those are really the fundamental backstops, for preventing overfishing. I think we need to take those really seriously and do our best to make sure that they're right. But I hear you. I understand what you're saying. That's why, but given the concerns about the assessment, given concerns about EMSY being inflated, and that the population's so low and it's still in this rebuilding period, why we're recommending a more precautionary approach to rebuilding. But I don't think it's a good idea just to decide, well, we're not going to really worry so much about those numbers because, in operations, well, then maybe the fishery is not going to actually catch it. If that were the case, then they wouldn't be asking for such highly, inflated catch levels. Like, they don't necessarily need to have them so high. So I don't know. That's my reaction. I think we should take these ABCs and OFL values very seriously.
Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. My words were probably not carefully chosen. I didn't mean to say we should not ignore them altogether, and do really appreciate the attention you all pay to those issues like the EMSY. So appreciate your answer.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Further questions for Ben? All right. Not see any. So hope to see you in San Diego, man. So, all right. That concludes public testimony and takes us to council action. So open the floor for discussion. Brianna Brady.
Thank you. Thanks. I just wanted to show appreciation for the stat and our advisory bodies, and say that I am supportive of the MT and the AS's recommendations for annual specifications, including the amounts for the EFPs for 150 and 520 metric tons.
Okay, thank you, Brianna. All right, anyone else? Vice Chair Hassel.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I know we have an adoption here. I think there's more guidance or discussion. So I just wanted to highlight, I'll come back when we've taken our action here.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, at this point, I'm looking for a motion. Perchance, Brianna.
Thank you. Hayden, thank you. I move the council adopt the Pacific Sardine stock assessment and the following: the biomass of 58,614 metric tons, the OFL of 8,312 metric tons, a P-star buffer of 0.4, an ABC tier 2 of 6,500 metric tons, an ACL of 6,500 metric tons, an ACT of 5,500 metric tons. Number 1, the exempted fishing permit amounts for agenda item I2, attachment 1, 150 metric tons, attachment 2, 520 metric tons. Number 2, incidental landing limit of sardines in other CPS fisheries of 30%. Excuse me. In landings in the live bait fishery, if landings in the live bait fishery attain 3,000 metric tons, a per landing limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine per trip will apply to the live bait fishery. Number 4, if the act of 5,500 metric tons is attained, a per trip limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine applies to all CPS fisheries. And then an incidental per landing allowance of 2 metric tons of Pacific sardine in non-CPS fisheries until the ACL is reached.
Okay. Thank you, Brianna. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is. Although that last one is supposed to be a number 5. I don't know what happened in the formatting. Thank you.
Very good. Seconded by Mark Grelek. So thank you, Mark. Please. Good now? So, right. Okay, please speak to your motion. No. Yes, Mark.
I raised my hand because while we have the ABC and ACL on the screen is 6,005, what I heard from Brianna was 6,500. So I'd like some clarification on that.
So it wasn't a second.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mark. I read it wrong. It's 6,005.
Okay, thanks for clarification, Mark. So I thought you just wanted to beat Bob to the second. So
okay.
Okay. So a change been made?
If you're looking for a second, I will second the motion since I see it blank on the screen.
Okay, very good. All right, Brianna, please speak to your motion.
Thanks. As noted by the SSC, this benchmark assessment for sardine should be adopted for management to set the OFL with a category 2 sigma to inform the ABC. And as the SSC specified, there are major improvements from the last benchmark assessment that was in 2020. I'd actually be comfortable with setting the P-star at 0.45. And since the SSC recommended the tier 2 sigma to account for the other uncertainty, however, I chose to stay with the recommendation of our advisory bodies with a P-star of 0.4. Also, the directed fishery continues to remain closed to allow for rebuilding, and noting that the actual amount of take that occurs is actually quite low for northern subpop. And given our past experience with incidental allowance, setting the incidental take allowance in other CPS fisheries at 30% would allow for fishermen to land other species if the opportunity is there, and would reduce the potential for having to release those loads that wouldn't meet that incidental allowance. Additionally, the management measures as outlined by the AS and the MT allows for small amounts of catch in other CPS and non-CPS fisheries until the ACL is reached. And the EFP set-asides will continue the ongoing work to help maintain nearshore and fishery data for the stock assessments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brianna. All right, questions for the motion maker? More discussion on the motion? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Brianna, for the motion. I'm pretty sure I'm going to vote for this, but I did want to share a few thoughts under discussion here. Just having ongoing concerns about how low the stock is. Thinking about the uncertainty that was mentioned by the SSC in terms of legally being above MSST, but sort of within the error bars of that assessment. And while we don't have directed fishing, we have an EFP that in my mind isn't well scientifically justified, and we're looking at raising the incidental percentage here. You know, all these numbers are relatively low, but there is science out there that suggests with CPS stocks that, you know, when they're up, you fish them. When they're down, you leave them alone. And I think we know, and we've heard a lot about CPS science over the years, that, you know, we still, and Mr. Niles said something earlier about the unknown or the crazy or something like that about the environmental drivers. But just thinking about if there would be value to leaving them more alone. The last 10 years have not seen an appreciable increase. I think this is concerning. And I appreciated Mr. Enticknap's testimony regarding the importance of setting ABCs, even when the management isn't seen as major or hugely consequential. And this is somewhat reflective of the conversation the council had a few days ago when Mr. Niles and Mr. Anderson spoke to managing something that we know is incorrect or wrong. And I had to go personally meditate on that and think about that and what that meant in terms of how we manage as a council and how I vote as a council member. And I just appreciated the intent on that. So thinking about a lot of the uncertainty that's existing here, what we know about EMSY, and some of the larger concerns that we're having over just the core dynamics and structure of the stock. So again, I think I'm going to vote for this. I just wanted to put those concerns out.
Thank you, Corey. Art Grolnick.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. A few comments. It seems like we don't know enough about the stock, right? There's some questions on composition. And I know there's work ongoing there between the two different subpopulations. But it's really hard for us to know for certain we're doing the right thing without having a better handle on that information. I think that in managing fisheries, especially those that are overfished, we shouldn't, our command should be to do no harm, but I'm looking at the removals that we've had historically, at least since the 2019-2020 season, and they're not a large percentage of the stock. And so I think it's clear to me anyway that this is the low abundance is primarily environmentally driven. And, perhaps we don't understand fully. Maybe this is all the environment will support. But again, I agree. I'm going to support the motion. I think the removals are low and sufficiently responsible. But I am hungry for a better understanding of the different subpopulations and to what extent is this environmentally driven as opposed to the result of removals from the fishery.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Anyone else? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and Corey's reminder of the Dover sole being wrong. And I mean, I've asked that I agree that this is really, I use the word muddled. And I think that is an appropriate word for it. And I'm really looking forward to that, having that item in November where we start to figure out what the next steps are. But in terms of being muddled, I think I still think this is very consistent with how we've rebuilt Groundfish in the past. We're allowing incidental catch to meet the needs of the fishing community and minimizing it as much as we can. while trying to rebuild the stock as quickly as possible. And yeah, it seems like the science tells us this is an environmentally driven stock back to tens of thousands or however years ago before people were fishing it. Yeah, and I kind of think we're leaving it alone if this subpopulation pattern happens. If catch goes back to above let's just say 2,000 metric tons for math, and only 20% of it is the northern population. That's only 400 metric tons if I can do math on the fly. So that's pretty much leaving it alone. Yeah, and I do understand why we've and NIMS has been telling us to be patient on trying to figure out some of these questions of like EMSY and all that, and which ones are the most important to take, and wait for some of the science to develop. And I think this assessment, we did see some I'm still trying to understand the significance of the changes, but they do seem really big. And so, yeah, with this, NIMS was asking us to wait for this assessment before we got to that, what do we do next discussion. So yeah, I do continue to support this approach of how we're building the stock, and looking forward to that November discussion. And one last thought is, in my question to Will and the SSC about how do we put all these pieces together, and this is not a critique of Will or the SSC at all, but maybe a thought for staff. But Will understandably does not want to go beyond what the SSC discussed, because he doesn't want to say things that the rest of the SSC won't agree with. But I'm wondering, if we can't ask this SSC those questions, who do we ask them of? And where was the assessment team the right place? We didn't have them here to ask questions. So I think there should be someone here to help us answer those questions. And again, not being overly critical, but just looking to the future and how we can have these discussions the best we can. But thank you, Brianna, as typical for the very thorough motion and supportive.
Okay, hey, Corey. One last scan of the room to make sure I'm not missing any hands. Not seeing any, so I'll call for the question. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those no? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Very good. Thank you, Brianna. Pete?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we don't need to have the last word here. I guess considering the comments that were made, I could have fitted in there, but it seems separate. And I agree with what Mr. Niles was just saying. I think the discussions we had today, what we heard, just points to the importance of in what we'll do in November. That's a workload planning item. But getting at those science priorities, what was most maybe bothersome, what I heard today was the SSC saying there's this disconnect between how the assessment is done and how catch is assigned. And we need to look at that. And this emerging science on stock structure, population structure, and how that bears in. Our management is informed by science. And if we're not applying that science correctly, or if we need to refresh and take a new look at how the science can inform our management and possibly change it, we should do it. So leave it there. November seems pretty important. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Pete. Okay, before we close out here, anybody else? Okay, Carrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, council members. You have concluded your action for this agenda item. We will transmit the harvest specifications and the accountability measures to the National Marine Fisheries Service. We'll acknowledge the endorsement or the fact that that this motion accounts for the EFP requests. The applicant will need to then apply to National Marine Fisheries Service themselves. And yeah, I think that concludes it.
Okay, very good. Good work, everyone. With that, we're going to take a break. And we're going to come back on Groundfish. But Merrick, do you want anything to add?
No, nothing from me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All righty, we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Wow. I apologize. I thought I passed the gavel before the break, but I did not. So with that, I'll turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. And I will turn it over to Mr. Todd Phillips to give us an overview here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Council. So before we have agenda item F5, which is preliminary preferred management measure alternatives for 2025-26 fisheries. So under this particular agenda item, as indicated there by the title, the Council is scheduled to select your preliminary preferred management measure alternatives to support 2025 and 2026 fisheries. Looking ahead into the future, at the June meeting is when you are scheduled to adopt your final preferred management measures for 25-26. As one of the attachments, we do provide a summarized version of all the action items that will be considered under this particular agenda item, and that's attachment 1, or it's also known as the action item checklist. And the GMT under the presentation will be utilizing those particular numberings. So to give the Council a little bit of a background, in November 2023, the Council forwarded a range of management measures for preliminary analysis or overwinter analysis, which the GMT completed. That, of course, is found in the large analytical document, which is attachment 2. In March, the Council was updated as to the overwinter status of those analyses, and the Council gave some guidance on a variety of topics, including a relatively new finding from the GMT relating to Amendment 21 short spine thorny head allocations. And the Council, of course, at that meeting gave guidance and direction to the team to further explore that particular issue, and that is in the GMT Supplemental Report 2. At that particular meeting, the Council did adopt a rebuilding analysis and a range of harvest specifications for analysis for the California stock of quillback rockfish. And that was, of course, the first step in really the rebuilding plan for this particular stock. The rebuilding plan does necessitate a change in the FMP, and we have provided that as attachment 3. It's draft language, of course, for Council review. And should the Council move forward with changes to the short spine thorny head allocation, additional changes would need to be made to the FMP, and those are reflected somewhat in that particular document. So under this agenda item, we have a whole bunch of reports for you to hear from. We have the tribal reports. Each state has at least one report. The GMT has multiple reports. The GAP and the EC have a report each. Looking to your action is to adopt any remaining final harvest specifications, which I will note under F2, you adopted all of them. Adopt preliminary preferred adjustments to routine management measures, refine the range of any 2-year allocations for further analysis, and identify any preliminary preferred options. You're also here to refine the range of new management measures for further analysis, and if needed, identify a preliminary preferred. And then finally, providing guidance on the California stock of quillback rockfish rebuilding plan as appropriate is another action item for you to consider. I will speak briefly to a supplemental report we dropped pretty much yesterday. It was supplemental attachment 7, excuse me. We noticed an error from one of the council members pointing this out to us in one of the tables that was presented yesterday under F2. It was contained strictly to that table and did not affect your final decisions on harvest control rules or harvest specifications. It was a supporting table. And just for reference, that is for the Nearshore Rockfish South complex. Somehow that number was added up incorrectly, and we have since fixed that number. So it was, again, the harvest specifications you adopted were correct. So with that, my lengthy overview there, Mr. Vice Chair, I have concluded. I'm happy to answer any questions of what I can do.
Thank you, Todd. Before we get started on the reports, any questions on the overview? Looks like that part was perfectly clear. Thank you. So we will move into our management entity advisory body reports. We'll start with the tribal reports. Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So we have two tribal reports in the briefing book. The first report is the supplemental tribal report number 1. This report details the preliminary 2025-2026 tribal management measures. I do not intend to read the report into the record, but I do want to note for the council that this information provides all of the set aside requests for the various species, as well as provide some additional details on the expected trawl fisheries for 2025 and 2026. The next report that we have is the supplemental tribal report 2. This document is a letter from the Makah tribe to Ms. Jennifer Kwan regarding information on the Makah Treaty groundfish fisheries in 2025 and 2026. And here too, do not intend to read this letter into the record. With that, Mr. Chair, this information provides details on the expected fisheries that tribes intend to have for this upcoming cycle. And I can take any questions should there be any. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vice Chair, excuse me.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Oatman on either of the tribal reports? Looks like you have no questions. Thanks, Joel. Next, we'll go to the state management entity reports. I'll start with Oregon. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. We have two reports that have been in the briefing book for a little bit. The first one is about recommendations for the Oregon recreational fishery for 25-26. As many other sectors are experiencing, we will be looking at a pretty severe decrease in the canary rockfish share, as well as the black rockfish component of our recreational fishery. For our season structure, under the under the alternative harvest specifications, we're recommending federal regulations for the Oregon groundfish fishery to be the same as they were in 24-25, with the addition of a sablefish bag limit. We tried to put regulations in federal rule that are a little bit that are higher than what we are going to put in state rule to allow us a little more flexibility to be more reactive. This has been working for a number of years. New this year, we've had a request to have a sablefish only separate bag limit of 10 fish. This is to provide some additional opportunity with the high sablefish biomass that's out there, and to provide some alternative opportunity given the restrictions we're going to be having on rockfish. We do currently have the long leader fishery in both state and federal rules, as it primarily occurs in federal waters with 12 fish, and we will be recommending starting in 2025 a 5 fish sub-bag limit on canary rockfish. In state rules, we have been prohibiting quillback rockfish in all of our non-trawl commercial and recreational fisheries since 2022 based on the 2021 assessment, and we will continue to prohibit quillback as well as yellow eye rockfish. And we will track data throughout the season and make changes as necessary. So that's a high level overview of our report 1. Do we want to try for questions on that one before I go to report 2?
All right, thank you. Any questions on the first Oregon report? Not seeing any questions. Please proceed, Lynn.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Our second report is on the proposed sorting requirement that was brought up last November. In Oregon statutes, it currently states fish dealers and limited fish sellers are responsible for reporting on fish tickets, all landed catch sorted to markets, category, species, or species group as defined by ODFW in OAR 635-006-0210. And ODFW has information about market categories available online, as well as laminated photo identification sheets that are distributed to dealers and sellers. And additionally, our port biologists worked very carefully with the buyers and processors to ensure proper sorting and compliance. We already have a robust species composition sampling program that provides good estimates of landed catch by species. And requiring additional sorting could impact the sampler program, requiring additional sampling of smaller bins of fish of species without providing more accurate estimates or lowering uncertainty. Additionally, ODFW port staff have some concerns about the additional onus it would put on buyers and processors, including extra work, extra tote, extra crew, extra space. And many of our buyers in Oregon are small local buyers with limited facilities, staff, and dock space. With each state having a unique sampling program and the wide variety of fish buying operations along the U.S. West Coast, this issue may be more than the council would want to address via our biennial process. It may be better addressed in a different process by coordinating sampling and sorting requirements, such as working through PACFIN, or maybe it's something we can take up through phase 2 of our stock definitions process. Therefore, we are recommending the sorting requirement issue be removed from the management measures being considered for 25-26. We do think this is an important issue, just not through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Any questions on the second report? Not seeing any. We will move on to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Similar to Oregon, our report has been in the briefing book since the supplemental deadline. So I will summarize the key points here. We start our report with an update on the rockfish commercial sorting requirement. In November, we submitted a report highlighting how the council's sorting requirements for rough-eye, black-spotted, and short raker together with changed fishing patterns in the state have created challenges for our species composition sampling. These changes have led us to ask whether requiring buyers to sort to species could produce more accurate estimates of landings while freeing up time for our samplers to collect other data. We appreciate that the council is willing to add this issue to the biennial package and for the GMT for their preliminary analysis and scoping of the issue. We agree with the GMT's reasoning that impacts from this action would vary by state and by sector based on species diversity and volume of landings, with generally lower complexity in Washington compared to Oregon and California. We also understand their concerns over having sufficient time to evaluate impacts to processors and state sampling programs. Recognizing the different circumstances in each state and the workload considerations, we propose removing this action from the 25-26 management measure package. At the same time, we continue to see this issue as a priority and will be encouraging council consideration through an alternative process. The upcoming stock definition process could be an efficient place to consider sorting rules because of the closely related topic of stock complexes. WDFW may also consider enacting changes to sorting requirements through our state regulation. Additionally, the discussion and analysis that has taken place to date as part of this new management measure proposal have revealed the potential need to evaluate current sampling and species composition practices across the 3 states. This last comprehensive review was completed in the 90s. We look forward to discussing options for next steps with our state, federal, and tribal sampling program partners. On to our recreational management measures. We met with our stakeholders in October, January, and March of this year to review and discuss recreational management measures for the 25-26 biennium. This report summarizes those key points and recommended preliminary preferred alternatives for public review. Canary rockfish presents a constraint for Washington recreational fishery management in the upcoming biennium. After Canary was declared rebuilt, the council's approach to relaxing management measures varied by sector. At the recommendation of WDFW, the council took a cautious approach toward the Washington recreational fishery because of the uncertainty in how catch rates might change, and bag limits and restrictions were relaxed gradually. From 2017 to 2023, recreational harvest guidelines ranged from 50 to 41 metric tons respectively. Total mortality showed a high degree of variation ranging from 5 metric tons to 22.1 metric tons and peaking at 39.5 metric tons in 2021. Prior to 2021, most Canary rockfish were harvested in May along our south coast and the north coast marine areas. Under expanded opportunity in 2021 through 2023, Canary rockfish harvest grew with a particular concentration on bottom fish trips in June and September in Marine Area 2. Where previously Canary rockfish were retained incidentally on bottom fish and halibut trips, Canary rockfish became a focal point. These years have improved our understanding of the importance of Canary to the Washington recreational fishery and how quickly catch rates can increase. Without additional measures, the Canary rockfish projected mortality for 2025 is expected to exceed the preliminary state recreational harvest guideline of 17.3 metric tons. The alternatives for the Washington recreational fishery include a range of options to reduce Canary rockfish mortality, including sub-bag limits and season closures. Based on stakeholder input and supported by analysis demonstrating a highly targeted fishery for Canary rockfish, we propose to use 2023 Canary rockfish estimated mortality as the numerical basis for informing the estimate of projected mortality and subsequent savings associated with our management measures for the 25-26 biennium. We also recommend implementing a 4 Canary rockfish sub-bag limit and annual catch target for consideration as a preliminary preferred alternative, along with the full range of alternatives for public review. While we are recommending alternatives to constrain harvest consistent with the preliminary Washington recreational harvest guideline, we remain interested in continued evaluation of the sharing of Canary rockfish stock. We raised this topic in March 2022 as the council was contemplating management measures for the 23-24 harvest specification cycle. At the time, harvest guidelines did not appear to be constraining any sector. The management measure analysis for 25-26 biennium, as discussed below, has begun to shed light on how much Canary rockfish the Washington recreational sector could potentially catch, noting that there are still significant restrictions on depth that limit access to Canary rockfish during portions of the season. Circumstances now dictate restrictions, yet discussion of fair and equitable allocations that balance the burden of reducing catch and share the benefits of rebuilding across sectors remain unfinished and should continue through this and upcoming cycles. So I wanted to read pretty closely that first part of our report. I think that summarizes the approach we took to our consideration for management measures in the 25-26 biennium. There's a lot of information in our report and actually a bit of analysis that we're sharing to the public and to for the public review process, so you can see how we evaluated the range of alternatives that we explored during the overwinter analysis. I'll just direct you to table 1 that outlines the season structure that we have. Our fishery is closed. The recreational fishery is closed from mid-October to mid-March every year. and we're open mid-March through mid-October with depth restrictions in place that vary by marine area and sublimits for rockfish, lingcod, and cabezon. And then you can follow along through the other figures, which really detail, again, our exploration of where canary rockfish is caught in the different harvest strategies, whether targeting halibut, salmon, or bottom fish. And just scrolling through here. Table 2 is a summary of our projected mortality under status quo and a range of different sub-bag limits for canary rockfish relative to our estimated mortality and the projected savings that we would receive. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions on the WDFW report? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Heather, for the report. Just a question on table 2 and looking at the mortality from 22 to 23. If I'm reading that right, it went from 34.1 metric tons to 20.9. Was that due to an in-season change in your sub-bag limit or other management measures or some other factor?
The estimated mortality from 2022 to 2023, we did not change any management measures. It was really, that's, I think, pointing out, Caroline, the real variability that we've seen in canary catch. I know too, when we opened up some of our closed areas in prior years, there was concentrated effort in some of those newly opened areas. And I think that also could have attracted vessels to different areas. And we saw a little bit of a decline after that initial burst of effort in those new areas.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
I'm not sure I followed that answer. The 20.9 under 2023 is associated. I thought was associated with the sub bag limit that's in that table of 6.
Okay, if that's the case, I misunderstood the question. I thought Ms. McKnight was asking about estimated mortality from 2022 to 2023. That's in that top row. Sorry if I misunderstood.
Let
me just ask Caroline, can you clarify your question?
That did, but I think that Mr. Anderson has a follow-up that might shed some more light.
Okay. Phil Anderson.
Hesitant to jump in the middle of this. But my understanding of Ms. McKnight's question had to do with the value of 20.9 that's under the column of 2023 and whether or not that 20.9 was a result of any actions to further restrict recreational fisheries that would have led to that decline. And my understanding of the table is that that is in 2023, looking at the 2020, the 22.1 that's under 2023, that if you imposed a 6 fish sub bag limit, that would be our estimated mortality of 20.9 instead of the 22.1. That was how I interpreted the table. So
Caroline?
Thank you. That helps clarify that I was looking at the row that indicated projections, not actual mortality. The top row, however, is the actual mortality. I think the question still stands. There's a big difference between those two numbers. There was no change to management measures. It was just the variability in the catch. I think was the same answer at the end of the day. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. We will move on. And next we have the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you. I too will kind of hit the highlights here and summarize, but not necessarily read this entirely for verbatim, but this report does touch on CDF&W's preliminary preferred alternatives, starting with the rockfish conservation area modifications. This is something that we do every biennial cycle where we review our RCA lines and make sure that they are adequately in alignment with depth contour. We only received one request this year, and it's approximately 6 waypoints that we're suggesting to modify. This particular set of 6 waypoints is near Bodega Bay, and they were requested to improve the alignment of the 50 fathom waypoints with the depth contour. So upon review of these modifications and along this section of coast, the current 50 fathom RC boundary line was found to generally have poor alignment. Hold on a moment, I just lost my report entirely. Second screen went down. Let's try that again. Apologies. Okay, to have poor alignment with the depth contour, and in some areas it actually overlaid with the 60 fathom line, due in part to some really tricky bathymetry in that area. So in crafting the proposed modifications provided in our table, we did reference the adjacent RC boundary lines to ensure that no crossovers were created inadvertently, and did so in consultation with CDF&W enforcement. And we limited the modifications such that the 50 fathom boundary line would not create additional enforcement complexity or any potential for regulatory confusion. And so we provided a map and a table with those waypoints reflecting the modifications to do so. Next up is our recreational fishery, and we are supporting the alternative 1 option 4 out of the analytical document, which is essentially the same season structure that we've just adopted in 2024 via our end season action. The 2024, this current season structure was developed with engagement from interested stakeholders and GAP members to stay within the severely reduced quillback rockfish, vermilion rockfish, and copper rockfish harvest limits by rotating periods of offshore and inshore access in the different management areas. Continuing with the same season structure into 2025 and 26, which is already in place for 2024, provides the most consistent and stable season structures across years while avoiding interactions with quillback. And we're in a situation where we're needing to minimize mortality for copper rockfish and vermilion. Before making additional modifications to this season structure, CDF&W supports allowing the fishery to operate as scheduled to gather data and determine if further management measure modifications are necessary or appropriate. And table 2 just lays out what the season structure is statewide. As for size limits, we are supporting the removal of size limits for cabezon greenling and California scorpion fish and the minimum fillet length for California scorpion fish. These stocks currently have a healthy population status, and there are no conservation concerns with removing the associated size requirements for these species. Very minimal impacts to minimal increases to fishery impacts are expected, and removing these requirements will decrease unnecessary regulatory complexity. Sub-bag limits. We support continuing vermilion rockfish with 2 fish sub-bag limits south of 4010. Catch of these would continue to be included within the aggregate rockfish, greenling, cabezon, 10 fish daily bag limit. These recommendations are expected to reduce the mortality of vermilion south of 4010 and to stay within harvest limits while providing access to other healthy rockfish species. As for the new management measures, CDF&W does support the requirement that recreational vessels, both private and charter, targeting groundfish in federal waters off Washington, Oregon, and California have a descending device on board. Just this April, California state regulations went into effect requiring a descending device be on board when fishing for or retaining federal groundfish. The new measure would create consistency between federal and California state regulations and will contribute to reduced groundfish mortality associated with depth-dependent mortality rates already approved by the Council for Management Use. For continuous transit provision, we're supporting modifying the federal regulations that allow recreational vessels to transit, anchor overnight, and or stop to fish for non-groundfish species inside areas that are otherwise closed to recreational groundfish fishing. This measure would better align with the existing state regulation, and it provides flexibility to business operations and the economic benefit to anglers who want to continue with popular invertebrate or rockfish combo trips and also multi-day or overnight trips. Lastly, we didn't want it to be forgotten, but we are supporting removing or modifying the incorrect language in federal regs that are referencing a California state law that just does not exist. It's just referenced in a prior CDF&W report from September. This measure has been identified as sort of administrative in nature and cleanup, and no further analysis is needed. Just want to make sure it wasn't missed. With that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. McKnight on the CDFW report? Doesn't look like there's any questions. Thank you very much. Next, we will move on to the, what would we say, plethora of GMT reports. And I will look to anyone to step forward, as I believe there are a number of individuals.
Good morning, Vice Chairman Hassemer and members of the council, and right you are. As you can see, a number of the GMT members will be collaborating on this presentation today.
So thank you. Just before you start, let me check and make sure, because there will be various sections or topics, will you be pausing for questions and that as you go? So
yes,
everybody knows.
Great. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, for the record, my name is Will Jasper, and this is the GMT's presentation under agenda item F5, covering GMT reports 2 through 5. I'll be covering the first 3 items under the action item checklist, and as in the past, the GMT has broken up this report into more digestible sections with opportunity for questions. And after each of those questions, we'll swap presenters to move on to the next section. For the record, James Phillips, Lorna Wargo, and Lynn Massey will be presenting action items 4 through 5. Kate Richardson will be presenting action items 6 through 7. Whitney Roberts will be presenting action items 8 through 10. Thompson Benez and Abby Moyer will be presenting action items 11 through 15. Christian Heath and James Phillips will be presenting action items 16 through 19C. And Katie Pearson and Lynn Massey will be finishing things up with action items 19D and 20. And on to the races. Next slide, please. So in the interest of making this fairly extensive action item more digestible, this is the first 10 action items on the checklist that I was just referencing. After we finish up with Whitney Roberts' presentation, you'll see another slide like this that displays action items 11 through 20. And that's just for reference. Next slide, please. So action item number 1, area management measures. At this meeting, the GMT received a presentation of CDFW Report 1, and as just described by Ms. McKnight, the GMT understands that the proposed modifications would better align with the 50-fathom contour off of California without creating enforcement complexity or potential for regulatory confusion. And the GMT would recommend adopting the proposed waypoint modifications to the 50-fathom contour as specified by CDFW as PPA. Next slide, please. So action items 2 and 3 cover off-the-top deductions for research, exempted fishing permits, incidental open access, recreational fisheries, and tribal fisheries. Off-the-top deductions are, as the council is aware, amounts taken from the ACL to account for mortality in sectors that the council does not actively manage. Generally speaking, these deductions ensure that collectively the total mortality from directed and non-directed groundfish fisheries don't exceed the ACL. Next slide, please. So research and IOA. In November, the GMT recommended changing methodology from the prior option of a long-term average or long-term maximum mortality to a 10-year rolling maximum, except in certain circumstances, as we detailed in those reports. The GMT determined that it would be more reflective of recent fishery trends for research activities in Iowa fisheries to adopt this methodology. The council adopted the methodology in November and incorporated the new set-asides into the overwinter harvest analysis. And the DMT would recommend adopting the research in Iowa set-asides for PPA as we specify in Appendix 1 and 2 of our third report, which speaks to these 3 action items. Next slide, please. EFPs. So in November, under agenda item E6, the council forwarded 2 FPs for consideration. Neither EFP requested groundfish set-asides, and so the GMT does not recommend any EFP set-asides for PPA under this action item. Next slide, please. Recreational sablefish north of 36. Again, in November, the council adopted a recreational set-aside increase of 30 metric tons of sablefish for the areas north of 36 degrees north latitude for incorporation into the overwinter analysis. And following that overwinter analysis, the GMT recommends the council adopt as PPA that recreational set-aside of 30 metric tons for sablefish north of 36 degrees north latitude. And you see a copy of Appendix 3 from that same report, which specifies how that recreational set-aside would fit into the other off-the-top deductions for sablefish. Next slide, please. Recreational sablefish south, we'll speak to this more under action item 10. Essentially, this is not under 3 because there isn't an existing set-aside for recreational sablefish south of 36, and so it needed to be fit in elsewhere. And we will speak to that later. Next slide, please. Yeah, there you go. So tribal. As Mr. Oatman specified, the tribal set-asides are generally based on requests from the tribes, which will allow them to manage the expected mortality in their coming fisheries. Under agenda item F5A, there are 2 supplemental tribal reports speaking to the changes the tribes made in their set-aside requests from November. Specifically, there was a reduction from the original request of 300 metric tons of petrale to 290 metric tons. Yellow-eye rockfish request is increasing from 5 metric tons to 8 metric tons, and the starry flounder set-aside is being added in at 2 metric tons. Those are the numbers that the tribes felt better able to manage their groundfish fisheries while remaining responsive to certain conditions, and we can speak to that more later as necessary. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of those recommendations. I don't really need to speak to them again, but they're there for your reference. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Jasper on the first set of recommendations? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jasper. You get bonus points for mentioning starry flounder from me. On the research and incidental open access set-asides, you specifically say this specifically mentions the 10-year maximum. But back in November, there were several species that were, except for these species, like yellow eye, we normally have 2.92 for research that we know is going to happen. While they're not specifically mentioned in what you just read, those values are in the appendix tables. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. Those values that the council adopted in November are specifically listed in Appendix 1 and 2. And I didn't want to speak to each of them in specific, but yes, they are in there. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
All right, thanks. Further questions? Scanning the room, see none. Can move on. Good morning, all.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. Moving on. Next slide, please. Again, for the record, my name is James Phillips with GMT. With me is Lorna and Lynn. Discussing action items 4 through 5. Currently displays action item 4, ACTs. The GMT recommends adopting the following as PPA for yellow eye rockfish. We recommend removing the ACT for the non-trawl fisheries, including sector-specific ACTs for the commercial, non-trawl, and recreational sectors. Main reason we're anticipating doing this is, as you're aware, yellow eye is getting close to rebuilding, which is a great thing. And these ACTs, removal of them would reduce some of the complexity with management. We do not expect there to be negative impacts associated with that. And we do not expect the removal of the ACTs to change any current management practices. So there would not be like a elongation of seasons or contractions of seasons by removing these ACTs. So therefore, we are recommending their removal. For copper rockfish off of California, currently there is a statewide ACT. We are recommending removing that copper rockfish ACT, and I will be proposing an alternative coming shortly. So, and then for Quebec rockfish, we are also recommending removal of the statewide ACT. It had a statewide ACT previously because it was managed as part of the nearshore complex. However, that Quebec rockfish off California has recently been pulled out of the nearshore complex and will be managed separately. Therefore, that ACT is not as necessary as it was previously. And the low harvest limit for Quebec rockfish off of California makes the existing ACT have little utility. So that is why it's GMT is suggesting its removal. Next slide, please. As I indicated, GMT is proposing a new copper rockfish ACT specifically for south of 3427 for the recreational fishery. Our recommendation, I won't read it to you, but in the council analytical document, it points out specific areas. There's multiple sub options within there. And we are recommending going for sub option 3, which would roughly be an ACT south of 3427 recreationally that is in line with the population size assessment in that particular area of the coast. So option 3 would line up and help address some localized depletion that's in that area. And then there are also 2 sub options that are suggested within there. So basically it is the sub options relate to what the council would do if that ACT was achieved. GMT is recommending sub option 1. And under the sub option, the council would be notified that the ACT has been met and you would consider taking management actions to mitigate impacts at that point. Next slide, please.
All right, Lorna Wargo, and I will be covering action item 5, 2-year trawl, non-trawl allocations. Regarding yellow eye and petrale off the top deductions, these were updated, which changed trawl, non-trawl allocations, and these can be found in table 2 of our report 4. And we will be providing updated IFQ catch projections in June based on these and other updates to trawl allocations. Next slide. For canary allocations, the team does not have a recommendation other than setting the at-sea set aside at 20 metric tons, which is further covered under action item number 9. Although we don't speak to a recommendation, the team does think ACL reduction should be equitable in their impact. And then for widow rockfish, the team recommends option 2, which sets the non-trawl allocation at 300 metric tons with the remainder to trawl as PPA. Oh, sorry. Next slide. For widow rockfish, okay, I just said that, sorry. I didn't have that on my notes. Anyway, okay, then for petrale and all of their species with 2-year allocations, we recommend status quo for PPA. Next slide.
And with that, we will take any questions that you have on action items 4 or 5.
All right, I'll look around, see if there are any questions. Action items 4 or 5. That was perfectly clear. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Kate Richardson, and I will be covering items 6 and 7. Regarding rebuilding and overfished species allocations, the GMT recommends adopting status quo yellow eye rockfish proportions for trawl and non-trawl allocations, with those being 8% going to trawl and 92% going to non-trawl. And these are not expected to be a further constraint to either sector. And the actual values in terms of metric tons are shown in this table here. Next slide, please. Regarding the quillback rockfish ACL, the GMT does not see a need to create formal allocations or sector-specific shares. Next slide, please. Regarding Amendment 21 trawl and non-trawl allocations, the GMT wanted to cover how those allocations can be adjusted. That can be by either amending the FMP or during the trawl catch share program and intersection allocation review process, which begins scoping in June 2024. An Amendment 21 species can also be converted to a 2-year allocation species. And in either case, Council can revisit both of these at its discretion. We also have a table in the report showing the updated trawl and non-trawl allocation percentages and amounts for several species. Next slide, please. If the Council chooses to remove the short spine thorny head management line at 3427, allocations would no longer be structured according to their Amendment 21 formulas, but we would maintain that as a species with an FMP specified allocation. But the Council could consider whether or not to keep short spine thorny head allocations as FMP specified or change them to a 2-year structure. Next slide, please. Any questions?
Questions on items 6 or 7? See no questions there. Thanks.
Hi, Council. My name is Whitney Roberts for the record, and I'll be covering agenda items 8 through 10. So agenda item number 8, this is with regard to harvest guidelines and state shares for stocks currently managed in a complex. Right now, there is a sharing arrangement or harvest guidelines for blackgill rockfish within the slope rockfish complex. And for that one, we recommend keeping the status quo allocation scheme established in the 2021 and 22 biennium. For both Oregon Black Blue Deacon and Oregon and Washington Cabezon Kelp Greenling complexes, we recommend not establishing species-specific harvest guidelines at this time. Next slide, please. So action item number 9 is at-sea set-asides, and this slide is intended to demonstrate to the Council the various considerations we take as a GMT in both developing options for the Council to consider at-sea set-aside adjustments, as well as when making a recommendation for adjustments to at-sea set-asides. So I won't go into detail for those, but I will just note that we do provide a lot of detail about these considerations in our November report to the Council for specs. Next slide, please. These are demonstrating our recommendations to the Council for at-sea set-asides for PPA in 25-26. I realize it might be a little hard to see what is bolded, but the bolded values are our recommendation for PPA, but we do provide the range of alternatives the Council wanted us to analyze. For arrowtooth flounder, we're recommending 100 metric tons, option 2. For canary rockfish, we're recommending option 3 to reduce it to 20 metric tons. For dark blotch rockfish, we're recommending option 2 of 100 metric tons. For Dover, lingcod, and longnose skate, we're recommending the status quo at-sea set-asides. For other flatfish, we're recommending an increase to 100 metric tons, which is option 2. For Pacific halibut, Pacific ocean perch, and petrale, we are recommending the status quo set-aside amounts. For sablefish north, we're increasing or recommending an increase of to 429 metric tons. For short spine thorny head, we're recommending the status quo of 70 metric tons and not decreasing or increasing that set aside. For shelf and slope rockfish complexes north, we're recommending the status quo value. For widow rockfish, we're recommending a reduction to 300 metric tons, which is option 2. And then for yellowtail rockfish north, we are recommending the 360 metric ton option 2, which is a 40 metric ton increase compared to status quo. And we do provide rationale for the ones that have alternatives in our supplemental report. Next slide, please. Action item number 10 has to do with within non-trawl harvest guidelines and shares. Yellow rockfish does have a sharing arrangement within non-trawl sectors, as you can see in the table. And so that the table shows you what the values would be in 2025 and 2026. And for this, the GMT is recommending the status quo harvest guidelines. Next slide, please. This is a bit of a repeat from what has already been said, but for canary rockfish, there is a non-trawl sharing arrangement. And so for this one, we also did not identify a potential reallocation, but the team thinks that any reductions to the ACL should be felt equitably across the sectors. Next slide, please. There's some other within non-trawl harvest guideline sharing arrangements. For nearshore rockfish complex north, we're recommending status quo. For sablefish south, we are recommending the status quo 70-30 split between limited entry fixed gear and open access. And this is where we are also recommending establishing a new recreational set aside of 10 metric tons, which is option 2, to accommodate increased mortality in that sector. We don't expect that to constrain any of the sablefish sectors south of 36. And then for Boccaccio south of 4010 and cowcod south of 4010, we're also recommending the status quo harvest guideline sharing arrangement. Next slide, please. With that, any questions on action items 8 through 10?
Let me look around here. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you both. On action item number 8, the recommendation of no species-specific harvest guidelines for the black blue deacon complex off Oregon and the kelp greenling complex off Washington and Oregon. The no species-specific harvest guidelines, is that a new recommendation or is that maintaining status quo? Just some clarification there, please.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Mattis, for the question. It is status quo. So it's what we've said in November. It is an interesting one because the sharing arrangement doesn't exist. And so we aren't recommending any particular type of sharing arrangement. We're recommending that there not be one, which is status quo. Does that answer your question?
When you initially spoke, yes, you answered, and then you went a little farther, but you answered the question I was after. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Heather Hall.
Thank you. And thank you, Whitney. I do have a question on number 10, the within non-trawl harvest guidelines and shares. And this is, I definitely appreciate that the GMT had a challenging discussion around canary rockfish, but I wonder if you could explain how the GMT talked about or defined equitably in your conversation. I imagine that was tricky, but I'd like to hear a little bit about that. Thanks.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Hall, for the question. You're not wrong that it was a tricky one for us. I think it was also tricky for the GAP. In the GMT discussion, we recognize that ACLs are dropping about 55%, and that does mean reductions in status quo allocations for all sectors, excluding ATSI set aside, because that would be a fixed value. And so recognizing those reductions being quite substantial for some sectors, that means that recent mortality will be higher than what we expect their allocations to be in 25, 26. Each sector operates differently. So we talked a lot amongst ourselves about how each different sector does operate differently, how IFQ compares to how non-trawl fisheries operate and what that means as far as impacts. So talking through, how the existence of quota changes how those vessels are impacted compared to how trip limits or bag limits in the non-trawl sectors would make impacts to those vessels. So there's it's difficult to compare apples to apples across the sectors. And so we really try to tease out where those differences lie and how that means different sectors would be impacted. At the end of the day, I think we still had a hard time seeing any clear area other than the ATSI set aside where someone had extra fish to give up. And so that was really hard for us. And we didn't think that there was a management area that we could really provide clear guidance to the council other than the ATSI set aside. But we did talk a lot about how the different sectors are impacted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Whitney. I think you answered this with your response to Ms. Hall. The action item is labeled within non-trawl harvest guidelines and shares, and I was wondering whether you had a discussion from a broader perspective about starting with the ACL and then looking at the various ways that that's divided up rather than just focusing on the non-trawl side of the equation. And I think your answer to that was yes, you had that broader discussion.
With the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Yes, the answer is yes. We looked at canary rockfish, and this is why it's been difficult to fit it into this action item checklist format. But we did think about canary rockfish as holistically as we possibly could. And anytime we had discussions about canary rockfish, we were thinking about all the different ways in which it flows down from the ACL in concert and not putting any particular proportioning of allocation into silos when we were thinking about it and talking about impacts. So yes.
Thank you. Further questions? Don't see any. Thank you very much. Next.
Good morning, Council. For the record, my name is Abby Moyer, and I'm going to be helping cover action item 11 through 15. Next slide. Okay, so action item number 11, shore-based IFQ trip limits for non-IFQ species. The GMT did not identify any stocks for which species for which IFQ trip limit adjustments need to be analyzed to stay within the 2025-26 harvest limits. Therefore, the GMT recommends the Council adopt status quo IFQ trip limits for non-IFQ species as PPA. Next slide. Action items 12 through 15 cover open access and limited entry fixed gear fisheries and trip limit adjustments. The GMT recommends the Council adopt status quo trip limits for all except for those species and sub areas detailed in Appendix 1 of F5 Supplemental GMT Report 5 as PPA, along with lingcod open access north of 42° north latitude, sablefish north of 36° north latitude, open access and limited entry. The GMT received a request from the GAP to explore the possibility of changing commercial trip limit tables to be either all monthly or bi-monthly, so there would be consistency between the trip limit tables. After further investigation, the GMT found inconsistencies throughout both sectors' tables. And so therefore, the GMT recommends that the Council adopt option 2 as specified in Appendix 1 of that same report as PPA, which would align the trip limits to be all bi-monthly.
Hi there. For the record, my name is Thompson Benez, and I will be helping get through 12 through 15, some of the more specifics. For lingcod north of 42 north latitude, if you remember back in November or March, or after our overwinter analysis, we determined that if you were to combine the lingcod north of 42, the open access trip limit would be the same as the limited entry trip limit. And for various reasons I can get into, but we're proposing 3 options there for status quo. Option 2, which is the combination of the 5,500 pounds, and option 3 in the GMT reg is recommending option 3, 9,000 pounds per 2 months for all periods, which would reduce the OA limit in respect to the LE limit. For sablefish north of 36 north latitude, the GMT does not have any management concerns for any of the sablefish trip limit options and recommends the Council defer to GAP recommendations as PPA. Next slide, please. And with that, we'll take questions.
Thank you. Questions on action items 11 through 15? No questions. Thank you very much.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Christian Heath, and I'll be reading through action items 16 through 18, and then new management measure 19A, B, and C. For action item 16, Washington recreational, the GMT recommends the council move forward with the Washington proposed recreational fishery structure as described in revised attachment 2 and the PPA for Canary rockfish for public review as presented in WDFW supplemental report 1. For Oregon recreational, the GMT recommends moving forward with the PPA identified by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, specified in Table 2 of supplemental ODFW Report 1. For California recreational, the GMT recommends moving forward with PPAs identified by California Department of Fish and Wildlife, specified in supplemental TDFW Report 1. The GMT also supports the removal of size limits for cabezon, greenling, California scorpionfish, and the minimum fillet length of 5 inches for California scorpionfish in the recreational fishery as PPA. For new management items, action items 19A, to create open access permit registration, NIMS, the National Marine Fisheries Service, recommends this is better capture information on vessels using 12E gear to verify they have low interactions with pullback. And therefore, the GMT recommends adopting this new management measure as for PPA. For 19B, update electronic monitoring program, discard and retention requirements in the federal regulations. Federal regulations do not include sablefish and wreck sole, while the vessel monitoring plan does. And also the federal regulations are also in conflict regarding California catch handling. Therefore, the GMT recommends adopting this new management measure for PPA. For action item 19C, create federal coastwide sorting requirement for rockfish by processors. The GMT recommends pursuing this action through a process outside of biennial management measures. GMT Supplemental Report 1, which is available in the briefing book. In a brief summary, this issue is complex and the evolution of impacts would benefit from additional time for coordination and review for the state sampling programs and commercial buyers. And with that, we'll take any questions on action items 16, 17, 18, and new management measures 19A, B, and C.
Thank you. Look around. Questions on that set of management measures? There are none. Thank you very much. Before we go on with this, I believe we are at a good, we're at a good breaking point. We're so efficient because the next topic is going to take some considerable time. So let's reward you a longer lunch. Come back here at 1 o'clock. Sound good? Heather Hall?
Oh, just one question. Are we coming back to groundfish or salmon at 1 o'clock?
Good question. We will come back to salmon at 1 o'clock, and then we will proceed with groundfish when we finish that.
One comment before we do break for lunch. Evidently, this hotel is full of sticky fingers and some things have walked away during the course of this meeting. So I'd encourage you to either lock up your laptops or take them with you or to your room during lunchtime. And then after we adjourn for the day, of course, too. So don't want any more equipment walking away than we need to have happen.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. See you back at 1 o'clock.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right. Thank you all. Hope you enjoyed that break. We've suspended our activity for a short time on agenda item F5. We're going to go back to our normal order for the day, agenda item E5, salmon management, and I will turn it over to Robin Elke for an overview. Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to let Angela Forrestal, our new salmon staff officer, take this one, if you don't mind.
My apologies. Yes, Angela, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item E5, further direction on 2024 management measures. Under this agenda item, the salmon technical team is requesting further clarification or direction regarding management measures identified by the council thus far. And the council should ensure that the measures presented are the council desires for full STT analysis and consideration for final adoption under agenda item E6, which we'll be addressing tomorrow. The council task is to provide any needed guidance to assist the STT in its analysis of the tentative management measures. And you have one reference material item under this agenda item. It's agenda item E5A, Supplemental STT Report 1, Preliminary Analysis of Tentative 2024 Ocean Salmon Fishery Management Measures. And we have 4 individuals signed up for public comment under this agenda item.
All right, thank you. Let me look around and see if there are any questions on the overview. Not seeing any. Perfectly clear. With that, we'll move to our salmon technical team report. And Dr. O'Farrell is here. Good afternoon, Dr. O'Farrell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. I'll be referring to agenda item E5A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated April 9th, 2024. We'll skip to page 15, where the results begin. For the Puget Sound stocks, there are still a few stocks that are not meeting their objectives, although there has been progress since the last time we gave an STT report to you. Moving on to the next page, Washington Coast and Columbia River stocks all meet their objectives at this point. On page 17, the Oregon Coast and California stocks all meet their objectives as well. Continuing on to table 5 on page 18, there are a few stocks that are not meeting their objectives, Snohomish and Lower Columbia Natural Coho. Although there were a number of others that were not meeting their objectives, but now do. Moving on to table 7, beginning on page 20. For LCN Coho, we see the exploitation rate is 16.4%, just as it was in table 5. But the other 2 stocks here, OCN Coho and Lower Columbia River Tule Chinook, meet their objectives. Finally, on page 21, table 7, this concerns Sonk Coho, and we now meet all the objectives for the different components of the Sonk Coho ESU. And that concludes the STT update, and can answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the salmon technical team report? Take just a few seconds here as people are poring over the numbers. I don't see any questions, so thank you, Michael. That completes all of our reports, takes us to public comment. We had 4 signups. That's going to appear before us very soon. All right, there it is on the screen. A reminder for those people who are testifying remotely to make sure you raise your hand so we can find you and unmute the microphone. We are going to start with John McManus. John will be followed by James Stone. John, can you hear us? We don't have him online right now, so we'll wait. We will circle back to John after we've gone through everyone. James Stone. James will be followed by Kevin Godis. James, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Council staff. Thank you. My name is James Stone. I am the President and Executive Director of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. We are an association inland of California in the eastern sector that comprises of hundreds of fishing guides throughout the Klamath Trinity system, which you manage, as well as the Sacramento system, as well as representing thousands of sportsmen and women who actively Chinook salmon fish today. I was going to read you some comments that I prepared in regards to my tenure here. Thank you for your time today. When advising the council on Chinook salmon management in California, it's imperative to underscore the essence of informed discourse and the balanced consideration of divergent viewpoints. This panel, like many others that guide conservation and resource management, thrives on a diversity of insights that help navigate the complex interplay between human interest and ecological sustainability. The foundational principle here is not just pooling of expert opinions, but also the robust engagement of factual information, scientific data, and traditional knowledge that together inform decisions crucial for the future of Chinook salmon populations. The discontinual of any member of such a crucial advisory body calls for a reflection of mechanisms of dialogue and disagreement, which are essential for refining policies that align with both environmental stewardship and community needs. Furthermore, this event serves as a reminder of the importance of prioritizing the management of the species and ecosystems based on ecological principles and scientific understanding, rather than being swayed by transient human desires or economic incentives. Chinook salmon, integral to California's biodiversity and a cornerstone of the marine ecosystem, necessitate management strategies that are forward-thinking and inclusive of multiple stressors affecting their survival. The advisory subpanel's role in synthesizing diverse perspectives to recommend actions is critical in ensuring the needs of the salmon are not overshadowed by human interest. As we move forward, it's essential to remember that the sustainability of natural resources like Chinook salmon is intertwined with our own future, mandating a commitment to informed, respectful discourse and decisions that are rooted in long-term viability of the species. Our management decisions these next few years will affect our children's and grandchildren's future hope of recreational fishing to catch Chinook salmon in the ocean and in the rivers. Let us not be swayed by personal emotions, agendas, or greed, and rely on factual data and previous management failures to correct the failing course of action and implement new management strategies moving forward that will ensure long-term thriving salmon populations. Thank you for the time to speak today.
Thank you, James. Are there any questions for Mr. Stone on his testimony? Don't see any hands. Thanks, James. Next, we will go to Kevin. Hopefully I pronounced it right. Godis. Kevin will be followed by Steve Lavaletta. Kevin, can you hear us?
That's Kevin Godis.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Apologize for that. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Hello? Hello.
Kevin, we hear you just fine here. We'll see if we can ping you a message to let you know.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. One moment. Good afternoon, council members. I would like to thank the council and the SAS for the hard work that went into this year's salmon planning process. I would like to preface this by saying I had hoped to make these comments on Saturday. Some of the topics are seemingly moot at this point, but they do lead into some of my greater topics that I'm hoping to make, or greater points. It is not an easy task to consider dividing a small harvestable surplus. I emphasize with the uncomfortable position that the commercial representatives faced when offering opportunity to one sector while advocating for closure in another. Sadly, in this case, it did seem to lead to the unnecessary demonization of recreational sport fishers. I agree that it would have been irresponsible to approach any season this year with the prior methods and tools that had been in place. The models, the preseason abundance versus postseason harvest, have shown no ability to limit the extreme overperformance of some of the sectors. The new reporting requirements would have addressed that. The overperformance in the rec sector has not historically been an issue, maybe one or two incidences historically. The principal argument put forth by the unified block of the commercial fishers, processors, and CPFV operators that there was not enough surplus for a season may have held true for them in a strictly economic analysis, but it did provide opportunity for a limited recreational season. Many had spoken to their loved ones or their own last chance to possibly catch a salmon, or even for some to get the first opportunity for a family member to catch a fish. A single fish caught by a recreational fisherman can have dramatic effect on health and well-being. It's not just the act of the catching, but the preparation, preoccupation, the daydreaming and speculation that fuels the hours of research, boat maintenance, gear purchases, and hopefully ends with that successful trip that yields the prize. Our membership, I am a member of Coastside Fishing Club, but today I am speaking personally as we were unable to gather a sort of overall census of our club members' opinions. Our membership was motivated to respond to the uniform message that was presented against having a season using simple fact-based arguments. This is perhaps why the consistency of the comments was attributed to form letters or bots. This was not the case. I was the author of the letter to our members, encouraging them to comment and support of season alternative one and providing them with an analysis of the argument for the closure, as well as several suggested talking points of contention. Members were encouraged to include personal reasons for why fishing is important to them, as well as to use language to counter the argument against fishing. There were no form letters. I would argue that the commercial block underestimated the public's desire to access the resource in a sustainable and reasonable way. I do, however, want to commend originally CDFW for having committed to in-season management that would have allowed for the ongoing evaluation of these opportunities. Again, it seems that is moot at this point. We did recognize there was a real possibility that the season could be over in the first few days, or that the entire season could have been shut down by weather. There are many unknowns going into the new arrangement, but we welcomed the opportunity to have some sort of a option. In the true spirit of compromise, I don't think anybody was happy with the previous options. But the council does have a duty, as outlined in the Magnuson-Stevens Act, to manage the resource for harvest, specifically to maximum sustained yield. The duty is to conservation and not preservation. We at Coastside worked hard to communicate and educate members, not only to the situation and considerations that go into the salmon season planning process, but also in the value of participating and the ability to impact the decision-making process. Many of our more seasoned members do not share that same naive optimism. The futility of participation, echoed by those who have been involved for years, has simply been reinforced by CDFW's inconsistent messaging this year. The breakneck pace of change in the development of this year's alternatives would defy even the most imaginative screenwriter. How we went from CDFW's preferred short openers with in-season management presented at the 3:25 informational meeting to the 4:05 p.m. PFMC session that asked for a complete closure with no indication was not reassuring to us. The CDFW's departure from the National Marine Fisheries Science recommendations for the additional escapements and asking to require an even greater buffer and thereby electing to forego a California season on a harvestable surplus, while not objecting to an equal take of Sacramento index fish in Oregon's waters, is offensive to California recreational anglers. If in CDFW's opinion, the case is so dire that the NMFS guidance isn't sufficient and no fishing under any circumstance is to be allowed, I would expect CDFW to hold the same sentiment regardless of where the fish are caught. If CDFW is committed to denying California recreational anglers the opportunity to fish, then I would ask they oppose that any and all Sacramento index fish be taken anywhere, that they oppose any and all Sacramento fish being taken anywhere. Without raising this objection, there's no claim of fairness or equity. It certainly diminishes the measure of optimum yield, which should heavily consider social and economic factors weighed against conservation directives. I would ask that alternative one option be reinstated, complete with the knowledge that it may in fact turn out to be a one weekend opener, although this is unlikely given the previous maximum take was around 40,000 fish in the month of July, as mentioned previously in the council proceedings. Just as the SAS was reminded that they have an obligation to the process of determining the salmon seasons, I would remind the CDFW that their obligation is to manage the stock for use and access, not preservation. Thank you all. I appreciate the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Kevin. Any questions for Mr. Gaddis on his testimony? And there are no hands here. Thanks again, Kevin. Next, we will move to Steve Lavaletta. And after Steve, we will look to see if John McManus is back with us. Steve, can you hear us? Doesn't appear that Steve is online. I saw John McManus's name there. John, can you hear us? John, you are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Wonder of wonders. Actually, I would like to start just by saying that I agree with pretty much everything that Kevin Gaddis just said. Currently, it appears there'll be no salmon fishing in California this year after the state has called for a full closure. I understand that the council meeting is not over and things could still change. And I also want to emphasize that I'm actually speaking now on behalf of myself and no organization. I'm speaking simply as an interested citizen. The state calling for a full closure of the salmon season in 2024 follows public comments from two high CDFW officials earlier this year suggesting some kind of season was likely. And as far as I can tell, they made these comments based on an apparent harvestable surplus of fall-run Sacramento Basin salmon and a well-founded belief these fish would be managed in keeping with council practices and procedures. Now that the state's calling for a closure, the state should tell the public what it's learned since these earlier statements that now leads it to call for a full closure. Many of the members of the public have been following this process closely for months, hoping for any limited chance to go and fish. If new evidence has emerged that informs why the state has flip-flopped on the question of a 2024 fishing season, the state should share it with an increasingly skeptical public. At a time when America is being ripped apart by forces that sow distrust in government and basic government institutions, this kind of behavior by the state creates further distrust in government, and I don't think that serves any of us. CDFW is part of the executive branch representing California's Governor Gavin Newsom. to have the Newsom team advocating full closure of fishing for Sacramento Basin fall run salmon in California, while at the same time failing to lift a finger or say a single word in opposition to Oregon's plan to kill 6,000 of these fish, seems inconsistent at a minimum. Much of the public may conclude there are different motives that are not good. The lack of action by Newsom's team to protect California fish it considers too fragile to craft a season on, while allowing Oregon's take to go unchallenged, presents a really bad look for the governor. You heard one of your fellow council members remind you all, and Kevin Goddess just touched on this too, that the council mission and fishery management plan objectives are to craft access to public resource fisheries when harvestable surpluses allow, and to distribute these fish equally among the states. It looks to many like both of these goals are being violated if the council votes to close the season in California this year, while allowing this Oregon fishery to go forward. And I worry that the council may be undermining its own credibility by taking such an action when many believe that credible scientific data justifies having some kind of small season. Anyone who's engaged in the council season setting process knows very well that our California ocean salmon fishery always includes protective elements for listed stocks. You guys know about minimizing impact rates and crafting time and area fisheries to implement the best protections. You have written the book on this. And yet now the public is being told that adequate protections are beyond your reach when it comes to managing a harvestable surplus of a salmon species that isn't ESA listed. You received and hopefully read the boatload of public comments from many calling for a salmon season. I would just call on you to consider the corrosive effect of seemingly going with political force instead of solid scientific information and making a decision regarding California's salmon fishing this year. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Loveletta on his testimony? Or, excuse me, Mr. McManus? And I don't see any hands here. Thank you, John. Now I want to circle back and just see if Steve Lavaletta has joined us. It looks like you're online. Steve, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for taking my comment. I just wanted to comment on the escapement goals. You know, the general public waits all year long, hoping and praying that we hit these escapement goals so we can see some type of season. And then we hit this escapement goal, albeit not by much. And then you guys move the goalposts saying it wasn't enough. It's just false hope. All year long, we're hoping we get a season, and then we see via social media or the news or whatever that we hit these escapement goals. So we're dusting off the downriggers and shining up our salmon flashers and hoping we get a season. And then during the whole March meetings, all we hear is talk about possibly having a season. And there was barely any talk about a closure. It was there in alternative 3, but it was mostly talk about forming some type of season. Not much, but some type of season. So we get that ripped out from underneath us. So now I hear the escapement is set at 180,000 for next year. So what happens if we just hit 180,000 or if we hit 181? Are you going to say, well, that's not good enough again, and then move the goalposts? I mean, we should set these escapement goals at something great enough to compensate for as much as the 30% as the model's been off for 10 years now. So we hear, or possibly some numbers being skewed like on the Feather River with the DWR skewing numbers from what we hear. I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems like it may be true. We should set the escapement values high enough to compensate for all that. Say, 300,000, 350,000, at we know if we hit those numbers that we'll fish and we'll get a full season. These chopped up little seasons is doing no good for anybody. Sure, a recreational guy, it may be giving us a chance to catch a few fish and take our kids out fishing and whatnot. But these poor commercial guys, I don't have a big a stake as they do in it. You know, sure, I bought a $100,000 boat and I buy gear and I spend my money locally and I pay my taxes. But, 80 fish for those guys, that's just ridiculous. So these escapements should be set high enough to where we get a full season out of it. It's either that. If we can't figure that out, then, I know this is not a popular idea, but we should move to a mark select fishery. At least we know we'll get a full season that way. And people won't be strung along all year with false hope. I think we all pay enough taxes that this stuff needs to get figured out, and we should be fishing. This shouldn't even be a question. Like, we should all be fishing. If Oregon can figure it out and they're going to have a season and fishing on some of our numbers, like, that Oregon's having a season this year and they're going to catch some of our sac fish and our Klamath fish. Like, we should be, those fish belong to the people of the state of California. We should be fishing. But I'm not going to get off on a rant. Thank you guys for taking my comment. And I hope we get this figured out for next season. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Questions for Mr. Lavaletta on his testimony? No hands here. Thanks again, Steve. That completes our public comment, takes us to our council action, which is guidance and direction as appropriate. I'll look around and maybe it's best to start from my left and work right. Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have some guidance for north of Falcon Fisheries.
All right.
So speaking relative to agenda item E5A, supplemental STT report 1 dated today, April 9th, 2024, implement the following changes. For table 1, the north of Falcon commercial management alternatives, beginning on page 1, for the north of Falcon spring troll fishery, change the catch limit for the U.S.-Canada border to Queets River to no more than 5,600 Chinook. And for the north of Cape Falcon fishery in the summer season, change the landing and possession limit beginning July 11th to 120 Chinook and 100 mark coho per vessel per landing week. And for the sub areas north of Ledbetter Point, change the season end date to September 22nd. And table 2, recreational management alternatives north of Falcon, beginning on page 8. For the U.S.-Canada border to Ledbetter Point, the Nia Bay, La Push, and Westport subareas, change the season end dates to September 22nd. And for the Westport subarea, add language saying that possession of salmon on board a vessel is prohibited on days when the subarea is closed to salmon retention. That last piece, there are 4 days in July in the Westport sub-area that are closed to salmon retention. And this is just to clarify that it's illegal to possess salmon in that area during those days. The change to the troll fishery in the spring is to reduce the impact of ocean fisheries on Puget Sound stocks. We have a number of Puget Sound marine and freshwater fishery changes that we'll ask the team to model when they implement this guidance in their modeling. And there are ongoing discussions with the coastal co-managers about the effective September fisheries on coastal Washington coho stocks. This change from September 30th to September 22nd is to try to add some protection for those coastal stocks, allow us to continue fishing the first 3 weeks of September and gather data and get a better understanding of the impacts of the September fishery on those stocks.
All right, thank you. I'm going to look to Dr. O'Farrell to make sure that's all clear and good. Great. Moving around here, the coast, John North. Oh, excuse me, Phil Anderson.
I have a question for Kyle, but this may not be the right time.
Let's take it now, since we're on that.
Thank you. Just a question on that last provision at the very bottom. I understand the need for that in the July timeframe when we have different days of the week open. I'm My question is, does that provision also to apply to the time period between September 23rd and September 30th? When the area south of Ledbetter is open and the area north of Ledbetter would be closed.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I hadn't thought through that level of detail with the addition of the closure on September 22nd. The intent is for those 4 days in July to make it illegal to possess salmon in the Westport sub area. We can think about the language and whether it needs to say something different for that end of September period.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? Butch Smith.
On that same lines, Mr. Addix, I was wondering about the 8-day differential on the starting date between area 2 and area 1 in June. That would, would it apply to those days?
The way this is worded, it would. If we need to discuss that, we can.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. We'll move north along the coast. John North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Oregon does have some guidance on this agenda item today pertaining to both recreational and commercial salmon fisheries south of Cape Falcon. Specifically, our guidance would be on agenda item E5A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated today, April 9th. On Table 1, please change for ODFW Commercial Management Alternatives, Table 1, page 2, on Cape Falcon Humbug Mountain for the non-mark selective coho fishery, replace 5,000 coho quota with 2,500 coho quota. Also replace no more than 50 coho allowed per vessel per landing week with no more than 25 coho allowed per vessel per landing week. And then on Table 2, under ODFW Recreational Management Alternatives on page 9, for Cape Falcon to Oregon-California border on the mark selective coho fishery, please replace all references to the coho quota of 50,000 mark coho with 45,000 mark coho. And in the Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain non-mark selective coho fishery, please replace the September quota of 30,000 coho with 25,000 coho. And I think that was all we had. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That looks like that's complete. Again, let me confirm with Dr. O'Farrell. That's clear. It's good there. Any questions on the Oregon guidance? Not seeing any. Continue along the coast, California. Oh, I'm sorry, John.
Oh, that's fine, Vice Chair. I was just going to add that explain the modification. We're hoping that this will facilitate meeting the ESA management objectives for the lower Columbia River natural coho, through reductions in both sport and commercial fisheries, but while also attempting to maximize our harvest in that process. So,
all right, thank you. Let me pause a little longer, make sure there's no other hands regarding that guidance. Not seeing any. Let's move along the coast. Marcy Aremco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Do have some California guidance. And I will just start by saying that all of these proposed amendments are regulatory cleanup in nature. They do not change the nature of the recommendations or the season alternatives for closed California sport and recreational ocean fisheries. So working from agenda item E5A supplemental STT report 1, dated March 9th, 2024, implement the following changes. Table 1, the commercial management alternatives beginning on page 3, from latitude 4010 to Point Arena, the Fort Bragg area, remove the boilerplate regulatory language that shows now for 2025 and replace it with the following. In 2025, the season opens April 16th for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit of 27 inches total length. Gear restrictions, same as 2022. Harvest guidelines and vessel-based landing and possession limits may be considered in season. In-season actions to close fisheries, modify season dates, or modify vessel-based landing and possession limits may be considered when total commercial harvest in this management area is approaching its harvest guideline. Electronic fish tickets must be submitted within 24 hours of landing. This opening could be modified following council review at its March or April 2025 meeting. Moving to the San Francisco area, Point Arena to Pigeon Point. Again, remove the boilerplate regulatory language for 2025 and replace with the following. In 2025, the season opens May 1 for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit of 27 inches total length. Gear restrictions, same as 2022. Harvest guidelines and vessel-based landing and possession limits may be considered in season. In-season action to close fisheries, modify season dates, or modify vessel-based possession and landing and possession limits may be considered when total commercial harvest in this management area is approaching its harvest guideline. Electronic fish tickets must be submitted within 24 hours of landing. This opening could be modified following council review at its March or April 2025 meeting. For the Monterey area, Pigeon Point to the U.S.-Mexico border, the same guidance as the San Francisco area above. Moving to table 2, the recreational management alternatives, beginning on page 8. This is up at the top in the south of Cape Falcon supplemental management information. Remove the following item. Number 6, fisheries may need to be adjusted to meet NIMF's ESA consultation standards, FMP requirements, other management objectives, or upon receipt of new allocation recommendations from the California Fish and Game Commission. Moving to the California KMZ, remove the boilerplate regulatory language for 2025 and replace it with, in 2025, the season opens April 5th for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size limit of 20 inches total length. Gear restrictions, same as in 2022. Harvest guidelines and bag limits may be considered in season. In season action to close fisheries, modify season dates, or modify the bag limit may be considered when sport harvest is approaching a harvest guideline. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2025 meeting. Moving to Fort Bragg, same guidance as the California KMZ cell. Moving to San Francisco, remove the boilerplate regulatory language for 2025 and replace it with, in 2025, the season opens April 5th for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches total length. Gear restrictions, same as in 2022. Harvest guidelines and bag limits may be considered in season. In-season action to close fisheries, modify season dates, or modify the bag limit may be considered when total sport harvest is approaching its harvest guideline. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2025 meeting. And moving to the Monterey area, the same guidance for this area as was shown in the San Francisco cell above. Thanks.
Thanks, Marcy. And if you can scroll that to the top, I know this isn't a motion, it's guidance, but words are always important. I think, Marcy, you meant the April 9th report.
Yes, thank you.
Just so we didn't scare the STT on what they needed to do. Then I'll look to Dr. O'Farrell and just make sure, confirm that that guidance is understood. It's good. Did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I do. I just want to add a little more background with regard to these clarifications. As we've been explaining throughout the March and April meeting process, we are working to refine and clarify, make as perfect as we can the regulatory language that will be effective once fisheries do open, both for commercial and sport fisheries. So we've spent quite a bit of time in the back rooms the past couple of days working on the specific language that will appear in the final regulatory action that would be effective for the next season. Of course, the possibility exists that next March we could take in-season actions on fisheries that are being scheduled right now in this process. If we do have early openers next spring, we certainly want to make sure that the language that would govern those openers is as good as we can get it right now. So we've spent some time trying to clean up what we had coming out of March to make sure that our terminology is correct and is as specific as it can be. You'll notice we've now, for example, changed out the term harvest limit to use harvest guideline, which is probably more appropriate in this circumstance, and made clear that we're talking about vessel-based limits and possession limits. So we spent some time doing our best to get that right. We certainly want to make sure we're complying with the BIOP and making sure that the required framework elements are met as best we can in the regulatory language. Speaking to the recreational fishery, in-season management, which is something that did come up in the public comment, is not a requirement of the NMFS Coastal Chinook BIOP. However, in the March process, we spent quite a bit of time working with our SAS members to develop provisions of Alternative 1 and Alternative 2 that would allow for a very restrictive recreational season that was held to very clear limits. We certainly would not want to prosecute a fishery that exceeded expectations. We've been down that path. We don't want to do that again. So when we built our alternatives in March, we incorporated the use of harvest guidelines, both pre-September 1 and post-September 1 for 2024, should those alternatives ultimately be recommended by the council. It also ensuring that we did not have realized catch that exceeded projections also not only would help us with management of our target stocks of Sac Fall and Klamath Fall, certainly would have similar benefits to other stocks of concern like winter and spring. So when we were asked to design a precautionary fishery, that's what we did and employed the use of harvest guidelines. So looking to 2025, we anticipate that we will want to do that again. So we want to make sure that the regulatory language is available should we have an opportunity to commence fisheries next spring. Then there's another spot here where we're talking about some latent regulatory language that we recommend removal. This has been kind of a long-standing carryover item from previous years, and it was pointed out to us that it was somewhat redundant and confusing. So there is some strikeout because the content was really no longer relevant. So you see that in that item 6 that I referenced on the screen earlier. So that's the basis for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on that guidance? Seeing no hands, we'll look further down the table here. Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do not have any guidance to offer the STT on the Trudy Indian Troll alternative.
All right. Thank you. I believe that completes our, no, Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I just wanted to offer some comments, both reflecting what we heard from the public and just sort of my longstanding frustration. We're here fighting amongst scraps, and that's not the case in other sectors that use our water in California. I mean, we have seen our salmon fishery fall from an annual average of 1 million Sacramento fall Chinook to an average now at this point is probably less than 300,000. And at the same time, other water users have vastly expanded their use of California's water. And that's not an equitable use. But unfortunately, that's not something we can solve here. We've always been taught here that we need to follow the data and let the data take us where it goes. And as I argued earlier, and as we've heard in public comment, the data does take us to a small fishery. I made that effort the other day. I didn't prevail. I'm not planning on bringing that back again. But I do want to say that those who are not following the data this year, that could bite you in the ass later, because that runs both ways. Folks can say we need to do this because the data says that, and other people say, well, we can't trust the data. And once you don't trust the data, our process becomes less credible. We did hear from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife before this process began that they were going to let the process play out. That's not how it turned out, unfortunately. And as someone who interfaces with the public and tries to grow trust in our process, it makes that job much more difficult when we're not following the data and when we get representations from agencies that change without notice and without, in my view anyway, a valid explanation. I trust that this is the last year we have to go through this, but remember, prior to 2008, we never had a closed salmon season, and now we've had 4. And we're losing the fishery, not because of what the fishery is doing. It's because we're not having any success in the inland waters. We're dewatering reds, we're cooking eggs and fry, we're not allowing the outmigrating juveniles to enjoy the benefit of a spring flood, which is what they were evolved to do. And those are all decisions that are made by the federal government and by the state of California. And so the state of California wants us to close the salmon season this year, but the state of California, I'm sure, will not follow through on the steps that are needed to avoid this process in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We'll look around, make sure there's no other hands, comment, guidance. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to switch gears just a little bit here, but I wanted to briefly respond to some public comment that we heard and around sort of the way that this council does business. We heard a previous public comment earlier in the week too. So I just didn't want to let those go unacknowledged and just share a few thoughts. It's been my experience that this council tries hard to make a space where genuine discourse and disagreement is encouraged. Processes like the council don't work unless there is opportunity for disagreement. If we all agreed, there'd be no reason for us to be here. And so having a diversity of voices and having different opinions and bringing our stakeholders together and bringing the public together and having those opportunities, to me, is what makes the council and is our strength. I don't think that probably any organization or group of people potentially in the world does this perfectly. Sort of an ongoing search for how we do that better. And so towards that end of trying to operate this council in principles of openness, transparency, discourse, disagreement, we have a professional and respectful workplace policy. We discussed this last year. I bring it up here because the council staff has been doing good work to implement that. And there's been ongoing discussion around ground rules, codes of conduct, and operational guidelines. And so I just wanted to bring that up because I know a lot of, salmon people aren't necessarily in the room for those discussions. We have very long council meetings and not everyone is in the room for every agenda item. So I just wanted to highlight those and note that it's an ongoing process and that I believe that this council continues to do the work to try to meet those principles and do the best job that we can.
Thank you, Corey. Further comments? I think I've looked fairly hard around the table here. I don't see any hands. So Angela, do you have all the information you need here?
Yes, your council's work is now complete under this agenda item and the STT will be taking this guidance and is scheduled to present again tomorrow.
All right, thank you. That will close out agenda item E5 and will take us back to agenda item F5. There's going to be a change of seats here, so we'll just wait briefly. All right. The Jeopardy theme has ended. Let's move back to our seats so we can commence. All right. Thank you all for taking that break to allow us to get to a long lunch and salmon. And now we're back to our groundfish management team here to continue the presentation on the reports. So I'll look at either Katie or Lynn to kick this one off.
Thank you. I'm Lynn Massey from NIMS. This is my colleague, Katie Pearson, ODFW Chair of the GMT, and we'll be finishing off the GMT presentation on F5 today. So first off, we're going to give you a recap of the action item checklist 19D. It's a new management measure to remove the short spine thorny head management line at 3427 degrees north latitude. Next slide. So we brought this to you first just last month in March, so we'll give you a bit of a recap. The results of the 2023 stock assessment for short spine thorny head will translate into very restrictive ACLs for the forthcoming biennium. And during our overwinter analysis, we figured out that this was going to cause some concerning constraints for both the trawl and non-trawl sectors. So we came up with a new way of managing short spine thorny head that we'll brief you on today. Next slide. This is just a table to show you mortality and attainment in each sector since 2011. This specific table is for north of 3427. It's just here for reference. There's nothing specific to flag. Next slide. And similarly, this table is for south of 3427. This is just here for your reference in case you have any questions about it. Next slide. So specifically in the non-trawl sector, we figured out during our trip limit projections that if we go forward under status quo management, then trip limits for the non-trawl sector will have to be so incredibly low that a targeted fishery is unlikely to be prosecuted. Non-trawl mortality ranged from 133 to 250 metric tons prior to 2020. And since 2020, we're in a COVID recovery phase. We're at 59 to 84 metric tons. Mortality prior to 2020 exceeds some of the allocations before the council. Next slide. For the trawl sector, we identified potential strains in the trawl fishery north of 3427 from substantial IFQ allocation reductions. Short spine quota availability could impact bottom trawl access to Dover sole and sablefish. And there's a table of IFQ mortality prior to 2020 and since 2020. Next slide. So just a visual, this is a visual of the new management measure, just to remind you. We would be setting a coast-wide OFL and ABC. That's still status quo, but we would then change there at the ACL. Right now, we have two area-specific ACLs for north and south of 3427. This new management measure would change that to be a coast-wide ACL, and then a coast-wide fishery HG, and allocations would then flow from that. Next slide. I'm going to pass it over to Katie.
All right, good afternoon. All right, so your decision points for April for this agenda item is to remove or not to remove the management line at 3427 north latitude for short spine thorny head. If you remove the management line, there are three other decisions that flow from there. Decision 2A is to decide on a 2026 allocation structure for trawl, non-trawl. Decision 2B is to decide yes or no on the non-trawl ACT and what it should be. And decision 2C would be decide on non-trawl trip limits. So we have an excellent figure that Whitney developed here. Props to her. And this is your decision flow diagram. As you can see, that first decision is that management line removal. Option 1 is status quo. Option 2 is to remove the management line. Then, as we already said, decision 2A is the allocation proportions. Sub option A is 64% trawl, 36% non-trawl for both 25 and 26. Sub option B is the gap proposal. So that's the 25. Sorry, this is the gap proposal from March. That's how that will be referred to. Is 25, 34, or sorry, 64% trawl, 36% non-trawl, and then an allocation change in 2026 to be 71% trawl, 29% non-trawl. And you can see below what those different allocations would be for both of those sub options. Then you move to the decision 2B, which is the non-trawl ACT. So sub option 1 would be no ACT, and sub option 2, and again, this is the gap proposal with certain specificity from the GMT, but basically it's a non-trawl ACT north of 3427. North latitude, set at 25% of the coastwide non-trawl allocation. And so you can see in the table what would happen if you did sub option A and sub option B to that sub option 2. And then finally, you'll have decision point 2C, which is the non-trawl trip limits. So option 1 is status quo. So see tables 11 and 12 of this report. And then option 2 is really converting open access trip limits from monthly to bi-monthly, increasing limited entry north and limited entry south trip limits by 1,000 pounds in periods 1 through 3 and by 500 pounds in periods 4 through 6, excuse me, and then increase limited entry south of 3427 by 1,000 pounds. And so this is all between 4010 and 3427 is where I think that's where most of the effort will be based on past years. All right, so we'll talk about this first. Next slide. Please, thank you. Decision point number 1, again, to remove or not to remove. The GMT recommends option 2, removal of the management line at 3427 for short spine learning head as PPA. Next slide, please. Talking about allocation proportions. So decision point 2A, sub options for 2026 allocations. The GMT did not reach a consensus on a recommendation for PPA among the short spine thorny head allocation options. However, what we wanted to show, and again, these are just for your reference, is table 4 of GMT report 2. So this is looking at the trawl allocation. Well, thank you. Trawl allocation under option 1, status quo, and then option 2 with the various sub options. Next slide, please. And then this is the non-trawl version. Next slide, please. Okay, so now moving on to decision 2B, non-trawl ACT. Next slide, please. The GMT recommends sub option 2 to create a non-trawl ACT north of 3427 degrees north latitude that is set at 25% of the coastwide non-trawl allocation as PPA. Next slide, please. So the GMT proposes that if 25% of the non-trawl allocation is projected to be reached or exceeded by the North, and the South has exceeded 50% of the non-trawl allocation, the GMT will alert the Council and evaluate the need for the trip limit decreases in the North for Council consideration. If these criteria are not met, the GMT will continue to monitor and bring to the Council's attention if and when there is a risk to the ACL. And the GMT requests Council feedback on this proposal, as well as from the GAP. Next slide. Excellent. So now we'll talk about the non-trawl trip limits. So this is decision point 2C. this is just what I said in that slide. Next slide, please. These are the actual, these are the actual trip limits that we're suggesting, as well as the landing projections, the estimated total landings. And what we have compared them to is the percent of the 2026 north of 3427 ACT under the sub option B, which is the different allocation. So this is like the gap. So it would be a 55 metric ton ACT. So that's what that comparison is on that farthest right column. Next slide, please. I think we forgot to write in our, go back one slide. I think we forgot to say that the GMT recommends option 2. Yeah. So now this is the limited entry short spine thorny head south of 3427. And once again, you can see the option 2, the different trip limits, the different landing projections, and the estimated total mortality range. And once again, the GMT recommends option 2. And then in open access short spine thorny head south, option 1 is status quo. So that's short spine thorny head and long spine thorny head, 100 pounds per day, no more than 1,000 pounds per 2 months. All right, so just a little bit, a high level of the impact analysis. So this is the biological and environmental impacts section. This is, so non-trawl fisheries operate US-Canada border to the US-Mexico border. And removals from the trawl sector have been entirely from the area north of 3427 since 2017. Because we currently manage with a management line. We do know we have been apportioning biomass with the 5-year rolling average biomass estimates in each area based on the West Coast Bottom Trawl Survey, which is 70% to the north and 30% to the south. So the removal of the management line could potentially concentrate fishing mortality in the north, which could exceed the estimated proportional biomass north. Next slide, please. So this is a table that we developed as a hypothetical table that assumes full attainment in the trawl sector in the north. And we're showing the potential concentration of mortality based on the removal of the management line and whether there's an ACT and the different allocation sub-options. So I'm going to leave it at that high level. And if you have individual questions, I can answer them. Next slide, please. So based on kind of this thought process of that future mortality has the potential to be higher than the portion of the stock that is north of the 3427, right, that 70%. The GMT posed the following questions for consideration that may inform council's risk tolerance to certain sub-options under option 2, that management line removal. The team is unclear whether these questions can be definitively answered before final action is taken in June, but the team agreed that they're important to ask when considering how estimates of proportional biomass north and south of 3427 informs both the allocation and ACT decisions. So those questions are, if mortality in the north exceeds the proportional biomass, what risk does this pose to the stock? Additionally, what risk to the stock if all mortality occurs north of 3427? Is there a meaningful difference between the northern mortality of 73% and 78% of coastwide mortality when northern biomass is estimated to be an average of 70.6% of the coastwide total from 2017 to 2022? Next slide, please. So this highlights a bigger issue with all of our coastwide stocks, many of which do not have uniform effort throughout the whole range. And management of all groundfish stocks might benefit from a deeper discussion about using area-based biomass estimates to inform the spatial allocation of fishery effort. Next slide, please. So now going on to trawl impacts. So these are 2 tables from the report, just kind of outlining the different impacts based on the different sub-options. As you can see, under sub option or option 2, so that's the removal of the management line, sub option A, which is the 64% trawl allocation in 2026 as well as 2025. There is a difference from the status quo of 5 metric tons. And then after that, in sub option B, there would be an increase in 48 metric tons from status quo. Yep. All right, so non-trawl impacts. Option 2, sub-option A would result in a coast-wide non-trawl allocation of 268 and 271 metric tons in 2025 and 2026, respectively. Sub-option B would result in non-trawl allocations that are reduced by 53 metric tons relative to the sub-option A. However, that will provide the ability to prosecute both the 2018 to 2022 average mortalities of the northern and southern fisheries. So that would be 42 metric tons and 64 metric tons in the south, with the capacity for the southern fishery to increase to previous levels. Sub-option 2, which is the ACT, would be a mechanism to slow the concentration of the effort in the north while maintaining historic fishery opportunities in the south. Next slide, please. So kind of as a broad scale thing, if additional information or analysis would be useful in the council decision-making process for the short spine thorny head management measure, the GMT does seek an indication from the council at this time so that we can provide the additional information in June to support FPA. Next slide, please. And there are our recommendations for the different decision points under this 19D short spine thorny head management line removal item. And next slide, please. Do you want to take questions? Maybe we should do that. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. This says questions and I just blew right past that. So pausing for questions.
Thank you. I will look around. I see Chair Pettinger's hand.
Yeah, thank you, Katie, for the presentation. We're going to be basically combining 2 quota, south short spine, north short spine, so 2 quota groups together. We divided wingcott a few years back, and then we gave equal shares of each to the quota holders. So we're kind of combining southern and northern short spine, but those people own varying degrees, percentages of the northern and southern quota. So have you figured out how you're going to do that?
For the recombination of the trawl, so that is outlined in regulation. Oh, through the vice chair. Okay. Thank you, Chair Pettinger. That is outlined in the regulations for the trawl sector. So it is also outlined in our, what is this report? Report number 2. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Further questions? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the presentation here. I have a question on slide 59. It's relative to 2B and the non-trawl ACT sub-option 2. And it speaks to if certain metrics are met, it would create some kind of attention from the GMT or council to address whether or not trip limits need to be adjusted. It sounds like, and I'm sorry, I'm not tracking all the math as quickly as you all have it on the tip of your fingers here. It sounds like we expect most of this fish to be attained. So the likelihood of needing to address this in season is plausible. So could you just help me understand the utility of these particular metrics and like the thought behind developing this a little bit more, please?
Through the vice chair. Thank you, Ms. McKnight. Yes. So when we were thinking about an ACT, we thought about the need, right? The need is from the north. So this 25% covers more than what their average has been in the past. And so we don't anticipate that it will be met necessarily for in-season action. Maybe eventually, but 25% was a kind of even number that we could move forward with. We did talk with our GAP counterparts a little bit prior to kind of proposing this, but I do think this is one of those things that as we are asking feedback, could use feedback, whether these numbers do make sense. But essentially, again, it would also allow for alignment of that, or closer alignment in that. I don't know what that table is. The table 6 on slide 65. So if you use that ACT, you would have a lesser impact on that proportional biomass in the north.
Thank you. Further questions? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And my question is really, again, having not been through this process before, more of a process question. I appreciate how you have laid out the diagram and the structure of the questions before the council. My question is, I am assuming we will respond to decision points and question in tomorrow's agenda item regarding groundfish.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, I see that we're actually back on Wednesday to continue groundfish management. I'm just trying to discern whether that's the point at which we will respond to some of these questions of the council for decisions, new decisions or not, in regards to this particular action, as well as some others, or whether we're holding that for tomorrow's discussion.
Sorry, the number of questions, the term questions going through my head there. Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and appreciate the question, Ms. Kiefer. For many complicated agenda items, what we tend to do is to try to split that agenda item so that there's time to organize your thoughts, perhaps overnight and sleep on them, and come back the following day with motions. So today what we're looking for is to receive the information, we'll receive public comment, and then tomorrow we're looking for some action. So usually healthy discussions go along with those motions and action, which we're looking for tomorrow.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was tracking.
Yes, and what I was going to say is we're looking for clarification now to make sure everything they're laying out is clear in the analysis. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I apologize if I'm being daft on this one. I have read the GMT report twice in the last 24 hours, and I've tried to go through the GAP report, and I'm still struggling with why under decision 2A, sub-option B, the percentages change in year 2. Can you provide some additional information, and maybe hearing it verbally, it'll stick in? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, sure, Ms. Mattis, I can take that question. So that sub-option is a GAP proposal. When, as laid out in the report, when NIMS does the trawl recombination in accordance with the regulations, the combined allocation will be 64% to trawl and 36% to non-trawl. In order to do that math, so in order to set 2025 harvest specifications, we have to do the math in 2024. And that reason is because of the trawl recombination regulations and how they tell us that quota pound holders have to receive the same amount of quota pounds at the time of recombination as they would have if the areas had not been recombined. And so the reason why we're doing that in 2024 is because quota share owners do not own their quota share and quota pounds yet. that does not take legal effect until 2025. And so when we do this math, it will actually be in December 2024 when all quota share, quota pound trading is frozen. And so if you combine north-south trawl and north-south non-trawl, those are the percentages that you come out with. The proposal that came out of the GAP is if you had done that math in 2025. And so, the GMT is fine with either sub option, which is why we didn't put forth a proposal, but that's where that comes from. And I realize that that is even hard to understand in words, so I have to backtrack and say it a different way. I'm happy to.
Thank you, Ms. Massey. That actually really, really helped. I don't know why hearing it verbally stuck. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thanks you two for this and for walking us through this particular agenda item with a little bit more detail, or this management measure. I mean, this goes back to Ms. Keeper's question, and maybe it's a question for you in terms of requesting input from the council and the GAP. I was reading that and thinking about that because tomorrow our motions will set preliminary preferred alternatives, which we do for public review, so that would give time between now and June for that kind of input. So perhaps there's some input tomorrow, but also the opportunity for public input from the GAP and the public between now and June. Do I have that right?
Through Vice Chair Hasmart. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Yes, that is our understanding as well. Any guidance you can give, we will receive, and then we will be coordinating with our GAP partners to also understand and better have some analysis for you and for final.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I look around very carefully because as soon as I turn my head one direction, somebody on the other side will raise their hand. No further hands? Thank you. Is anything more on the, oh yeah, I thought so. Please proceed.
Okay, I'm going to finish this off with the last few new management measures. So action item 19E is the requirement for recreational anglers in California, no, in all 3 states, sorry, to possess a descending device aboard a vessel when fishing in federal waters for groundfish. So this is coast-wide. Oregon and Washington, and I actually think California now, all do have state requirements to carry a descending device on board. This would just extend that requirement to federal waters and create some consistency across state and federal regulations, as well as reduce mortality on discarded rockfish. And the GMT does recommend that the council move that forward for PPA. Next slide. Action item 19F, this is the California one. This is to modify continuous vessel transit limitations for California recreational vessels in federal waters. This issue was brought to the GMT at the September 2023 meeting. It was a request as an in-season action. What we realized is that when that 50 fathom offshore fishery management measure is enacted, that's a requirement that asks for recreational vessels in California to fish seaward of a recreational RCA line as opposed to shoreward. Standard continuous transit requirements require that, if you're going to go seaward of that RCA line and get your ground fish, when you're shoreward of that line, you have to be in continuous transit on your way back to port. It's a standard enforcement thing. However, we discovered that means that recreational vessels, where their business model is surrounded or is centered around targeting multiple species, groundfish and non-groundfish, and when they have to stop and anchor overnight on multi-day trips, those continuous transit limitations greatly restricted those activities. They wouldn't be able to stop and do anything. And that would have really caused them to shift their business models. So This is a recent, NIMS just recently published emergency measures to address this in 2024 since council action couldn't address it that quickly. But this is the long-term fix that's in the GMT analysis and in front of you for recommendation for PPA. So GMT is recommending that we also lift those continuous transit limitations for 2025 and beyond whenever that offshore fishery management measure is in place. And I do want to say real quickly that in the analysis, and this is my bad, I'm sorry, in the GMT analysis, I specifically wrote the 50 fathom offshore fishery. And that's what it is for this year. It doesn't always have to be 50 fathoms. The measure is really just for whatever the recreational RCA line is designated as for the offshore fishery in the future. I just wanted to clarify that on record. Next slide, please. The last one is action item 19G, change the scientific name of Pacific sandlance and the common name of Pacific spiny dogfish in regulation. This was brought forward by council staff at the March 2024 council meeting. The scientific name of Pacific sandlance and the common name of Pacific spiny dogfish are incorrect in federal regulations. They are correct in the FMP. We're just going to fix that and make it the same. And we recommend that you adopt that as PPA, and that's it. Next slide. And then the very last action item is number 20. That's the California Quillback Rockfish Rebuilding Plan. We don't have a PPA for you to select now. That is work that we're going to start day after tomorrow. So we will arrive at in June with a rebuilding plan and rebuilding plan alternatives for you to select from. Next slide. And then Katie and I are happy to take questions on 19E through G or 20.
Thank you. Questions on this last set of action items? Phil Anderson.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Thanks very much, Lynn, for the presentation. I'm afraid this is a stupid question, but I'll ask it anyway. So under 19E, the way I could read that is that if there were 5 recreational anglers on a boat, each one of them would need to have a descending device. Or I could read it that if there are 5 recreational anglers on a boat, that if they have a single descending device on the vessel, they'd be in compliance with the regulation.
Through the Vice Chair, nope, that is not a stupid question. It's a very good question. It's a little more detailed in the GMT analysis, but the actual requirement will be 1 descending device functional, descending device per vessel, not per angler.
Thanks.
Thank you. Additional questions? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And my question is on the same one. It says the required to be on board the vessel, but there's nothing about requiring use. In Oregon state regulations, we have their use required. Is that just not included because of enforceability, or to try to make the regulations a little more consistent with what Washington and California have on the books?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Mattis, for that question. That is purposeful that we're leaving that out, and it's because of the differing state requirements. So not every state requires use per se. And so we're not trying to further complicate the state's lives. And so I did the lowest common denominator in terms of requirements to stay consistent.
Thank you. Further questions? Looks like it's all clear and done. Thank you. And thanks to the entire GMT. Lynn Mattis.
Before the team walked away, I just wanted to express our thanks for the way you've outlined your reports and tried to walk us through this presentation. I think it's been helpful having sections broken out in the reports, and the way you've all worked together to provide this report shows really great teamwork, and just wanted to applaud you all for it and say thank you.
All right, my thanks also. Great job. With that, we will continue with our report. And I apologize while I move down. Next, we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Sarah Nayani and possibly Merritt McCrae assisting on that. Good afternoon to both of you.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Get this started. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, council members. I'm Sarah Niani with the GAP.
And I'm Merritt McRae with the GAP also.
We're going to split the report. So I'll read items 1 through 9, and then he'll read the rest, and then we're happy to take questions. Here we go. Okay. Referencing the action item checklist, the GAP recommends the following management measures for the 25-26 fisheries summarized in a table below, with each item discussed in more detail later in the report. And obviously our numbering corresponds with the action item checklist. And we just wanted to give you a quick overview of the table that we basically tried to put every item and a summary of what our recommendations are to make it easier for you to look through. And we had initially hoped to also include the GMT recommendations so you could see them side by side, but unfortunately we didn't have enough time to incorporate all the material by the deadline last night. So the text that I'm about to read corresponds with those recommendations in the table. Okay, so for number 1, coordinate updates, the GAP supports the recommendations as proposed by the CDF&W Report 1. The fishing industry requested these coordinate updates in September 23 to improve the realignment of the 50-fathom waypoint contour. The GAP appreciates the CDF&W resolving this issue. Number 2, off the top deductions. For the new methodology to calculate set-asides, the GAP generally supports the GMT recommendation to use the 10-year rolling max instead of the long-term historical maximum as the starting point when calculating research and IOA off the top deductions, noting there may be constraining or other species in this and future cycles we will want to review on a case-by-case basis. For B, set-aside values adopted in November 2023, the GAP generally supports the updates to the research set-asides and IOA set-asides in Table 20 and 21 of the draft management measure analytical document, with a few exceptions and notes. For short spine thorny head, if you look at Table 14 in the analytical document, it shows a significant increase, an increase of 5.32 metric tons or 51% in the 25-26 short spine thorny head north research set aside value, which shows as 15.8 metric tons compared to the 2023 value of 10.48 metric tons under the 10-year rolling maximum. The GAP recommends adding the 2023 status quo research set-aside amount of 10.48 for short spine thorny head to the range of alternatives and selecting that as the PPA. This would move 5.32 metric tons for use in our groundfish fisheries and would cover research for all years from 2008 to 2022, with the exception of the anomalous 2021 value of 15.8 metric tons. As noted below, the GMT did something similar for Canary, excluding an anomalous year. While we're making this recommendation to decrease the set aside, we understand there's a planned halibut survey that will seek 12 to 15 metric tons, and therefore our recommendation may not accommodate that projected amount unless research plans change. If the council proceeds with the 15.8 metric tons set aside, the GAP would like more information on what will be done with any short spine thorny head bycatch on the halibut survey, and if any samples or research will be conducted. For Canary rockfish, the GAP tentatively supports using the 23-24 research set aside value of 10.08 metric tons for Canary that's recommended in the analytical document, rather than using the 10-year rolling maximum value of 19.06 metric tons, given the severe ACL reduction that will impact all fisheries and the fact that the 19.06 metric ton value was anomalous. However, as described in our November report, we note that the status quo 10.08 metric tons still seems high for research when all other fisheries are taking such severe cuts. For cow cod, the maximum research mortality was 0.63 metric tons, but the recommendation in the analytical document is 10 metric tons, which is just carrying over the same amount from the 23-24 cycle. The GAP understands this value is to account for research in California in recent cycles, but we wonder if the entire amount is needed or if some could be allocated to the fishery with recent changes to the CCAs. Confirm increase to Sablefish North recreational set aside. The GAP recommends increasing the Sablefish North recreational set aside amount from 6 metric tons to 30 metric tons. Sablefish ACLs are increasing 238% in the next biennium, and under the most recent stock assessment should remain high for the coming years. The GAP notes some recreational fishermen are starting to target sablefish as stock assemblages change and opportunity to access other fisheries decrease. In November 23, the GAP supported the establishment of a rec set aside for Sablefish South, also of 10 metric tons, but understands this should be accomplished as a set aside under the non-trawl sector allocation, which is action item number 10, rather than as an off the top deduction. North is covered here due to a different allocation structure in the FMP. Number 3 is off the top deductions for tribal. The GAP recommends adopting the tribal off the top deductions identified in Supplemental Tribal Report 1. The GAP understands the rationale for these requests and notes the set aside makes sense for how the Washington Treaty tribes will prosecute their fisheries this biennium. The GAP and tribal representatives on both the GAP and GMT had a robust discussion about the reasons surrounding any changes in requests to off-the-top deductions. The GAP appreciates the tribe's consideration to adjust some of the set-asides to ensure equitable sharing of the resources. For ACTs, yellow eye rockfish, the GAP recommends removing the non-trawl ACTs for yellow eye. The non-trawl HG ACT structure was established as an extra buffer for management when there was a high level of uncertainty with projections with areas opening and the new status of yellow eye rockfish starting in 2019. We already have HGs and these are sufficient for management, especially now that we have more information. The yellow eye catch is closely tracked in season. With all the other reductions in our fisheries, GAP members believe we need to reduce artificial management boxes. Removing the non-trawl ACTs would provide significant benefits for fishing communities. And if you look at table 1, we just took the 2025 HG and ACT, and the difference in those is what would be available to fisheries if the ACT was removed, because the HG would become the new management value. And so you can see in 2025, that would provide an additional 8.74 metric tons to the non-trawl sector. And in 2026, that would be 8.9 metric tons of yellow eye. For California quillback rockfish, since this will be removed from the nearshore complex, the GAP understands there is no need for an ACT as the species will be managed to its own individual ACL. The GAP therefore recommends no ACT for California quillback. And then for California copper, setting a California copper rockfish ACT for the rec sector is challenging since the proposed ACT is lower than the catch in 2023 when harvesters were actively avoiding copper voluntarily. While status quo option 1 would be preferred, the GAP understands there's a depletion concern. So we recommend option 3 with sub-option 1 as the PPA as described in this agenda item in attachment 2. Option 3 would establish a within non-trawl copper rockfish ACT for the recreational sector south of Conception that is equal to the proportion of the ACL as determined by the assessment. So in 2025, it would be a 15.8 metric ton, and in 2026, 18 metric tons. Option 3 is the GAP's PPA because the ACT would be set equal to the full proportion of the ACL south, whereas in option 2, the ACT would be set at 80%. Option 3 provides more room for the rec fishery, and when combined with either sub-option would help ensure the ACT is not exceeded. The GAP selected sub-option 1 as our PPA. The council would consider management measures to mitigate impacts on copper rockfish south if the ACT is exceeded or projected to be exceeded. Okay. On to number 5, I think, if I'm on the right page here. Okay. The GAP recommends adopting the status quo, no action, 2-year trawl, non-trawl allocations for all species with biennial allocations except for widow rockfish. So each of those species is listed out below except for widow, because that's the exception. While the council is considering revisions to the 2-year trawl, non-trawl allocations for Canary and Petrale, the GAP has consistently agreed not to change these allocations in the 25-26 biennium, which is why they are listed above. With respect to widow rockfish, the GAP has supported analyzing a change to the 2-year trawl, non-trawl allocation and now recommends option 2, a fixed 300 metric tons of the fishery HG to the non-trawl and then the remainder going to trawl as the PPA in line with the GMT's recommendation. Our rationale for each of these 3 species, Canary, Petrale, and Widow, those are the ones you were considering something other than trawl, non-trawl, is described in greater detail below. For Canary rockfish, most of the GAP continues to support status quo allocations. For Canary rockfish, recognizing that all sectors will be subject to reduced ACLs and allocations due to the recent assessment that resulted in a severe decline in the proposed allocations to each sector. The GAP acknowledged the 55.5% decrease in Canary will cause extreme harm to all sectors of the groundfish fishery, but most members agreed that status quo allocations are the most equitable at this time. The GAP had several discussions at the November and March meetings where members were aware that all sectors would be negatively impacted. The GAP represents and advocates for our respective sectors, but collectively the GAP does not think one fishery is more important than the other. It is subjective to say which fishery is taking a bigger hit. The GAP preliminarily agreed to status quo allocations as we stated in our March report. And I'm just going to read part of that text. We note for the council, it took a lot of collaborative effort over several meetings to arrive at our recommendations on this contentious allocation issue that will severely impact all sectors. The GAP reiterates that the survey and stock assessment is not aligned with the increased encounters we are seeing on the grounds. As detailed in the GMT's analysis for March 2024, Canary rockfish constraints will negatively affect every sector. The WDFW report 1 indicates total mortality figures under status quo management measures that will exceed status quo proposed Canary allocations for 25-26. The sole Washington recreational fishing representative on the GAP discussed particular challenges facing Washington charter fisheries, noting that subbag limits for Canary rockfish of 3 fish or fewer needed to be under the 17.3 metric tons proposed HG will not result in enough of a draw for members of the public to book fishing trips. A different allocation resulting in 22.1 metric tons would help keep the recreational fishing business operational. However, GAP members discussed the history of low Canary ACLs and fishery impacts to all sectors between the early 2000s and 2017. One sector requesting an increase in Canary rockfish when all other sectors will be severely constrained resulted in a lively discussion about how other sectors dealt with or will have to deal with lower ACLs and allocations. For example, trawlers were subject to extensive closed areas, gear limitations, and not fishing shoreward of 200 fathoms for a decade. In addition, lower access to Canary quota limits the flexibility for trawlers to trade quota and cover potential lightning strikes. With quillback restrictions causing a shift for non-trawl commercial vessels onto the shelf, limited trip limits for Canary rockfish will limit access to the areas that are opened, either through the use of non-bottom contact gear types or in the newly open areas of the non-trawl RCA. Oregon wreck fishermen recalled the times when they were subject to a 0 retention for some species and that a smaller subbag limit for canaries is better than no retention. And California wreck fishermen said they are facing multiple constraints, not just in the groundfish fishery, but additional closures in the salmon fishery and restrictions to crabbing. For these reasons above, the majority of the GAP continues to support status quo allocations for Canary rockfish. Petrale sole. The GAP continues to recommend no change to the Petrale sole 2-year trawl non-trawl allocation of 30 metric tons non-trawl and the remainder to trawl. The Petrale ACL is decreasing by 32.5%. Under the status quo trawl non-trawl allocation, the 2025 allocation is dropping to 1,946 metric tons, which is a 37% reduction from 2023, while the non-trawl allocation is staying the same. Average trawl mortality from 2011 to 23 was 2,293 metric tons, or 118% of the 2025 allocation. Comparatively, average non-trawl mortality in the same time period was 8.24 metric tons, or 27% of the 25 allocation. The non-trawl sector slightly exceeded their 30 metric ton allocation in 23, with mortality of 30.23 metric tons, or 100.9%. The trawl sector consistently attains over 90% of their allocation. Petrale is foundational to the bottom trawl program, which has been underperforming overall since the implementation of the trawl catcher program. The GAP agreed at our November 23 and March 24 meetings that it would not be fair for the trawl allocation to decrease by 37% due to the recent assessment without a corresponding decrease to the non-trawl allocation, and then move an additional amount to the non-trawl sector. So we continue to recommend status quo. For widow rockfish, in line with the GMT, the GAP recommends selecting option 2 as the PPA for the 2-year trawl non-trawl allocations. This option would allocate 300 metric tons to the non-trawl sector and then the remainder to the trawl sector. Prior to GAP and GMT discussions at this April meeting, some members of the GAP had supported option 3, which would allocate 200 metric tons to the non-trawl sector and the remainder to the trawl. This option would provide an additional 100 metric tons beyond the PPA. And the trawl sector has high attainment of widow rockfish, while the maximum attainment of widow by the non-trawl sector from 2011 to 2023 was 38.5 metric tons. Noting that this value is from the text of the document and is higher than what's shown in the table you might reference because it includes additional catch estimates from Washington. This value is well below the non-trawl value specified in all 3 of the 25-26 trawl non-trawl allocation options. These GAP members felt that under option 2, a 161.5 metric ton buffer above recent max catch for the non-trawl to increase their catch in the 25-26 biennium would be sufficient. Other GAP members had come in supporting option 1, which would retain the status quo 400 metric ton allocation for the non-trawl fishery for increased opportunity in the 25-26 biennium. With shifts from quillback and with the CCA open, there is a lot of uncertainty about what could be attained. Widow is a species that can be targeted cleanly, and effort is expected to increase. Ultimately, the GAP agreed to split the difference and supported the GMT recommended option 2 to allocate 300 metric tons to the non-trawl sector and the remainder to trawl. This will provide 261.5 metric tons above recent max catch for non-trawl to increase their catch in the 25-26 period, given nearshore restrictions due to quillback rockfish, shifting vessels onto the shelf, while also providing an additional 100 metric tons for the trawl sector. And everyone on the GAP hopes that both sectors have high widow attainment in this next cycle, given the many challenges we face across our groundfish fisheries. Number 6, rebuilding allocations. Yellow eye rockfish. For yellow eye rockfish, the GAP supports the status quo, no action, 2-year trawl non-trawl allocation, which is 8% trawl and 92% non-trawl. California quillback, the GAP does not recommend any allocation changes. Or any allocation, sorry. Number 7, Amendment 21 allocation changes. So this is the short spine thorny head. We put this under number 7. You guys just received a presentation from the GMT that had it under number 19. This is the same issue. We just stuck it in a different place. And you can see that we use the decision tree table that the GMT just showed you in their presentation. So we repasted it in our report, and we make the following recommendations for each decision point. So for decision 1, we recommend to remove the management line for short spine thorny head. For decision 2A, which is the allocation proportions, we recommend to select sub-option B for the 25-26 biennium. And that would result in 2025 allocating 64% to trawl and 36% to non-trawl, and then updating it in 2026 to 71% trawl and 29% non-trawl. And we will revisit it later as needed. Decision number 2B is the non-trawl ACT. And for this, we want to select sub-option 2, and that would set a non-trawl ACT north of Conception, set at 25% of the coast-wide non-trawl allocation, with a 2A sub option B. And that is a 2025 ACT of 67 tons and a 2026 ACT of 55. For decision number 2C, non-trawl trip limits, the GAP recommends option 2, which is to convert the open access trip limits from monthly to bi-monthly, and then increase limited entry north and south, which would be between 4010 and 3427, trip limits by 1,000 pounds in periods 1 through 3, and by 500 pounds in periods 4 through 6. It would also increase limited entry south by 1,000 pounds. The decisions summarized above continue to align with our recommendations from March, with some of that rationale reincorporated here. For decision 1, the GAP supports removal of the line if the council were to proceed with status quo allocations under the reduced 25-26 harvest specs. The allocation scheme is set up such that it would result in significantly reduced trip limits for the non-trawl short spine target fishery north of 3427, reducing limited entry fixed gear from about 2,500 pounds per 2 months to 350 pounds per 2 months, which is a decrease of 86%. And OA would go from 50 pounds per 2 months to 40 pounds per 2 months, a decrease of 20%. The GAP agrees these reductions must be avoided, particularly on the limited entry fixed gear side, and that status quo allocations could effectively end this non-trawl targeted short spine fishery at a time when it is more crucial than ever to maintain it, due to the loss of so many other non-groundfish fishing opportunities and decreases in so many groundfish ACLs. For decision 2A, we support the sub-option B and will revisit later as needed. And so we wanted to provide a little more rationale for that. In March, the GAP learned from NIMS and the GMT about the component rule, which you just heard about under the trawl rationalization IFQ program, which states that when recombining 2 areas, the quota share or individual bycatch quota held by individuals in each area will be adjusted proportionally such that the total QS or IBQ for the area sums to 100%, and a person holding QS or IBQ in the newly created area will receive the same amount of total QP or IBQ as they would if the areas had not been recombined. This would result in values that, if carried up to the trawl non-trawl allocation level, would result in a 71% trawl, 29% non-trawl allocations for short spine in 25-26. However, upon input from NIMS, they would have to use the 2024 values instead of 2025, resulting in a 64% trawl, 36% non-trawl allocation. The GAP continues to agree that the result of removing the line should align with the non-trawl splits that would ensure QS participants in the newly created area will receive the same amount of total QP or IBQ as they would if the areas had not been recombined in 2025. It would be more efficient if we could just do this in 2025, but since there's not a mechanism to, the GAP recommends adjusting in 2026 to return trawl to the expected 2025 value. This adjustment reflects, and actually this, these last two, this sentence here about reflecting the repatriation of 50 tons is actually not accurate. So if we could strike that, that would be great. GAP members agreed that this could be revisited in future bienniums. For decisions 2B on ACT, the GAP recommends sub-option 2 with 2A sub-option B, which aligns with the values that result from our decision under number 2A on trawl non-trawl splits for the coming biennium. For decision number 2C on trip limits, the GAP recommends option 2, which would convert OA trip limits from monthly to bi-monthly, increase limited entry fixed gear north and south by 1,000 pounds in periods 1 through 3 and by 500 in periods 4 through 6, and then increase limited entry fixed gear south by 1,000 pounds. In March, the GAP heard from short spine participants south of 3427, where short spine is an important fishery and had higher attainment prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Their short spine catch brings in high market values and provides a vital resource of income in this area. In order to preserve the fishery in the south, the GAP continues to recommend including these area-specific ACTs and differential trip limits. And we, just because we were rushing, we failed to mention our appreciation for the GMT in particular on the short spine issue, because it's a very complicated one. And we really valued the tables that they put together and the updates they made to them to include numbers that really helped with that flow. For number 8, harvest guidelines, blackgill rockfish HG, the GAP recommends keeping that HG for the slope rockfish south of 4010 complex as outlined in attachment 2. And then the GAP recommends no other species-specific HGs. Number 9 is at-sea set-asides. The GAP recommendations are summarized in table 2 below. And you can see we listed out the ones for which we recommend status quo as the PPA. And then we have other ones that we're recommending something other than status quo. And if you look at table 2, this is essentially the same table that you received from the GMT, but we added some information we thought might be helpful for you to look at. So we just showed catch from 2017 to 2023, a max and average here. And anywhere that you see a bold in those max or average catch columns is where that catch was higher than option 1, which is a status quo catch, or sorry, status quo set aside for at sea. And then options 2 and 3 are alternatives to the status quo. And so in the columns on the right, you can see we showed the GMT recommendation and then the GAP recommendation side by side. We thought there might be 1 or 2 that we were going to have differences, but they all align. So the GAP and GMT are aligned on at-sea set-asides. And then we go through each one of these with rationale. This rationale is essentially the same that we had in our November report. So I'm just going to go through it very quickly. For Arrowtooth, the GAP recommends 100 tons such that recent maximum catch of 71 tons in 2022 would fall below the set-aside amount. For Canary, the GAP had lengthy discussions throughout all harvest specs and management measures, as you can imagine, on the importance of Canary. Trawl GAP members recommended 2526 at-sea set-aside of 20 tons, which with the prior 46 metric ton set-aside would result in a proportional decrease to other sectors and provide more Canary to the IFQ fishery. For dark blotch, the GAP recommends 100 tons to cover recent max catch, make it more likely that catch would be able to stay within the set-aside amount and provide flexibility under likely Canary constraints and for movement away from Chinook. For other flatfish, the GAP agreed that replacing the 35 ton set-aside value with 100 tons was appropriate to provide greater flexibility and make it more likely the set-asides will accommodate potential catch. With the ACL doubling in the cycle, the set-aside that at least doubles the status quo would provide the at-sea sectors the opportunity to benefit from the ACL increases in line with other sectors. For Sablefish North, at-sea representatives noted that prior max catch of 305 tons in 2022 took significant effort to achieve. For example, as you heard from the Whiting Mothership Cooperative Manager, Ms. Kristen McQuaw, at the September 2023 meeting, the mothership fleets encountered a sablefish lightning strike of 119 tons in a single day on May 24th, 2022. And through the rest of the year moved 75 times due to sablefish encounters in order to keep any additional catch at 74 tons. The at-sea representatives described their effort to avoid sablefish at great cost while encountering an unprecedented sablefish year class and described sablefish access as critical for harvesting their whiting allocations. The GAP therefore recommends a set aside of 429 tons for the at-sea sectors. For short spine thornies, the GAP notes the at-sea sectors had a max catch of 245 tons in 2022, but acknowledging the ACL decrease recommends the status quo set aside of 70 tons. For widow rockfish, some members of the GAP initially wanted to stay within the 476 status quo set aside, but which was equal to the catch in 2017. But after review of recent data, think that 2017 was an anomalous year. In line with the GMT, the GAP recommends a set aside of 300 tons to provide more widow to the IFQ sector. For yellowtail, the GAP recommends an at-sea set aside of 360 tons to provide more flexibility since other species are decreasing. And with that, I'll hand it to my lovely friend, Merritt.
All righty, here I am. Starting with 10 and the action item checklist within trawl and or non-trawl harvest guidelines and shares, the GAP recommends adopting status quo 2-year within trawl and or non-trawl harvest guidelines or share as appropriate for the following species and complexes as they appear to be sufficient for ongoing fisheries in 25 and 26. Black gill rockfish and slope rockfish south of 4010 north latitude. Canary rockfish as previously addressed. Cowcod south of 4010 north latitude. Mocaccio south of 4010 north latitude. Sablefish south of 36 north latitude. However, include a 10 metric sablefish south of 36 north latitude set aside for the recreational sector south from the non-trawl sector allocation. And there's discussion under action item 2. Nearshore rockfish complex north of 4010 north latitude and yellow eye rockfish. Action item 11, shore-based IFQ trip limits. The GAP suggests no change to the IFQ trip limits. That is, keep status quo, consistent with our recommendation in November. For action items 12 and 13, open access trip limits. The GAP appreciates the GMT working with us, GAP members, to standardize the limited entry fixed gear and open access fixed gear trip limit tables to bi-monthly trip limits for all species listed in the appendix to supplemental GMT report 4 under this agenda item, except for open access lingcod north of 42 north latitude. The GAP agrees with the GMT and supports option 2 for all species except lingcod. For open access lingcod north of 42 north latitude, the GAP agrees with the GMT and supports option 3, 9,000 pounds per 2 months, which is lower than the limited entry fixed gear bi-monthly trip limits. Action item 14, limited entry fixed gear north of 4010 trip limits. For sablefish, the GAP supports option 1, all other species, option 2. To change monthly limits to bi-monthly limits. For 15, action item 15, limited entry fixed gear south of 4010 trip limits. For sablefish, option 1, status quo north of 36 north latitude. For all other species, option 2, change the monthly limits to bi-monthly limits. Action item 16, Washington recreational. Referencing supplemental WDFW report 1 under this agenda item, the GAP supports moving forward for additional options contained therein. WDFW provides options with resultant management actions and deals with the problem of insufficient canary rockfish available to recreational fisheries. At this juncture, the options seem reasonable for analysis and potential implementation. Action item 17, Oregon recreational. Regarding Oregon recreational fisheries, the GAP supports the potential seasons and limits as outlined in supplemental ODF&W Report 1, but advises the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to analyze sub-bag limits for black and canary rockfish with higher overall rockfish bag limits to maximize fishing opportunity and maintain an aggregate limit of at least 5 rockfish inside of 30 fathoms. The GAP fully supports the exploration of recreational sablefish access as an option for sport fishermen to pursue, as more restrictions may be implemented to traditional fisheries inside of 30 fathoms. The GAP supports a 5 fish daily bag limit. Action item 18, California recreational. Referencing supplemental CDF and W Report 1, the GAP supports the proposed changes to California recreational fisheries for analysis, allowing the 2025 season to start based on in-season changes made for 2024 seems reasonable, especially if it were to provide more data to inform subsequent in-season adjustments in 2025 and 2026. Regarding the removal of size limits for cabezon, greenling, and California scorpion fish, the GAP sees value in this for the recreational fisheries since these stocks are in healthy condition and the recreational sector is under its attainment for these species. However, California fixed gear representatives on the GAP request parity on size restrictions between the recreational and commercial fixed gear sector. Therefore, the GAP recommends CDFW in the future to analyze removing the size limit restrictions for the commercial sector on those three species. Action item 19, new management measures. And so in this section, you'll find that we potentially depart from what the GMT has and CDF and W have. So it's worth paying close attention here. For 19A, create open access permit registration, the GAP continues to recommend option 2, federal open access registration permit requirement. We understand there would be a limited cost to the fishermen associated with this. Lower end of the range concurrent with West Coast permits, $18 to $170. When we reference F5A attachment 2 in this under this agenda item. The goal of a simple permit registration action would be better to account for the number of fishermen involved in the open access fishery and would also allow for better in-season tracking and communication to the fleet. Take a hydration break. All right, here we go. 19B, update electronic monitoring program discard and retention requirement regulations. The GAP recommends option 2, update EM discard and retention requirements in regulation to include sablefish, wreck sole, and remove California halibut. While the original GAP request was to remove the list entirely from federal regulations and locating or updating it in the vessel monitoring plan only, we understand that from the National Marine Fisheries Service that it isn't possible due to enforcement reasons. The original request would have added flexibility to make small changes without the process being hardwired, and requiring a regulatory process. But this option would align current VMP regulations with the federal groundfish regulations. 19C, create coastwide federal sorting requirements for rockfish by the processor. The GAP supports moving this item to the groundfish workload list and will provide further comments on that issue under that item at a later date. And this concurs with the GMT's suggestion. 19D, short spine thorny head management changes. The GAP provides our recommendation under this matter, as you've heard, under action item 7. 19E for recreational. Require recreational anglers to possess a descending device aboard while fishing in federal waters. The GAP recommends option 2, federal requirement for all recreational vessels in the EEZ to have at least one functioning descending device on board the vessel while fishing for groundfish. While Washington and Oregon already have requirements, this would bring coastwide consistency to federal waters and should provide conservation benefits through decreased post-release mortality with minimal economic costs, particularly as the majority of the vessels, even in California, already have descending devices aboard. 19F, modify continuous vessel transit limitations for California recreational vessels in federal waters. The GAP continues to recommend option 2 to modify the federal continuous transit provisions for California recreational vessels. This has been a high priority for the GAP as it is crucial for recreational vessels out of California. The current regulations, noting an emergency rule in place for 2024, prevent recreational vessels from anchoring overnight and prevent fishing legal non-hook and line gears while in waters shoreward of the 50 fathom line with legally possessed groundfish aboard. This prohibition results in safety concerns as well as lost opportunity to offer overnight trips important for the charter fleet and the angling public. The gap also supports proposed change by the GMT and supplemental GMT Report 5 to generalize the reference to the RCA boundary by removing the specific mention of the 50 fathom line so that there is flexibility in the future if the RCA boundaries were to change. Long leader gear. While this management measure is not currently in the suite of alternatives for this biennium, the GAP continues to recommend the inclusion of the use of long leader gear for the California recreational fishery in federal waters. The GAP believes that having this tool in the toolbox may be advantageous in the future in providing access to healthier midwater stocks while avoiding encounters with constraining benthic species like quillback. Furthermore, the GAP notes it has been successful in Oregon and provides opportunity when access to some stocks are restricted. Thank you, and that concludes our GAP statement, and we'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. It's not a question, it's an acknowledgement. Really appreciate the well laid out, very thorough report that you all provided. It was brought up in our delegation meeting this morning, how much effort the GAP in general, and particularly Sarah Nayani and Susan Chambers had put into this report. So just want to say thank you for how much effort you put into this and how nicely it's laid out. It's really helpful when trying to look at this compared to the GMT, not comparing it in combination with the GMT reports as we're thinking about how to move forward. So really good job.
Thank you, Lynn. Further questions, comments? Heather Hall.
Thank you. I just want to echo that appreciation for this really helpful report. But I do have a question about the GAP's comments on ACTs, sort of just in general. And I'm wondering, well, in particular for yellow eye rockfish, and the table 1 here is really helpful. But I'm curious about what, did the GAP talk about what would happen if an ACT was reached? So is there an assumption that the fishery would just close or some other measure would be implemented if an ACT was reached?
Thank you, Ms. Hall, for the question through the Vice Chair. Yes, well, we did not discuss what actions would occur, but the way that we discussed it is that there were multiple levels of buffers built in and that the ACTs might be unnecessary at this time because that is such a significant difference between the two. And the discussion we had was just such that the management measures something could occur in season to curb that if it was needed. And so, but we did not have a specific discussion about what would happen if it was exceeded.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks. Additional questions? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the report, GAP. This is very well organized, and I appreciate the time it took to read 20 pages. It's not easy. Just relative to the very last item, requesting the long leader gear in California, I don't want to misinterpret what the intent here is. There's some acknowledgement that it's not currently one of the alternatives, but continues to recommend it. Is that an active recommendation to add it right now at this meeting, or is it more of an acknowledgement that we need to continue that discussion on? Thank you.
Members of the GAP felt that it was an important tool to be able to have. I would like to recognize that the tool is actually already in regulation for federal waters, although we understand that it's actually restricted to Oregon fishermen at this point. If it were possible to refer to in regulation and California anglers were able to bring it in as potentially as an in-season action, if other in-season action were to regulate us out of waters that potentially have robust populations of midwater rockfish, we would be able to refer to it and potentially retain some access to those midwater rockfish.
Caroline?
Thanks, Meredith. If I could maybe ask the question a little bit differently. Currently in the suite of the analytical package, there's no fishery impacts analyzed to use that type of gear off California. So my question is the request here to do that in between now and June, or to just continue the conversation on into the future?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Ms. McKnight. I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question initially. Yes, whatever those steps are that need to be done for this to potentially happen, we would request that. And if the first step is the analytical process, that would be what we would be asking for.
Thank you. Any other questions? Don't see any. Thank you, both of you, for that. We've got one more report. I'd like to get through that before taking a break and then getting to public comment. So we have the enforcement consultants report. Captain Dan Chadwick, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Dan Chadwick. I'll be representing the enforcement consultants, reading from agenda item F5, supplemental EC report 1. The enforcement consultants have reviewed documents associated with agenda item F5, preliminary preferred management measure alternatives for the 2025-2026 fisheries. The EC has also met with members of the Groundfish management team to discuss the agenda item and have the following comments specific to F5 attachment to the revised Pacific Coast Groundfish Fisheries 2025-26 harvest specs management measures. Chapter 8, California Recreational Fishery Alternative 1, Section 215 size limits. The EC recommends no action to the proposal of removing California recreational minimum size limits for cabezon, greenling, and California scorpion fish. Maintaining status quo assists enforcement by requiring some species to be landed whole, which assists in identification and verifying limits. If size limits are removed, the EC recommends the cabezon and greenling fillets be required to have the entire skin attached so individual species can be identified and counted in the field. Additionally, the EC recommends changing the fillet requirements on California scorpion fish and lingcod from a 1-inch skin patch to requiring the entire skin to be attached for consistency with the cabezon and greenling recommendation, and to ensure the ability for enforcement officers to distinguish between fillets of species that closely resemble one another, such as the scorpion fish, lingcod, cabezon, and greenling. To put this in context, the Southern California commercial passenger fishing vessels commonly return from multi-day fishing trips with hundreds to over 1,000 groundfish fillets on board. To verify compliance, to verify compliance, enforcement is tasked with counting and identifying each fillet to verify that species limits and sub-bag limits have not been exceeded. Fillets that have the entire skin attached expedite this process, making it easier for enforcement to correctly identify the species and reduce the amount of time the CPFV passengers have to wait. This also reduces handling, which can negatively affect fish quality and sanitation. Chapter 9A, Open Access Registration Permit Program. The EC continues to support the National Marine Fisheries Service proposal to develop a permit requirement for vessels participating in the federal directed open access fishery as documented in our November 2023 statement attachment agenda item E7A, Supplemental EC Report 1. Chapter 9B, update to discard and retention requirements in the electronic monitoring program. The EC supports the adoption of option 2, update EM discard and retention requirements in regulation to include sablefish and wreck sole and remove California halibut. This option would ensure consistency by aligning federal regulations with vessel monitoring plans. Chapter 9D, descending device requirements for recreational vessels in federal waters. The EC recommends option 1, status quo. All 3 states have descending device regulations that are equal to or more restrictive than what is proposed in option 2. Adding federal regulations that defer from state regulations would add complexity and confusion to enforcement and fishers. If option 2 is selected, the EC cautions against any further regulatory amendments that would require the descending devices to be possessed and used in federal waters. This would cause potential conflicts between state and federal regulations. And finally, Chapter 9E, modify continuous transit limitations for California recreational vessels. The EC reviewed the proposals related to continuous transit for California recreational vessels during the offshore fishery. The EC prefers option 2, sub-option 2, which would allow recreational vessels to stop and or anchor in federal waters shoreward of the recreational rockfish conservation area, as long as hook and line gear was not deployed. The EC recommends against specifying 50 fathom recreational RCA line and just state shoreward of the recreational RCA line in case the recreational line or the RC fathom line changes in the future. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you. Questions for Captain Chadwick on the enforcement consultants report? No hands. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we have public comment coming up next. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will first hear from Donna Kales, just so she is on deck there and knowing. So let's take 12 minutes. Be back in your seat. All right, let's move back to our chairs here. Get started. All right, thank you. We're all back here. We finished our reports. Moving on to public comment. It's on the screen before us. And again, those who are testifying remotely, remember to raise your hand so they can identify you and unmute your microphone. We will start with Donna Kales. Donna will be followed by Paul Moranti. Donna, can you hear us?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
It's not working.
Donna, we can hear you. We're going to try and ping you here. Doesn't matter if you can't hear it.
Okay, great. I'm glad you can hear me. Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger, Vice Chair Hassemer, and members of the council. My name is Donna Kales, and I am the owner of Dana Wharf Sport Fishing and Whale Watching, located in Dana Point Harbor. I am speaking to you today regarding the Groundfish closure in Southern California. During the meeting in 2022, before the closure of the March season in Southern California in 2023, I had the opportunity to speak to you about the financial burden that shutting down the March rockfish opener would impose on our business and our employees. At that time, I was asked but was unable to provide a clear financial loss for our business. However, I'm here today to report how the closure of rockfish in March has significantly impacted our operations. In 2022, during the month of March, the prior start to the rockfish season, we ran a total of 12 overnight trips for rockfish, accommodating 300 passengers. Additionally, we ran 23 9-hour trips targeting rockfish, with a total of 966 passengers in March. We also had 5 weather days with no trips. Comparatively, in 2023, we were unable to run any overnight trips, and 13 of the 9-hour trips for rockfish resulted in a total loss of over 720 anglers just in March. The total estimated loss was over $75,000, and that does not take into account loss to my coastal fishing community, i.e. restaurants, tackle stores, hotels, etc. These numbers clearly demonstrate the significant economic impact of the March fish closure on our business, and I am just one landing. As a business owner, this loss directly affects our bottom line and our employees' livelihoods. My overnight boat is owned by a single boat owner who relies on March to make his season. Now, having lost 2 openers, it's taking its toll. Initially, I believed the March fish closure would only be for 1 year and that the new data would show that we did not have as big of a rockfish problem as we thought and that we would get in-season action. However, as time progressed, we learned that the closure extended to March 2024, which we have recently experienced. Looking ahead to 2025 and 2026, I am now concerned even more that we will lose March for a 3rd and 4th season unless something happens. We would like to have some fishing opportunities in March for rockfish, even if it's deeper water. The deeper water opportunity has been a lifeline and game changer, allowing us to fish areas like the 14-mile bank and has been a wonderful option as long as we have good weather to get there. We are now this year and for 25-26 facing a loss of 2 vermilion rockfish in our 10 fish bag. It is my understanding we are managing this rockfish more than ever, and the results are showing less abundance than more abundance. And my fishermen and myself are frustrated. We are avoiding and fishing deeper, and it's not getting better. All we can do at this time is keep working with CDFW and NIMS and expressing our thoughts and what we see in real time. I appreciate again how the managers are engaged in trying to help us. I would like to express my gratitude to the California Fish and Wildlife, Marcy and Caroline and the team for their efforts on hosting meetings, analyzing data, running models, and working with the National Marine Fisheries to assure that the assessments are based on the best available science. We're also very supportive and need to continue the sampling of rockfish. This project by NIMS and Melissa Monk using the Sport Fishing Association of California's fleet is imperative to providing needed information for our rockfish stocks. However, it's evident that more needs to be done. It is difficult for me to understand the reduced number of trips annually does not result in an increase in the abundance of fish stocks available once the season opens. I urge you to continue to think outside the box and consider the perspectives of fishermen along our areas of the coast. Our fishing communities are hurting, as you keep hearing. Thank you all so much for listening to my comments today, and I appreciate all the hard work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Kales on her testimony? There are no hands. Thank you very much, Donna. Next, we'll have Paul Morante. Paul will be followed by Merritt McRae. Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon. Council members, thank you for letting me talk. My name is Paul Morante from Westport, Washington, and I'm representing the coastal charter fleets from Ilwaco and Washington, Westport. And this concerns the Canary rockfish allocation and how it relates to our charter boat industry, specifically in Westport. So I'm going to give you a rationale why Washington State recreational allocation for Canary rockfish be at 22 metric tons for the 2025-2026 season from a Washington State charter boat representative perception. For the last 3 years, Washington State's recreational effort to catch Canary rockfish has increased significantly compared to prior years 2017 and 2020. I should incidentally tell you that our bottom fish season runs realistically about 6 months out of the year. As Washington State recognized the assessment that canaries were rebuilt, Washington fish managers liberalized the recreational restrictions regarding targeting canary. Consequently, the years of 2021, 2022, 2023 yield a 33 metric ton catch average compared to the years prior to that, 2017 to 2020, which yield an 8 metric ton catch average. It would have been interesting to see what our catch average would have been had we had comparable regulations 2021 through 2023 in the years 2017 to 2020. This increase in canary catch has aided a relatively new yet important ocean recreational fishing in coastal Washington, especially in sub-area 2, the Westport area, that is offshore long lingcod big fish trips. And these trips are 6 weeks, scheduled in a 6-week time frame, the first 2 weeks in June and the last 4 weeks in September. These trips have evolved into being an important socioeconomic boost. These trips are scheduled during times when business is traditionally slow, yet now this fishery has attracted attention, has become an attractive destination event, and generated timely revenue. This trip popularity is resulting of catching lingcod, but also catching big, bright colored canaries. Canaries are an important part of this fishery. Catching canary also augments our halibut trips. Now Washington's coastal recreation sector is faced with an allowable catch limit of 17.3 metric tons. This limit would be a hardship on fishermen who have recently developed this offshore fishery. Being required to limit our catch to 17.3 metric tons or less could require depth restrictions or a significant decrease in canary retention of 2 or 3 canaries as sub-bag limit in the overall 7 rockfish bag limit. This would deter customers who are accustomed to retaining 7 canaries on the offshore big fish trips. Catching canaries has been a calling card for these offshore trips. Washington charter boat operators have experience being able to prosecute this offshore fishery with the 22 metric annual canary catch, as was the case in 2023. With that in mind, Washington charter boat sector would propose a 22 metric allowable catch for canaries number for Washington State recreational sector. The charter boat operators accept and speculate there will be a 5 canary retention sub-bag limit to ensure we're under the 22, and also likely closure for our offshore fishing the last 2 weeks in September. And the 5 canary sub-bag limit kind of mirrors what Oregon does. These 2 regulation changes are presumed to be acceptable to our customers, allowing this important fishery to continue. In conclusion, Washington State charter boats, we propose the 3-state recreational sector allocation of the canary be as a result of granting 18.6% of the 508 metric tons canary harvest guideline. Given that, we request Washington's coastal region be granted 22 metric tons of what the 18.6% of 508 metric tons canary harvest guidelines would yield. As of now, the recreational sector for the 3 states gets 17.7%. So as you can see, we want to go up 1%. We do not request a reduction of California or Oregon's recreational canary allocation.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Morente on his testimony? Don't see any questions. Thank you very much, Paul. Next, Merritt McRae. Merritt will be followed by Christopher Kubiak. Merritt, welcome back.
I'm back. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hassemer and council members. I have a couple of fill-in comments with respect to the various reports you heard. Thank you very much for listening to our long reports. That was actually kind of a product of all working separately on the same stuff at the same time. And so not knowing what each other had, we weren't able to just say what that person said or what, you know, the GMT has and so forth until very late in the game. First, with respect to action item 5A, the 2-year allocations and canary, which Mr. Paul Morante just spoke to, it was early on that we in the GAP understood that this is a very painful issue and we could all end up spending a lot of time and writing a lot of text in our GAP statement with respect to what we all wanted and try to, you know, serve our constituency at the cost of others. We chose not to do this in March, and then we had Paul actually made an ask, and it was tough to keep the GAP together on not all doing the same thing. And I'm really hoping you'll respect that. I would also like to note that in granting Washington a rec some relief in this, which I respect that ask, and granting them some relief, you're actually taking from a coast-wide pot of fish and delivering a small portion of that to a single constituency. And so looking at that, the equity is clearly lacking. And even though the amounts are fairly small, I think it sets a bad precedent. It's not a good look. With respect to action item 5B, the 2-year allocations of widow rockfish from non-trawl to trawl. So that was a reduction of the non-trawl from 400 to 300 metric tons. Right up front, I'd like to say that we, in the past, we have used very little of that 400 metric tons. So it is there, and it's nice that it could be used. And so the 100 tons to 300, the 100 tons that goes to trawl where it would actually be used is a good thing. But at the same time, it's concerning because we are losing access to a lot of the benthic rockfish here and there and everywhere. And we've seen that in the past. Some of these bottom dwelling rockfish are less productive than the midwater fish. So those tend to be the ones that we end up having to go to great lengths to bring back to B40. The concern is that as we shift offshore and target those midwater species, like widow rockfish, which is one of those that is most cleanly targeted because it does come so high off the substrate, that we'll see our catches boom in those areas in order to keep catches on those other benthic fish as far down as we can. The ask here is that you remember this moment, and that if in the future non-trawl ends up looking like they're going to hit their 300 tons for the coast, that you consider that allocation was shifted over to trawl, where they actually catch quite a few fish, a lot of fish, 10 times as much as we do. And consider the ask that we might bring to you in that light. Action item 18, support for California in-season management measures into the new spec cycle to 2025-2026. We support that. A lot of work went into developing those, and it's a great starting place for 2025 and 2026. With respect to the action item 18, support for the removal of size limits in California on scorpionfish and cabezon and greenling. What this does is it allows those boats that fish those fish to process those fish at sea. What's happening right now is most of the catch is able to be filleted at sea, but those fish that there's a size limit on, we have to bring them ashore to process them. So you have to dig back into the bags and pull these things out on the dock and spread them all over the place and fight off the gulls and fillet them and so forth. And then you have heads and tails and entrails. You got to put them somewhere, and nobody in the harbor wants them in their harbor. Pulling those size limits and getting rid of them really helps the fleet. As far as the fillet, the skin tabs and so forth, no problem for us to leave a full skin tab. In fact, if our full skin instead of just a patch of skin on a fillet. In fact, if it was like that for all the fish we filleted, it would probably be easier to have everybody understand what they're supposed to do, instead of like a square inch of silver skin from a white sea bass and then a square inch from a sculpin, but you have to leave the whole skin on a brown skin rockfish. Those kinds of things are just extra things for deckhands to learn. The sending device federal rule, everybody that seems to be in concurrence is what the right path is here. I won't go any further into that, but please support that. For 19F, the continuous transit rule modifications, we appreciate those. I think everybody's in concurrence. Please support that. I have 19G, the long leader Holloway gear in here, and Carolyn asked me a nice question, and I already addressed it. And then switching hats here. As a GAP member, not as a CPFV guy, I want to relate my experiences sorting rockfish. It is actually no problem to sort the species. In fact, I don't know the complexes as well as I know the individual species. So those are the ways I turn in on e-ticks. What's a pain is having 15 boxes with 4 fish in each. So if that could be thought about and fixed in the future so that we don't end up with all those boxes with a few fish each in them, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. McCray on his testimony? Don't see any questions. Thank you, Merritt.
Thank you.
Next, Christopher Kubiak. Christopher will be followed by Jamie Diamond. Good afternoon, Christopher.
Okay, there we go. Try this one. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I am Christopher Kubiak. My comments are specific to action item number 19, short spine thorny head management. And I wanted to, it is important to go ahead and, well, that action item would involve a proposal to remove the management line at 3427 north latitude. And I just wanted to make sure that we take a retrospective look and make sure we have a good understanding of why that management line was put into use in the first place. Sometimes that could potentially be lost, but I think it is important that we know why. And I was thinking about back when Amendment 20 was adopted, it did involve trade-offs. And one of those trade-offs was in recognition of a historic fishery that occurs down in the Southern California Bight and still does. And so the state of California recognized that we would need to take some different steps to accommodate that. And that's why that management line for short spine thorny head was put into place and why we had different management measures north and south of that management line. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Kubiak on his testimony? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you for the comments here in the walk down memory lane. I really appreciate it. And I just a follow-up question. When the management line was put in place, in addition to in combination with, at the time, the Cowcod Conservation Area that was presumably very restrictive to the Southern California area in general, do you have any comments or thoughts about how removing the line in combination now with the repealed Cowcod Conservation Area, there's now approximately 4,800 square miles of real estate that's now open, what that might mean in relation to removing this line?
Thanks. Yes, one is, it's a lot more area, obviously, that will be available for fishing. And my understanding is there's been a bit of a slowdown in the fishing in the South there because of the market and COVID. And so with now being past that, I think we would expect to see things pick back up and go a little more back to normal. Interesting, I noticed the council room today looked a lot more like it once did, and not too long ago they were empty. So I would expect that it means we'll see some more effort there.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing no hands. Thank you, Christopher.
Thanks.
Next, Jamie Dimon. Jamie will be followed by Chris Cooper. Good afternoon, Jamie.
Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger, Vice Chair Hassemer, council members and staff. I am Jamie Dimon, owner of Stardust Sport Fishing out of Santa Barbara, California. It's crazy to think we're setting seasons for 25-26 when our season literally just started last Monday. It's kind of a trip. This year's season in California is more complicated than last year and the year before that. I want to thank the GMT, GAP, enforcement, council staff, and council members for their good work to help California recreational anglers have some type of season in 25-26. There are many seemingly small actions being recommended, such as possession of descending devices, removing size limits on cabezon, greenling, and sculpin, the offshore transit provision, adding a management line at 36 north latitude. But we all know there's no such thing as a small action here. So thank you. I'm grateful for everything that went in to make these options possible. These actions, these options will offer as much opportunity, much needed opportunity as possible within the very narrow parameters California has ahead of us. These management measures will all be utilized right from the start. California recreational and charter GAP representatives have also requested analyzing use of long leader gear in federal waters for California recreational anglers. This would create a tool in the toolbox in the event anglers, especially in the north, must shift once again due to the impossibly small quillback ACL and may be helpful for use in the future beyond quillback. The request to remove size limits on cabezon, greenling, and sculpin offers more opportunity to retain fish and will ultimately allow anglers to fillet these fish at sea since there has not been a fillet length study done on these species. The additional requirement of retaining the full skin patch on the fillet for identification does not impose any issue. We already do this for most other fish and it creates uniformity. I honestly don't know how some of my constituents will still be in business this time next year and the year after. Anglers will think twice before booking their next trip, with fewer and fewer desirable fish in the bag and the current California economy what it is. Once the new season structure was published, my social media feeds were filled with comments on the regs. It's not even worth it to pay as much as charter boats do now to only come back with a handful of quality fish to eat. Another one said, it's all part of the bigger picture, discourage people from fishing. Not sure if I'm going to be doing much rock fishing. Used to be one of my favorites, getting to be a waste of time. These are the voices of my customers and the anglers of California. They're confused and frustrated. As we've said before, imagine trying to have a business based off of this. So again, seemingly small actions, but big impact for the situation we're in. And I appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Diamond on her testimony? No hands. Thank you, Jamie. Next, we'll have Chris Cooper. Chris will be followed by Sarah Niani. Good afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Chris Cooper. I'm a commercial fisherman out of Newport, Oregon. My family has 3 active trawl vessels that participate in the trawl fishery on the Oregon coast, and we harvest just about every groundfish species. Initially, I didn't want to come up and comment on this issue, but felt I had to. I'd like to align myself with Merritt's comments on the discussions gap. I'd also like to say I support the GAP's position on this. We had a robust discussion, and it pretty much came to the consensus that almost everyone will be affected by the canary reduction, and that everyone should take this reduction and share the burden of conservation without exception. Reallocation is always a difficult discussion, but in times of low TAC levels, it's almost impossible to do without creating negative impacts to sectors that are losing fish. This is not the proper time or economic climate for this discussion. I don't necessarily agree that a 20-ton canary set aside for the at-sea sector is an adequate amount, nor that it won't be exceeded, but we agreed to that reduction because it mirrors the same reductions as everyone else was going to take. And we did this to remain consistent with the agreements we had and the fact that everyone should be impacted equally. With high whiting tax, our fishery needs all the canary we can get because, as you all know, each IFQ holder will hold their fish for insurance, and access to any excess will not be available. I've heard mention that the whiting fleet being able to operate in areas where canary abundance may be low, as we've done in years during the rebuilding of the stock. The difference of then and today is that abundance on the ground is not low, and this will not work as it did earlier on. My largest canary encounter in the last 5 years was done fishing off the edge in 250 to 350 fathoms. These are areas we previously operated during the rebuilding where we could avoid canary, but this just is not the situation now. A size of the hit I had there of that magnitude would shut me down in the future years with the quota pounds that we would be allocated. There are already people making arrangements for the coming years to secure leases of quota pounds, and independent fishermen just are not available to compete with processing companies that are gathering up available quota pounds to have in advance. Also, the directed non-whiting midwater rockfish fishery has high needs for canary for obvious reasons. And given the market conditions of other groundfish species, this fishery is one bright spot in the sector, and it offers good opportunity for struggling fishermen that have lost markets for other species. I have serious concerns that reallocating stocks out of fully observed 100% accountable fisheries into sport fisheries that have higher unobserved mortality that will occur. And I question how much of this reallocated fish will actually be accounted for. There are what I believe issues with analysis of the canary from a sector reallocation point that was done only in one direction, away from the trawl sector. I question why this shift in allocation was not analyzed in both directions. I believe this is a biased way to analyze the impacts that everyone would experience shifting quota one way or the other. I don't understand how, as decision makers, you're expected to make the best decision when you don't have all the information presented in front of you. I'd also like to bring attention to the fact that the trawl industry went through a buyback program to be able to access more fish per vessel from the trawl sector, and has paid for this access to the amount of over $52 million so far, with still $9 million left to pay of the loan. I have a hard time losing access to fish that we were paying an extreme amount of money for to access. The buyback was the first step in rationalization of the fishery, and the rationalized fishery is what greatly improves the certainty of the groundfish stock assessments, which all sectors greatly benefit from on our dime. So that concludes my statements, and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Cooper on his testimony? Not seeing any. Thanks, Chris. Next, Sarah Nayani. Sarah will be followed by Paul Quila. Welcome back to the table, Sarah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. I'm sure you're sick of hearing about me or from me. You see me a lot giving gap reports, but I don't often give public comment since I've been back. I felt this was an important enough issue to come up here and give some public comment on behalf of Arctic Storm Management Group, which is where I work in Seattle. And we manage vessels that participate in all three sectors of the trawl fishery. So in the mothership sector with the Arctic Storm and the original Arctic Fjord. In the CP sector last fall, we participated with our new build Arctic Fjord, and potentially will participate in the CP sector in the future. And then with Sea Storm, our catcher vessel in both the mothership whiting fishery and then the shoreside whiting and midwater rockfish fishery. And I just wanted to introduce, I conned the Sea Storm captain, Steve Branstetter, into attending this meeting, if you would give a wave. And so he came up from Newport to attend the meeting for a couple of days, and trying to get him to come to more meetings. I think it's great when we have active captains participating in the management process. So there's so many issues under this agenda item. And on behalf of Arctic Storm, I want to support the gap report, and then specifically the at-sea set-asides that were jointly recommended by the gap and the GMT, even though those tables are going to result in significant decreases for the at-sea sectors. Access to bycatch, which I believe from the start had some issues. And as you've all spent a lot of time doing, we were able to move to the set aside process. I'm very grateful for that. I hope we can keep that process. But I, under that item, which is number 9 on your checklist, and number 5, which is the trawl, non-trawl split, I actually had a table. I was wondering if Chris would mind. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to walk through the canary allocation as I understand it from trawl, non-trawl. So if you look in 2024, that shows the percentages to trawl, non-trawl. And then on the trawl side, it works through the at-sea set aside and the remainder goes to IFQ. And then in 2025, we're going to take a 59% cut to the harvest guideline. And so if you look at trawl and non-trawl, if you were to keep the status quo trawl, non-trawl split and the current management scheme, both the trawl and non-trawl would take a 59% cut. The at-sea sector, if you kept everything status quo, would keep a 36 metric ton set aside, which would result in a 0% decrease. And then for the IFQ, they would get the remainder, and that results in a 61% increase. So as you can see under status quo options, if we were to keep the at-sea set aside at 36 tons, the IFQ would be disproportionately hit compared to every other sector. So in our gap discussions, we wanted to make that more equitable and move that 16 tons to the IFQ. I mean, it's difficult to decrease by that big of an amount. And I do think that this is going to have constraining impacts on the at-sea sectors. But when we looked around the table in the gap discussion, we felt that was the only fair result, is that everyone should take a proportional hit. And so I guess I just wanted to show those differences and that the intent, at least in my public comment that I'm giving right now, is that there should not be a shift between the trawl and non-trawl allocation, and that it's important that the IFQ get that remainder, particularly because of constraints they face and because that would, the intent there is to get everyone to an equal number. So I hope we don't shift any away from trawl as your PPA. And if you do, I would request, if you do end up recommending any alternatives beyond status quo, I hope there's sufficient time for analysis of impacts to trawl. And I hope those will be clearly laid out and presented before any final preferred alternative is selected. And if we do open this up, I will be prepared to come back and give a more full trawl perspective that I don't feel was discussed as deeply because of where we landed on the gap. So I support Chris's comments and just thank you all for the time and energy you're spending on this massive agenda item, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Nayani on her testimony? Don't see any hands. Thank you, Sarah. Next, we'll have Paul Quila. Paul will be followed by Jeff Lackey. Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, Chair, Council, or Vice Chair, Council, and staff. My name is Paul Quila. I'm a trawler from Warrenton, Oregon. And I'm just going to talk about the canary briefly. I think that as a trawler, a lot of the major, and I'm a bottom trawler, so fish bottom trawl. That as a trawl, a lot of the measures that we take on a day-to-day basis to avoid canaries and lots of other species might go unnoticed. But because it's an IFQ system and we have the individual accountability, we do things on an individual boat basis. And therefore, a lot of it there is not formalized. So you might not get to see it because it's not a formal setting. We continue to have extensive closed areas, gear restrictions, and at certain times we don't tow in certain areas. All of this affects our productivity, of course. And in the past, it's true that we've survived on less canaries. Well, some of us, but there was many trawlers that didn't, and they're just gone. And in today's economic environment, that would obviously be a lot worse. So, you know, and then the other thing that looks kind of deceiving is the unused portion of the allocation. And that's just a product of the individual accountability piece of the IFQ system. So everybody kind of needs to hang on to this big buffer to ensure the ability to continue fishing. Because without that, and if you lose it, or if you use it, you're done. You're out of business for the rest of the year. So I just wanted to make sure that was reiterated. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Aquila on his testimony? No hands. Thanks, Paul. And lastly, we have Jeff Lackey. Good afternoon, Jeff.
Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for your time. My name is Jeff Lackey. I manage 2 trawlers out of Newport. I thought Paul did a very good job in characterizing the real world issues for trawl with Canary. And I support the comments by Chris and Sarah. And I thought Merritt did a good job talking about the gap, and even on the, I'll say on the widow, I think it's a reasonable comment that Merritt made to say, hey, if you do go with the 300, remember us on the 400 if we're catching a lot, even from the trawl side. I think that's a reasonable thing to point out. I will address Canary and short spine. I recommend the gap near unanimous status quo % Canary allocations proposal and unanimous short spine trawl, non-trawl allocations of 71% and 29% in 2026 if the management line is removed. There were many considerations and discussions in the gap to get to this point, as referenced in testimony by Merritt, Chris, and Sarah. For Canary, it is important to understand the nature of the unique constraint it poses in the trawl fishery. My experience is that in 2023, Canary was the most difficult species to acquire quota as of the whiting season. I made a few offers of above market rates and also trading any other species for Canary at an advantageous rate, but had no takers. I told captains on both vessels I managed that as best they could, please avoid Canary above all other quota species. But that is getting more difficult for the reasons stated by Chris Cooper. And all this before coming 2025 reductions. The catch share system is self-managed by individual accountability. There are about 60 to 65 operating trawl vessels that each have their own quota. Canary is almost exclusively a non-targeted incidental catch species growing in abundance and subject to lightning strikes at random times and places. This makes predicting just how bad Canary is going to impact trawl from year to year starting in 2025 is difficult. First, there is likely more foregone opportunity and targeting efficiencies than there are now. Also, and maybe more importantly, when all or near all vessels need their own Canary insurance, that in many cases is one unpredictable lightning strike away from being wiped out for the year, the results are unknown and potentially disastrous. It is expected the Canary quota market will effectively be seized up. Although people usually help each other out if they get in trouble by everyone contributing, this probably only works well after a couple such problems. After that, quota will be held more tightly. And that's, of course, particularly in the first 2/3 of the year. Canary allocation reductions are a massive issue for trawl, and additionally it carries more unknowns, in part due to how whiting distribution on the coast plays out. The only real way out of this Canary mess is to eventually see a new assessment with a different result. For short spine, rationale for the 71%, 29% split, if the line is removed, is twofold. First is a direct reading of the recombination regulation, and second, in the average coastwide mortality portion from 2011 to 2023 is 82% trawl and 18% non-trawl. So the trawl side sees a 71-29 split is very fair to the non-trawl side. Additionally, if line is removed and 71-29 were enacted in 2026, and trawl and non-trawl had the same coastwide mortality in 2026 as in 2023, then attainment by sector would be 51% trawl and 28% for non-trawl, if my math is correct. Unlike Canary, there seems to be sufficient allocations to cover recent needs, thanks, or rather no thanks, in part to pandemic-era reductions in catch for both trawl and non-trawl, and you can see that from the tables in the GMT report, that decline. Recombination regulation states, quote, a person holding QS or IBQ in the newly created area will receive the same amount of total QP or IBQ pounds as they would if the areas had not been combined, end of quote. So if the person first received the recombined pounds in 2025, then that person should receive the same amount of pounds in 2025 as if the recombination had not taken place. That is where the 71-29 number comes from. Thanks, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lackey on his testimony? There are no hands. Thanks, Jeff. That completes all our reports and public comment, which is what we had intended to cover today on this agenda item. We will be back to agenda item F5 tomorrow morning, first thing. So at this point, I will suspend our activity on agenda item F5, pass the gavel back to our chair to see if he wants to adjourn you for the day.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I'll turn to Executive Director Burden for announcements or thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a reminder again, be sure to be safe with your equipment. Take it with you. We'll also be locking the doors here quickly. So I know some folks like to hang around afterward, but if you could kindly move outside the ballroom so we can lock up and keep everything secure for the evening, that would be appreciated. Other than that, I don't have any other remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Great job, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.